Righty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you a lot of things. You've had a couple of earnings. There was a couple of things overnight, and we're watching the dollar and bonds, but let's just skip to the point. It's all about Jerome Powell right now. He is going to be coming on at noon, so we're going to have a little bit of trading before that, but really, Mr. Powell is going to be the wild card. It's actually very surprising. A lot of people are getting antsy leading into it. They're calling it the drumbeat of the Fed. There's a lot going on with it. So, Chad, today is going to be exciting. I hope you're ready for it. It's borderline going to be a baby FOMC. Yeah, it's borderline FOMC. You know, I think people are really going to be looking out for this one this morning. So, Chad, I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you're ready. I hope you're blessed. And we're even going to have a little bit of news to cover and all of that. So, you got a couple of hours to set up for it. So, Chad, welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to February 7th. And good morning. What's up, baby? What's up, Picky Audie? 333, T-Sway, Yatana. Mother, like our faith, amor, pater. Dennis, I was starting with the Twitch, baby. You know, we got a couple in there. They're waking up bright and early. What's up, Danny? What's up, Open Face? Locked and loaded. Dan Kingsley, amen. Tony Garlinger, good morning. Mr. Whitman, the man, the myth, the legend, baby. What's up, Samuel? What's up, Tiffany? What's up, Matt Maria? Jeremy Della, username. Astro, J. Samuels, Ty Reed, Armando, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, man, it's going fast. Caesar, I looked away for like half a second. Oh, man, 50K. Good morning. John Doe, El Chapado. Oh, man, I'm missing some out there. Wandering, sipping goes. Lay back with my mind on my pal and my pal. Not my pal. That's him. All right, Deepak, good morning. Agent Smith, Aaron Orr, good morning. Tans, Hamid, Data Junkie, Laker, Jay. Oh, run the likes, baby. Good morning, run the likes. Good morning. What's up, Raicha? What's up, TJ? I said TJ like Arky Tay. Jeremy Kiefer, baby. Jesse Ramirez, Dinosaur. It's just Candy, Quinn City, Benji. Hey, yes, William. Oh, Ari again, baby. Aaron R, Lateral, Jail, David, Mr. Liquid, Cosmo. Good morning, Chattadonia. Oh, I like Tuesday. I don't know if I like Tuesday or Monday more. I like every day, man. It's a blessing. You know that? It's a blessing. What's up, Tans? I got you, bro. What's up, Jade? Oh, what's up, Christian? What's up, Corona? Oh, Airborne Mike, Wavy Gravy. Oh, y'all feeling good? Okay, we good. I don't want to, man. I missed a couple out there. Y'all are active this morning, so y'all better run the likes. Y'all better run up the vibes, you know? So I don't care if you don't like the video. I'm just saying you better bring the vibes today. It's a Powell day, so you better have Gatorade or something. You know what I'm saying? Every morning, baby. Oh, it's a beautiful morning, man. It's a beautiful, bright and early. You know that? You got me out here screaming at 6 a.m. Oh, it's beautiful, but it's a blessing. It's a blessing. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you know you're blessed. And let us get into the news now. And good morning once again. But Jerome Powell, he may emphasize that any optimism of a 2023 pivot is misplaced when he's interviewed at the Economic Club of Washington later. Neil Kashkari told CNBC that last month's hot jobs report shows the need for more hiking, adding to his forecast still stands at 5.4. Citi warned traders of ignoring the risk of a higher than expected peak, perhaps even 6%. Futures wavered ahead of the Fed chairman's comments. Treasuries advanced, led by the short end. The dollar was split versus most G10 peers. Oil and gold were higher. Markets are prematurely bringing back the 2% inflation playbook, increasing risk to FOMO-driven rally. Bank of America derivative strategist said investors are blindly buying dips, crowding into liquidity beneficiaries as fear of the upside trumps fundamentals. Piling into low-conviction bets raises the risk of a fragility shock with volatile economic data threatening the perceived dovish turn from the Fed. That sounds like an essay. You know what I'm saying? Damn, they said perceive the fragility. The fragility of the economic outlook and perceived blah, 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 blah. Hedge funds and energy traders are scooping up index trades from banks looking to capitalize on rising interest rate in materials. Top index traders who left banks for hedge funds include Will Scott, who moved from Morgan Stanley to Verishin, and Dan Deeden, who flipped from Goldman to Balinazzi. Hedge funds want traders who could work across markets and use trend models and quant strategies. Credit Suisse canceled some bonus talks due today. People familiar said discussions with bankers, mainly as managing director and director level, they may be rescheduled in coming weeks. Goldman raised $5.2 billion for a PE growth fund that'll buy early-stage, high-growth firms across fintech, healthcare, and consumer sectors. KKR, they raised $16 billion in new capital in the fourth quarter, passing $500 billion AUM. Saeed Hadar's $3.3 billion levered fund fell 13% last month, according to an investor document. CVS is close to buying Oak Street for about $10.5 billion, including debt. Carlyle said distributable earnings fell 52% to $433 million after cashing out fewer bets. The New York Stock Exchange will pay out claims that were triggered by last month's stock glitch with certain parameters. All losses will be covered for orders posted or routed to NYSE, while loss-making trades on other venues won't be. People familiar said in practice, 3 firms said the bourse will only reimburse about 60% of claims. This one's wild. So all those brokers that executed trades at the prices, but they did not route them through the NYSE, they will not be getting their money back. So again, 60% of the people who got glitched on last week or last month, they will be getting their money back. It's pretty wild. The U.S. levered loan market's LIBOR transition has been slowed by a spat between lenders and borrowers. Roughly 3/4 of the $1.4 trillion market still needs to flip to SOFR to meet a June deadline. Lenders rejected amendments that would have flipped the benchmark on some existing loans as they haggle over a credit spread adjustment, an additional handful of basis points meant to compensate for how LIBOR typically prints above SOFR. Joe Biden delivers the State of the Union tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. He will be calling for a minimum tax on billionaires and a bigger surcharge on stock buybacks, and probably also mention the possible debt ceiling push. Speaker Kevin McCarthy earlier urged negotiations free of any lines in the sand. Chart of the day is as the NASDAQ nears a bull market and earnings estimates trend down, valuations have swelled to excessive levels versus real bond yields threatening to rally. The index's forward PE has jumped to 24, the highest since April 2022, spurred by bets that the Fed will pivot soon. That's at odds with the 10-year tip yield, which remains high as data pressure from the Fed remains to be hawkish. 12 p.m. today, you're going to get Fed Powell, 12 o'clock too. You will also be getting ECB Nagel. 1 p.m., U.S. is to sell $40 billion of 3-week notes or 3-year notes. 1:45, WTO Okonjo Iweala, he speaks. 2 p.m., Fed Bar. 3 p.m., U.S. December consumer credit. And then 9 p.m., Biden to deliver State of the Union address. Earnings include Enphase, Fortinet, Illumina, Omnicom, Paycom, and Vertex. And I think we're getting Chipotle too. I will have to double check. Lockheed's F-35 fighter jet has fewer unfixed defects as key tests approach. According to the Pentagon, in August, the F-35 program will attempt to complete a simulation of combat against the most advanced threats posed by Chinese and Russian aircraft and air defenses. Alleged Chinese spy balloons were spotted several times during Donald Trump's term, including 3 instances where they traveled near sensitive military facilities and training areas. People familiar said the balloons were spotted near Texas, Florida, and Hawaii, as well as Guam. The balloons also flew near Norfolk, Virginia, Coronado, baby, San Diego, ports where the U.S. stationed aircraft carriers. Donald Trump claims that this is false. Earthquake latest, the death toll in Turkey and Syria has topped 5,000. More than 11,000 buildings have been damaged, trapping many inside in freezing temperatures after 10 Turkish cities were struck. At least 4 airports were damaged. A sell-off in Turkish stocks deepened, and the country ordered the restart of oil flows to the Ceyhan export terminal. There was over 55 aftershocks, which is pretty wild, man. Rishi Sunak created a new department for energy security and named Grant Shapps to head it. Greg Hands is the new Conservative Party chairman, and Kemi Badenoch, business and trade chief. Michelle Donelan became science, innovation, and technology secretary, heading a new ministry. Collapsing UK home prices will push the Bank of England into a rapid pivot towards rate cuts. Former policymaker Danny Blanchflower said London home prices have flatlined in January, recording their worst performance in more than 3 years. The ECB won't need to return to ultra-low rates as inflation will settle in a new regime close to 2%. French labor unions are holding a third day of mass strikes against the retirement age. Widespread disruption is expected on the Paris metro. Rail operator SNCF expects half of the high-speed trains to run and many schools may close. The RBA hiked by 25 basis points and said tightening will need to be there to crush inflation, sending the currency and yields higher. The bank lifted cash rates to 3.25. Japan's labor cash earnings jumped 4% year on year in December, the most since 1997, the far faster than estimates. This may stoke bets the BFJ will consider a policy shift. So again, yesterday, rumor in Japan. Now, data in Japan has lifted the yen back up. So that one's going to be an interesting one over the next couple of days. Australia's surplus has shrank to $12 billion, $8.4 billion U.S. Taiwan exports have fell 21% in January year over year, and Philippine inflation has quickened to 8.7% in January, prompting the central bank to promise sustained efforts. South Korea will allow some offshore firms to participate directly in the local interbank currency market. New Zealand Prime Minister Hipkin says he will voice disagreement with China. U.S. South Korea warn against North Korea's illicit cyber activities. OPEC won't raise oil production this year amid uncertainty over Chinese demand and Russian supply. The leadership is in stay put mode. They feel very confident about recent decisions. Oil rose as Saudi Arabia signaled confidence in demand outlook with a surprise boost in prices. Gasoline heating oil jumped. Flows to Turkey's Sihan oil terminal will resume shortly. China's copper producers were their most active in 7 months in January, according to analysis of smelting activity. This promises more supply for a market already burdened by large stockpiles and weak demand. The country raised their gold reserves for the third month to more than 2,000 tons in January, and central banks worldwide are bolstering their bullion holdings. Intel and Comcast are among issuers today looking to sell investment-grade bonds today. Top Japanese banks, including Sumitomo, Mitsui, and Mizuho, will issue commitment letters for $10.6 billion of loan paybacks to Japan industrial partners. Activist investors find big companies that are ripe targets again. BP CEO Bernard Looney announced a 10% dividend hike and an extra $2.7 billion hike, higher oil and gas investment following record profit. BNP Paribas plans $5.4 billion buyback after the sale of their U.S. unit. SoftBank posted a net loss of $5.9 billion, far below estimates for a profit. Nintendo trimmed their full-year outlook, underscoring uncertainty about aging Switch console. Donnie stocks climbed after the conglomerate founders prepaid some debt and traders covered short positions. Boeing may cut about 2,000 jobs this year, primarily in finance and HR, Seattle Times reported. Bed Bath & Beyond is said to line up investors to avoid bankruptcy. DeSantis to take control of Disney's district in new bill. Crypto bank SEBA hires ex-JP Morgan as Asia Pacific CEO. Boeing to cut 2,000 jobs. Salesforce won't allow rank-and-file workers to attend their annual compensation or company meeting. HSBC poaches JP Morgan to lead UK segments. Rigged bets. Match fixing has always been around, but now it's more pervasive. The advent of online gambling and mobile devices, almost everyone can bet on a global buffet of different sports, all of them potentially corruptible. Read more on the big take here today. Alberto Safra, son of the world's richest bankers and the late Joseph Safra, sued his mother and two brothers in a bid to regain what he claims is his rightful share in New York's Safra National Bank. Alberto says his family members wrongfully diluted his 28% share and blocked him from seating his own director, the latest escalation in a legal battle over an empire worth about $25 billion. Americans drank less Australian wine last year, though Canadians topped more, while Australians said the value of exports to top destinations, including the U.S., U.K., and China, fell, reflecting inflation, higher costs, and rate hikes. Those challenges will continue even as curbs to the industry are sought to diversify after China trade curbs wallowed what was once the most lucrative market. Precious cargo traders and smugglers are moving much as $5 million from Pakistan to Afghanistan every day. They provide support for Afghanistan's squeezed economy and the way of Taliban to evade sanctions of their 2021 takeover of Kabul. For Pakistan, though, outflows are exacerbating a rapidly developing economic crisis. And then on this day in history, British yachtswoman Ellen MacArthur became the fastest person to sail around the world solo in 2005. Her journey took 71 days, 14 hours, and 18 minutes, and 33 seconds. She said she became better understanding of the fragility of human systems through the experience. Okay, that was cool. Not as usually they're like 20 people died, and then this guy created this, and then it was back in 2000. I don't know. That was cool. She yachted around the world. Why don't they say like sailed yacht woman? Sounds so bougie. Why sound so bougie out there? So we got a couple of pre-market movers. Activision, they rise as much as 2.5 after beating earning. They even got a price target upgrade, and Microsoft is still set to buy them at $95 a share. Lofa and Omega Semiconductor, AOSL, is down 11 after the chip maker reported second quarter results that missed. Audio Code, AUDC, tumbles 5% after fourth quarter that missed. Bed Bath & Beyond slumps 33% after the troubled home furnishing retailer said it's planning on issuing convertible preferred securities that would raise more than $1 billion. BigCommerce falls 3.4 as Piper Sandler cuts the software firm to neutral from overweight on less confidence. CTLT rises 4% after the company reiterated guidance for the year and said manufacturing partnership with Moderna will be extended. Chegg stumbles as much as 23% after U.S. online education provider issued weaker guidance, and people and analysts are worried about challenges from emerging AI technologies. Collegium Pharmaceuticals, Cole, shares fall 9% after they issued $175 million of convertible senior notes. Hawley, HLLY, shares dump 20% after Telsey downgraded the car part maker from Perform to Outperform. Oak Street, OSH, rallies 34% after Wall Street Journal reports that the company is close to an agreement to being acquired by CVS Health. Premier Inc., PINC, shares dropped 7% after the healthcare service company cut their adjusted earnings per share for the full year. Pinterest shares are down 0.9 after the social network reported fourth quarter revenue that was weaker than expected, but shares were able to bounce. Rambus, RMBS, shares are down 3.5 after the semiconductor company reported their fourth quarter results and gave the outlook. Skyworks gains 5% after the semiconductor maker results led the broker to raise targets on the company. Spirit Aero SPR falls 4% after the aircraft part maker reported greater than expected loss per share in the fourth quarter. And then Yeti Holdings edges down 3% after the company stopped the sale of 3 products after finding a potential safety concern. Uh-oh, your cooler ain't safe, dog. Your cooler ain't safe. I repeat. So I did not know that. Yeti. I remember y'all showed me Yetis. You know that? I didn't know Yeti till Chad explained to me what the Yeti was. It was quite fascinating. So, Chad, I love you. We got a couple more things to go over here, but that was a good majority of it. I hope you're ready. It's pow time, baby. It's pow time. So I'm going to go potty real quick, and I need to go get a glasses cleaner. My glasses are all smudgy this morning. I need a focus for pow, you know? So I'll be right back. I will be right back. So follow me on Instagram, @TheTradingFraternity. I love you. Amen. Let's go, baby. Like the video.
We have a strong and resilient economy.
The striking labor market report that we got on Friday obviously punctuated a historically strong period in the labor market recovery.
Last month, we created over 500,000 jobs, more than 12 million since the president took office.
We're seeing inflation moderate.
What I see is a path in which inflation is declining significantly and the economy is remaining strong.
Fresh tensions with China and a showdown on Capitol Hill looming over President Biden's State of the Union address. Speaker McCarthy calling the president to the negotiating table ahead of his big night.
Mr. President, it's time to get to work. The problem only gets solved when both parties come to the table. No drawing lines in the sand, no policy gimmicks or political games. We can have reckless spending or we can have responsibility.
This coming as the president looks to renew his proposal for a billionaire tax. A White House preview of the speech reading, quote, "This minimum tax would make sure that the wealthiest Americans no longer pay a tax rate lower than teachers and firefighters." For more down in Washington, here's Bloomberg's Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, let's start with what's possible in this address later.
Well, not much when it comes to a billionaire's tax, Jonathan, or as well as quadrupling the excise tax on share buybacks. Remember, in the IRA, they were able to get a 1%, but many Democrats say that is just not high enough on these corporations. The issue is the president is facing a divided Congress. So a lot of this legislation he may want to pitch just has no legs in Congress right now. But the economy will be front and center. That is what Brian Deese told us yesterday in this speech. The president was given a gift on Friday. As he walks into this speech, he can claim that under him being president, it is the lowest unemployment rate since 1969. He was 26, 27 years old, John, when we saw an unemployment rate this low. He is now 80 years old. The issue the president has is his polling numbers. The American people don't feel the economy that he is talking about, and that is a difficult position for him as he faces, one, a divided Congress, and also as he plans to announce a 2024 bid.
Just on the debt ceiling debate, there's a passage in this fact sheet the White House put out yesterday. It reads as follows. President Biden's predecessor passed the nearly $2 trillion unpaid-for tax cut with benefits skewed to the wealthy and large corporations. And the deficit, and I think this is the key line, Anne-Marie, the deficit went up every...
The deficit went up every year. Chattadonia, how you living, man? You living good? I hope you're ready. It's looking like a glorious day. I'm so excited for Powell. I hope you guys are too, man. This is it. This is the moment of Powell. So, Chad, let's have some fun here. I hope you're ready, but I need all hands on deck right now. Mods, get ready to ban them if it's not serious. And, Chad, get ready to be serious. I need to know your first play, baby. I need to know your first play of the day. Let me know your first play. Here's your warning. If it's not serious, you'll get banned. It's not a timeout. It's a ban. But let's go, man. Let's source that info. What you got for me? Watching the bonds, Boyle Long, Snap calls, HUD-A merger calls, NVIDIA calls, Tesla puts, watching LMT, Google, XLF, Baidu calls, Tesla, Tessie puts, watching IEF, VLD calls, NVIDIA, Tesla Long, ELF shares, Meta puts, TLT puts, Meta puts, Pfizer calls, Feta puts, Pfizer puts, paper trade in Meta, shorting ES, JP Morgan, Apple calls, Tesla, Palantir, Tesla call, SPY above 411, waiting for JPOW, SPY above 400 calls, big holding, NVIDIA puts, Snap puts, Tesla calls, NVIDIA calls, sitting on hands, NQ puts, CCL calls, short Pinterest, Google calls, AXP calls, AMD calls, Apple calls, Biden, Meta puts, SQQ, NVIDIA calls, short in Tesla, short in Pfizer, SPY calls, Enphase calls, SQQ, Amazon puts, holding Uber and shares for Airbnb, AI coin long, IEF, UVXY, Chipotle puts, DraftKings puts, defense, Apple calls, Meta calls, BAM, SPY putties, waiting for the Chad, baby, watching 4100 for the bounce, YCL, UVXY, Tesla put if 199, watching for 4100, ZT and UB, BBBY puts would be slapped if you picked them up before close. LMT calls, Baidu puts, TP on Baidu, Long Travel, Apple puts, XOM, Pfizer puts, Meta calls, TMC, Travel, Chegg, waiting on JPOW, puts on Powell's, Boeing, BBBY puts, SPY calls, Airbnb calls, Costco calls, and still in NQ short, baby. I'm with ya. I'm with ya. Wow. Oh. There you go. You did it again, Chad. You did it again. They're on fire. Everybody was safe. Look at that. We could have safe streets out here. You know that? Look at that. Everybody was safe. Oh, man, that's beautiful. So I got a couple of plays. I would love to share with you my plays. I'm going to be watching LMT, defensives, and even LMT has been low-key rallying out of nowhere. Baidu, I'm so mad I didn't buy it yesterday. They announced that they're releasing their ChatGPT in March. Google as well, and even AI. Any of the AI plays, we'll see how they play out. Even NetEase, I'm going to look at that as another China play. Skyworks, they had good earnings, so maybe it's kind of in its own little world today. Chegg, they did bad, but they were kind of bouncing a little bit here. So we're going to see how that plays out. Then Bank of America, XLF, any of the banking stocks, depending on what we get here. Amen? Amen. It's good. It's good. It's good. Amen. Amen. Josh's permanent ban. If you joke around, Josh, in the afternoon, why doesn't my watch list have more views? Yeah, no, not really. I just tell you to watch the watch list so you don't be an asshole and ask me the same question and feel entitled and expect me to repeat myself 1,000, 2,000 times over and over again. What do you mean? We got to stay focused, bro. I think it's a very, very simple logic. I don't care. That's it. We focus, man. I'm in the game. You don't like it. That's sorry. It's okay. You could go anywhere else. I hope they're going to tell you go buy BBBY. They're going to be like BBBY. Then it's down 70%. So good morning. You know what I'm saying? That's all. You got to do what you got to do, baby. You got to do what you got to do. Oh, I want to be surrounded by real ones out here. You know what I'm saying? I hope they feel me. I hope they feel me. Oh, good morning, Chattadonia. So we do have a couple of minutes here. We are ahead of the game a little bit. So, Chad, any pressing questions? Again, Jerome Powell, a lot of people are getting worried about there. Again, even yesterday, Raphael Bostic was unscheduled. You are also going to be getting like 2 or 3 other ones. You're going to get 2 or 3 other things on there. 2 or 3 other Fed speakers who are going to be talking. So keep that one in mind. Keep that one in mind. But is there anything else? That's it. My goal is never get banned. Amen, man. It's definitely possible. And I appreciate all of you who have never been banned and have given the same respect that we put in here and have chosen to be more mature than immature, even though I could be immature at times too. So I understand. Right place, right time. Middle of the day, we usually have fun. But in the mornings, we got to do our thing, man. So what do we got? Closed check puts. I do see more juice on LMT. I think LMT is going to be an interesting one. I mean, it could start to break out. And even if you look at defend, just go look at all of the defensives. It's actually they're all just actually running up there. The link to I don't have it. We have to register. I did not actually get that. So are they going to make me pay for it? That's going to suck if I have. We should be getting it live, but if they make us wait for it, that's going to suck. So that's actually good. Read more. Honorable Jerome Powell. February 7th. Oh, wow. They got a new picture of him. It's crazy. Let's see. Event podcasts. Walgreens Boot Alliance. Wait, is he? No, it's December 7th. I'll have the link up. Thank you for letting me know. We'll have to prepare a little bit. Japan data. So Japan wage inflation rose a lot, or their wages increased. So that's very good for the people who want to think that Japan is going to pivot on policy. And that was that kind of eased up the yen from yesterday. But it's just a wild concept that rumor brought it down so much. And then the exact data you would want to see a stronger yen just came out. So last time the wages weren't going up, and that got some people worrying. Oh, a more Fati Chad, baby. God bless you. Welcome and good morning. They told them to raise wages. They did, but they weren't seeing wages raise if you go and look at the last set of data. So the fact it came in, it kind of supported the whole, abandoned yield curve control and all of that. So that got that one's a big one. Again, even most of the currencies, like all around the world today, there was a lot of weakening. Now the yen strengthened a little, so it's going to make things a little more interesting here. So we'll find out, but definitely, watch the dollar and bonds for young Pow this year. I do like REITs this year, but you got to get them at the right price. That's the thing. Some REITs are still just clapped, and some are doing very, very, very good. But speaking of clap in a positive formation, I want to just give a round of applause and a special shout out for a very special group of people, ladies and gentlemen. Here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to get that dollar, it don't matter what it is. We got to pay homage to all of our active servicemen, past servicemen, and veterans of the United States of America, baby. They have given us so much sacrifice. They've given us so much that we don't even know, man. We don't even recognize it all the time. So this is the very least we could do. And all my veterans out there, I hope you could accept this shout out and thank you and know that we love you. Even same thing to the families out there because they have made their sacrifice as well. And I hope you guys continue this tradition. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. That's all you need. That's all you got to be doing. And then, honestly, too, all the doctors, teachers, nurses, public service out there, police officers, firefighters, anybody out there, bro, holding it down for their community, volunteering, man, helping out at the nonprofits, helping out. Maybe you at like the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club. I don't know. Depends where you at, man. But you know if you're making a difference and you know if you're doing things positively. So God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. We appreciate you. God bless you. And thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Citizens! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go, Chad. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Are you ready for Powell? Are you ready for Powell or what? Are you ready for Powell or what, Chad Adonia? So we've already gone over the place. There's a lot out there. Again, there's still a couple of post-earnings, so don't forget about that. And I want to see my bank stocks. Where are they? Are they still up here? Oh, they're kind of down. Let's go. Let's see where we're at. They're kind of down. The banks are going to get interesting here. I just don't like their premium. That's the only problem I have with bank stocks right now. That is my only problem. I know Goldman Sachs, they already bounced up a lot. I guess 360. Goldman, man. Big Goldman. Big Goldman, you know. All of them, man. All of these banks. Wow. Even the Wells Fargo. Meta calls. I still got some Meta shares. So we're going to see if they hold up. Again, everything recovered from the Pinterest earnings, which was quite interesting. Snap got clapped a little bit. So did Snap a little bit. And then they came back up there. Snap was actually, Snap's doing extremely well right now. So that one's wild. We will find out here very shortly. And again, Skyworks, I like that one here in the morning. But I want to see how it holds up. And then, yeah, we're going to watch the banks and everything else in between. The bonds hate us. At least the yen went up today. And that's it for now. ADS today. Oh, there is? ADS, really? Oh. It is on. No, but I have it turned off. That's weird. I see it on my chat. I see some stupid-ass trader on my screen. I see some stupid-ass scam trying to scam you. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. We already closed that one out. What are we up? You're down. Dow is actually getting killed today. Good morning, Jake from State Farm. Hey, man. Apple's down. Nvidia's up again. Let's see, 36. Good morning. A lot of red candles to start out, honestly. Kind of crazy. Let's start with some of these. Oh, my shit's not warmed up yet. Where's Boeing? Clifford's all around. Bed Bath & Beyond sinks by record 48%. Again, OSH, Oak Street. You got something there as well, too. All right, I grabbed 100 shares of Bank of America, 36.30. I want to buy more, but I'm just going to start with that because usually I flip like 300 shares on that because it doesn't move a lot. Look at Amazon just vomiting. Again, they've been down since everything else. Boeing's coming up. And again, I think Lockheed was really, really leading. Microsoft's on the high. And then remember, Baidu, man. I'm so mad we didn't grab that one yesterday. Baidu actually killed it. They announced news of their AI stuff. And don't forget about Young Dollar. Spies are, that's VWAP on the SPY. Again, where are we? We're down about 17th of a percent. NASDAQ is in the green right now. So Microsoft solidly in the green. That could be all of the AI hype. That's actually quite impressive. Apple's in the green now. Thessalonian is barely red. Amazon is just getting smashed. They're down 1.7. So see, Baba's even on there. Where's NetEase too? That was another one I was keeping in mind. Bot Pinterest. Where is Pinterest? Meta, Snap. Again, Pinterest is only down 0.3. That's after missing. Again, it seems like all the social media stocks. Meta's down a little bit more. So is Netflix. Netflix, Meta, Amazon. The other ones are all green. This is the highest for Baidu since March 2022. Where's Snap? Oh, and then don't forget Airbnb and Uber for earnings. Baidu keeps going, 159. I think we sold out at 154 that one time. Airbnb and Uber on the low right there. Bank of America, oil's on the high. Energy's the leader on the day. Tech is number 2, then materials 0.16, and then communications 0.14. Worst is real estate and discretionaries. NVIDIA pullback. There's Bank of America. JP Morgan is back up to green. Remember, they were going crazy. Gold trade, I mean, depends on what Powell says, but I think gold might get smashed here if Powell is hawkish. Tesla flying. It's still at that 195. It's kind of the same price the last couple days. Baidu is the one going crazy. I'm telling you, the AI hype today is real. Again, Baidu is making things run up there. Even, again, Microsoft in their announcement. Microsoft's, like, very well outpacing everything else. SQL halted. Square's on the low. Even PayPal's back down here again. BBBY on the high. So is BBBY, is it back to the same price that everyone was freaking out? Yeah. So all of yesterday, man, that could be fun. Good luck. Activision bounce. Well, I would be careful about the buyout because, again, that's just off of the, again, that's up to the government. But people, they did have good earnings. I even heard a good note on Roblox, but Roblo is selling off. Again, SPY came up here a little bit. I have levels for you. I forgot. Let's see. 41. Oh, damn, you're at 4,100 flat. So, I mean, you remember how that was yesterday. 4,100 leads to 40.93, then 40.80. So, actually, this is a very key level so far. Very, very interesting. Amazon. I'd watch Baidu in the China name, see what they do. Axon, AXON on the low. Looks like they're kind of flushing. Axon Enterprises down 4.6 right now. What is that? And then there's Bank of America moving up here a little bit. I kind of wish we got a little more. Tesla dump, Tesla red. Meta's even on the low still. Netflix. Again, if Microsoft gives up, that'll... Yeah, Microsoft's running, though. So, again, you're getting that little bit of rotation element. The Dow recovered a little bit here for the first, 5 minutes, but watch out for that. Yeah, Osh, you just got to figure out, again, it's like $10.5 billion. So, I don't know the market cap, but I'm assuming it's trading near the buyout price. Yeah, Microsoft's going crazy. Snap finally gave up. Again, they were holding up 12 there. Vintrist. How's healthcare? Remember UNH and, what was it, Humana yesterday? Those guys were solidly green. Utilities are down this time. Materials are recovering from yesterday, actually. Materials are only one of three green. Tech, materials, energy, only thing you have right now in the green. Microsoft's hitting a high. Meta's hitting a low. Yeah, and that gas was moving up there. We'll see how long it lasts. ALNY, there's biotech, no news. I thought I said biotech news. Coinbase manager to plead guilty to insider trading on ICOs. Bed Bath & Beyond has halted now off of going up. LMT, they gave up 1.5% right there. Yeah, Boeing is holding up really good. McDonald's, HC. SPY is at a low right now. So watch out. 4098. Again, yesterday we hit 4093. It doesn't feel like we did, but... So you could go a little bit lower. 4093 is literally, that's yesterday's level now. February 6th low. Otherwise, 4080. So this one kind of created its own level yesterday, but I think 4080 would be the next spot. I think Chipotle has earnings. Correct me if I'm wrong. But dude, Microsoft's running. Bro, Microsoft's already up 2%. They're getting some of that AI Baidu love. Where is AI drop? What was the other one? Sound. And then Big Bear. Or what was the one? What's the Big Bear one? What's it called? I know SOUN is one. Yeah, CMG's after hours. BBBAI. Bye-bye. Again, all of these are crazy. So they're up a lot. Yeah, BBAI. I like Baidu and Microsoft the best, since that way. Those other ones, though, they're small. You could go small on them if you really want to. Yeah, CMG is after hours. Thank you for that. BP's on the high. They announced buybacks this morning and a 10% increase to the dividend. Dollar is still in the green pretty decisively. Dude, Microsoft again. Dog, that AI hype is running. Yeah, Microsoft ate its Wheaties today for sure. I think you could blame Baidu, and then Amazon just selling off. Amazon needs like a cloud-based one. Axon again, dude. Let me check on that one again. Bro, Axon is down 8% now. So shares down the most in 2 months. Nothing. I think they had earnings the other day, and they had all these price targets. They might be having like an analyst meeting or something related to could be like a delayed conference call. AXON, they're down 8. Materials are still bouncing up here. Bro, Microsoft is unreal. Nvidia's been nice for the last like months, 2 months now. OSH is moving up. Again, I don't know the total buyout amount. Yeah, banks are looking solid right now. I kind of wish I got more Bank of America, but I'll take it. JP Morgan, I think JP Morgan and GS, watch for those ones to go, and then because they led yesterday. Then the smaller ones like Bank of America, Wells Fargo were kind of chiller. There's sound. And then watch, that's dollar. I need my IEF. Bonds are coming up. Uber's on the high now. Look at you, Uber. Look at you. Yeah, Uber flipped. So, again, 34 is going to be a big level. Yeah, again, don't forget. Even Disney, too. That's another earnings later in this week. Don't forget about Lyft, too, as a sympathy to Uber if you want to play that one. Yeah, PayPal. No love for PayPal. They got the downgrade. They have earnings, tomorrow? What bank? I like JP Morgan the best, but right now I went with Bank of America because they were underperforming the last couple of days. And JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, the big ones, they've kind of ran up here. So there's a little less premium on Bank of America and Wells Fargo right now. But if I added JP Morgan to the long term not too long ago. Mood change. We going higher. We did flip, so you bounced right at pretty much right below 4,100. You did see some level of bounce here yesterday. So we'll see. You got one gap to fill, and don't forget, technically, you have not filled yesterday's gap to 41.37. And then you have, 2-3 hours here until Powell? Uber. Amazon's still getting crushed. Apple came back up here, though. Nvidia, UNG again. Watch Regen, too. Regen was hitting records all day yesterday, or 52-week highs. So OSH, you're saying $10.5 billion, $39 a share. So there's like $5 left on the table. Good info on that one. I'll have to double check. Again, I don't know. Check how much debt they have, if that's the case, but that sounds about right. It's pretty much trading right near it. Zoom. Amazon again. So coming back down here real quick, or you're right pretty much at the opening candle. Again, a lot of different names are just moving in different directions. Like Snap is coming back up. Baidu still holding. And then Uber went negative to green for the earnings run up. Microsoft is leading by a huge margin. Netflix is still down. Boeing is near the top. LMT sold off the earlier gains. And then the banks are all running. But banks are still red on the day, believe it or not. So XLF is still in the red. There's PayPalian. LMT selling off now. GE dropped. Materials are recovering here today. Still barely up, though. Again, same leaders. Tech is actually the leader now on the day, 0.5. Sure, you could blame Microsoft. NASDAQ is in the green, SPY is in the red, and then Dow is the worst on the day. Cruise lines flying. Oh, yeah, they are. They're up 4%. Damn. Bro, RCL, CCL. Dude, RCL's up 8%? Jeez. Yeah, those are running. Carrier Global. Shares fall after inline results. They're down 4%. Skyworks gets another price target increase. Damn, Skyworks already ran. I kind of ignored that one there. I liked it there. And then SPY's popping up here. You are now 41.06. The gap is 41.11. And then really I'm looking for 41.30. for this to get any sort of bullish. JPM green. Yeah, the cruises are going crazy. RCL's on the high again. Watch Uber at 34. Expedia's on the high. Norwegian reported better than expected. That's why they're up. That's very good, man. Very good. 8%, you know? 8% is a lot of it, man. It is a lot of it. Amazon's doing the worst. Amazon's doing the worst. The likes are doing decent. You guys are almost at 1,000 likes, so we appreciate you. So that's good. Definitely likes are doing better than Amazon right now. City's on the high. Oh, I forgot about City. I low-key always ignore. City actually has a little bit better. But City just has its own little problems. Meta's on the high now. I've totally been ignoring them. Yeah, Meta's going green. City's decent. But City also had a run. City and Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley's already been holding. JP Morgan, more banks are moving now. Puts don't hit the same. Well, we didn't really move much. I think pre-market definitely felt a little bit more uglier, but it really wasn't like the biggest difference there. Me and my girl and stepdaughter all like, now you talking, bro. You got the whole family involved. I love you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Let me see if I need to get y'all some good info here now. And again, we're just going to have Powell to deal with. I got one for the Bears. I don't know if y'all into anything bearish. Can I interest you in some bearish content? Would that entice any more likes out there? Yesterday I wasn't really good at negotiating. I was only looking for like 2 likes at a time. So if you could hit that thumbs up button, I know my Bears, I know you've been waiting, man. So I got one for the Bears. So here it is for the Bears. It's okay. I didn't even look at the likes. I trust y'all. We've been developing a good relationship as of lately. So thank you. But pretty much the NASDAQ 100, as it's approaching a bear market, this is the difference between the PE ratio and the real yields. So if you've noticed, literally since like 2018, usually the PE ratio, it would catch up to the real yields, or as real yields have fallen, so has the PE ratio. And right now, this is probably your biggest divergence between PE ratio and real yields in about, 5 years, 5 or 6 years. So pretty good fun fact, depending on how you want to look at it. Okay. All right, I bought 100 shares of Citi at 50.80. So Citi, Bank of America. I went 2 banks here today. Those are going to be my Powell plays. I got, Citi moves a little bit more aggressively, and then we got more room for a young Bank of America. Oh, Meta. Ooh, reds everywhere. Where do you get all this money? Again, you don't need that much for shares. So like 100 shares, it's a lot more manageable on margin. And then again, even though we have some pretty big losses here on other plays, I don't know. Some people be playing me with shit, man. We ran up a nice like 100K net profit towards the end of last year through all the different plays. And even then, even though I took a couple of losses yesterday, we still did positive on the share flips. So these share flips are bringing in a little bit more. But shares, man, Tesla red, dollar again. Again, I'd watch with the yen. The yen would get a little tricky there, huh? Yeah, but dollar is climbing up here. You're back down here to the lows, or near it at the very least. Back to 4,100. You just flip below 4,100, bounce back up. I have not opened up the book map. You really did 100K. Well, I not net, but in the last from like August to whatever, I think it was like net like $40,000, but because we did very bad in the beginning with the options and everything else, but we turned it around. So like from August till December was about 100,000 in net profit just on flips. And then now the long term is doing its work too. So that's why I took some big losses here, but I mean, it's still, I think we could still fight through them, but I'm not really off of my back foot in the same way we were, at the getting clapped at the beginning of last year was a lot worse. C is not a long-term play. No, these are flips for Powell. I came to Twitch after not being able to find something decent on YouTube. It didn't suggest it. Hopefully you have found a home, my friend. That's it. I hope you have found a home. We have two. We have the Twitch and the YouTube, but you will find your home. I don't want to call you a stepchild just yet, but it's okay. We love you. The Twitch knows what I mean. If you're new, it might sound very weird. You know what I'm saying? You might be like, this is very, very awkward. I know about Jeppy, but I haven't bought anything. I'm waiting on Jeppy. It's actually came down a little bit, and I like it, but I still want a little bit more. I want a little bit more of a discount before going Jeppy. You know what I'm saying? There's the Meta. Uber covered call. I like the premiums. The premiums are high on Uber. And then it's just like there's enough time where like if Uber does good, Uber is going to rip on earnings. But if they do bad, we're just going to get more money. And like the covered calls are very, very nice in terms of like yield. But then even if it runs up past my price, there's enough time on that one. And there's like a whole nother year of contracts where we could just roll it over and it really won't cost us. But I have been very, very much liking premium with selling it some here. We've talked about it. A lot of them went up, but like this year we've gotten almost $1,000 just on covered calls, which is amazing. So, it's kind of like a pseudo dividend yield. And, even on like Uber, it says we're only up here like 5%, but I've actually made another 5-10% from last year on the covered calls too. So selling another set, it helps out a tremendous amount. Oh, Redfin is down, huh? Redfin down, Snap up, Meta up. I wanted to see the covered call. Damn it. Why is the Xbox open up? Okay, that just broke my computer. Please hold. I literally just broke my computer with Xbox. Nice. Okay, this is getting really awkward now. You for real, Xbox? Bro, I can't do anything. Yo, man. Are you serious? Xbox off. There it is. Okay, we good. I was like, dude, come on. That wasn't cool at all. I was just trying to see my covered calls. Yes, it got little. I think they're the same price as yesterday. Meta, VMware on the high. Have they confirmed their buyout? And then again, Enphase has earnings today. ANET's on the high. That's one of the last shorts I need to close. Had that Microsoft trying to... Oh, did I turn someone's Xbox off? My bad if I did. Oxy's on the high finally. Again, energy. Number 3 on the day, communication. Financials are still red. but they're trying to get back up here. Again, we went Citi and Bank of America. Why Tesla flipping red? They've kind of been leading, but again, we're not really moving too much. NXPI's up. That could be sympathy to Skyworks. Keep that one in mind. But, dude, you're like, dude, we're dancing at this 4,100 still. Again, you're shooting up to like, remember, 4,107, 4,108 was a real hassle yesterday. And you're right there. You appear confident covering your shorts. No, I just have a big short that I'm on. I just don't want to get I don't want to have to deal with too many of them. That's it. Because now I could handle this NQ, but I don't want to have 10 other short plays. Because, dude, that's why I was like, I went short on Apple again. I went short on Tesla. I had like 2 other ones that we closed there too. It's just like GE. I don't want it to, if anything goes against me, there's no point of tripling up my losses when I could just make, this one will get me everything back. And then now with the bonds not protecting the same way, if things did come down, shorts would benefit it, but now there's just too high of a cost. So that's why I just said I want to close out some of the shorts. I even closed out some longs as well, but I just would rather balance it out so that I could have stamina for kind of moving forward with it, just in case, because we're entering volatility, and even bond volatility is picking up. Growth bonds went green here for the day. Oh, Redfin, you down? TLT's on the high. IEF, TSM's bouncing too. I may want that 4080. It could. 4080, then it goes into 4080 goes into or it might stop at 4093 like yesterday. We're gonna find out. Omer, that was from yesterday. They got that milestone payment per one of their biotechs. Watch if Baidu comes down. Bonds are catching a bid now, but let's see what happens. Tesla and Amazon weakness. Let's see where's Microsoft. Microsoft's still low-key a behemoth right now. And then Netflix is kind of weak too, down 1%. AI plays still kind of holding. Airbnb came down, and Uber too. So those are more earnings. PayPal's trying to work its way up. The banks are killing it though. That play is working out very, very well. Cruise lines. I saw them today, but I'm not really a fan of cruise lines. I get seasick really easy, so I don't think I can invest. Oxy's finally moving up. Good for you, buddy. Good for you. LMT weird, bro. It just dumped that. But again, I think it was kind of some of the value names and how they reacted. But I'm liking it. Amazon below 100 now. It's been below 100, but that candle right there kind of flushed it. Never thought I'd say this, but I stuck into a BBBY call this morning. All that matters is if you save 10%. You know what I'm saying? Then after that, that's between you and the Lord. And I hope you get some penicillin. You know what I'm saying? Because something might burn. It might burn. Is that too deep of a joke? It might be. I'm sorry. Some of you know. If you know what I'm saying, that's disgusting. Yeah, AWS numbers is the issue, and they didn't have any hype. No, they didn't get to, they didn't get any hype from AI. They didn't have anything like that. NVIDIA is solid. Snowflake, AI, everything. The bonds are just getting mad bid right now. It's so weird. They're probably just gonna sell off right after Powell though, so we got to be careful of. The Lord almost saved me. Didn't break past 750. Which is your average. I should have taken the 10% loss. Maybe it was in negotiation with the Lord. I don't know. It's okay. Usually, like, when I talk shit about those stocks, it doesn't come true that fast. But yesterday was wild. You just gave up everything. I think it's up right now, though. So I think people are excited by it. But, like, legitimately, they didn't even waste 24 hours to start diluting everybody. So, like, literally all of everybody screaming out BBBY and all of that. It was just, it was there. Nah, yeah, you were like, Lord, give me 750 and I promise I'll put 3/4 in the long term. He was like, best I could do is 670. He's like, take it or leave it, bud. Best I could do. You know, these humans are evil. They want to dilute, man. It's cool, though. I mean, retail low-key just kind of saved them. So that was kind of interesting. Why is Citigroup trying to push Palantir down? If you haven't seen my analyst video, I mean, just go look at the analysts. You know, sometimes you'll just go see what they do. A lot of them just go in with the trend. You know, so it's not even, I mean, and the analyst track records are, you know, very variable. There's like pretty much like 3 analysts that are good out of every like 50 that cover a stock. Bank of America and even Citi, I'm going with the banks because, again, the problem is right now, yesterday you had that massive repricing of bonds and people are expecting higher rates. They're kind of believing Powell, right? So the only person who would benefit off of like a strong jobs report and high rates, who is going to benefit off of that? It's actually like kind of simple. We've talked about it many times. Anytime we've brought this up, it's always played out, and it's kind of doing it again. The only problem I don't like with the banks is that they're up, but the banks are the ones who win off of that because now that means the consumer's strong. They're not showing any imminent sign of weakness, and then now they're going to be getting, they could potentially be getting another 0.5% to 1.5%. Who even knows, higher off of the interest rates. Dollar's coming up because the yen strengthened a little bit, and that did it. But then every other the yen was balancing out the dollar today. But then like the pound and the euro, I believe, are getting smashed here. Again, you're back to 4,100, bro. Ain't no love in the heart. Watch out though. The pound looks like it wants to go up, but the euro's still getting caved. Whoa, 4101. So 10-point gap between SPX and ES. J Powell, I mean, I truly believe Jerome Powell's a wild card today. That's the only way. Like, you have to realize now, after he came in, didn't clap the market last time, and then kind of like, you know, played this little game, now he is a wild card because people are like worried, but if he comes in and says the same thing, you know, not everyone's expecting that the same way. But then Powell could very well push back. And some people are expecting him to push back. A lot of the analysts that are like really reading into Jerome Powell, they're using, you know, Fed Bostic's comments yesterday as well. There's one more person too, but they're kind of just alluding to the fact that Powell might even argue a little higher. I think there was one person this morning, I forgot who it was. They were even saying 6% rates could be possible. It's either, well, he's just a wild card. He's like literally the Uno wild card. He could do anything right now. He could become a bear. He could become a bull. He could do the same thing. He could pick any color he wants right now. Yeah, so I think we're gonna get the Powell speech, but I haven't registered yet. And just don't forget, you're gonna get 2 other Fed members here today that will also be speaking. AI's coming up. Powell will be at 12:40 Eastern. But you need to like the video, because if you like the video, you would see that in the title. But that's going to occur in about 2 hours and 37 minutes. Jay always got that +4 on deck. It is, man. That's what we're going to find out. We're going to find out shortly. Dude, Amazon is dumping Back to 98. I'm glad I sold that one out. That's crazy because I bought it at 97 on that flip, and it was good. That's a wishbone right there. So they could still got a little bit more to come down, but they're definitely giving up a lot. Bank of America now. I think everything's kind of coming down. Some more than others. Even PayPal and little mini wishbone. Drop some knowledge, please. What you need, man. Really, it's all going to come down to Powell today. But I wish I could give you something more preemptive. I'm kind of leaning more towards he does nothing. But, just we can't forget the thing right in the rear view mirror is data. It's a strong jobs report. So if he wants to use that as his opportunity to hammer home a much higher rate, he's going to do it. But then again, the bond market is kind of reacted to him. So I think with the bond market already reacting to him, maybe Powell is happy. Yeah, 4,100 really is a line in the sand. So that's the thing. Like, if you see this, what we brought up yesterday, again, this is, oh my gosh, it just keeps getting tighter. This is so weird. So again, here is the Fed futures right here. Again, dude, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, this shit was over here. So this is a huge increase, but I said this yesterday, like, this makes Powell happy. So I don't know if now coming into this meeting, even though you're off a big jobs report, if the bonds are kind of agreeing with Powell, I wonder if that would make him calm down a little bit more. Oh, Coca-Cola has earnings on February 14th. I forgot about that. Coca-Cola, so some people are already talking about pre-earnings run. Meta's running up here now. So that's good. Meta's starting to take off a little bit. AI hype is comparable to metaverse. They're gonna be it's gonna be like EV. I'm telling you. So I think that's a good opportunity to trade. You just got to be careful. So like some of them are there, and there's gonna be a lot. That's why I said it's better to go for like the legacy guys and the companies that have other additions beyond just AI. So you could play them in multiple ways, but I think you're going to get big 50% pops. You're going to get big 30, 40% sell-offs. And then, every couple of weeks here until the hype either gets bigger and bigger or until it dies down, you're going to get, it's going to be a game of hot potato musical chairs. But it's definitely, it's there. I mean, I could already tell by how many people have mentioned AI. So let me even give you a little bit more than that. This is a great one. Yeah, look at this. You want to know how the bubble's forming? Right here, dog. Right here. Super easy. Look at this. This is from 2021 till now. The amount of topics on AI. So you're doubling up anything you've seen of last year and the year before that. There's more. So this ever since ChatGPT, and then now in this week alone, this month, it's just insane. So like you have like literally social trends and everything is pointing towards that. So I just think it's going to be a game of back and forth. AFG or UMP and CMP, KKR on the high. Couple of things moving. Yeah, KKR is running. Let me see. I'm looking in this SoundHound because I've seen a lot of people talk about that, but is SoundHound just like Shazam? They have it just an app. And I don't know what Big Bear AI is. I've heard of CP3 AI, but I've never used CP3 AI. All I've used is ChatGPT. I feel like that's how we all are when it comes down to it. So SoundHound is just like Shazam. Okay, that's decent. All right, we're coming back down. Watch for the 4,100 line in the sand here. Bro, you like hit it and bounce. There's bigger orders here it wants to take out, but you have like a 20-point range of orders already set up there. Finish it off with Peja Stojakovic. CPI is AI for logistics. SoundHound, you could hum the music. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Dollar pop. So let's see if this clears us right now. Where should you do trading account? I'm Canadian. I think you might be able to get TD Ameritrade or Schwab now. That might be possible to you. Otherwise, I know most of my Canadian friends, they use, what's it called? Questrade. I've heard good things about Questrade, but other than that, I'm sorry. AI is the new commodity. AI is just the new hype. Oh, Interactive Brokers is solid too. I know that you could get them out there. IBKR, can't go wrong with. I mean, they have different fees and like it's kind of complicated, but there's a lot. Yo, you're dumping on that. It looks to be the dollar. So dollar literally gapped here above 28 or 5 cents above. Now you have that big sell. It cleared at 407, but then it's kind of bouncing. You hit 4097. That's a new low of the day. But then again, 4093 is the low of yesterday that you want to be waiting for. Fake drop. Tesla is extremely choppy. Everything is really choppy right now. Again, you're going below 4097. Let's see where this takes us. Tesla's on the low now. Again, Meta's still kind of holding up. Check Microsoft and the rest of them. I think if Microsoft slips, that one won't be pretty. And again, Amazon is weighing on the indexes. Energy's in the green. Tech is still in the green. And I think financials have slipped a little bit. Yeah, even Bank of America came down. Kramer said he likes Tesla. Snappy. Snappy is holding up, man. Very weird. Snapchat's been on fired. Again, another new low here. Dollar's trying to go a little crazy here, but you are now getting into yesterday's low. Watch 40.93. If that breaks, 40.80 would become the next level. Kramer kiss of death. Yeah, dollar keeps running up here too. Is volume actually 1 million on what? Even NVIDIA. They even let NVIDIA down. The market doesn't seem sensitive. It wasn't before, but it's starting to get there. Again, I brought it up yesterday. Like, you got to realize you could start another doom loop with the dollar once again. So, like, if either it's the yen, the bonds, or the dollar, if one of them starts moving and sets off the other one. So like right now, like the higher yields go, the stronger the dollar is going to be, or vice versa. If the dollar starts getting strong, that could influence higher yields. And then if they both just start feeding off of each other, that's where it starts to get like a little wild, more or less. Googly wiggly. Okay. I am now fully involved in AI hype. I only put $600 or $700. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I grabbed 200 shares of SoundHound. I think it could drop a little bit more, but we're going to start with that. Google on the high now. Yeah, I think this is going to be a swing trade over the next couple of weeks. I think this is just the beginning of it. I think you're going to get half of it going up, half of it going down. You're going to get 1 week of running, then it's going to drop. Like I said, it's going to drop 50%. That's why I'm keeping it very, very small. And then it's going to drop and pop and drop and pop. And then that is it. But either way, protecting it with the balance, even if it comes back down to $2 or like $1.70, I will lose what? $2 off. I think we'll lose $400 or $300. Every rip is being sold. Again, I think the dollar is just giving us pressure. You're now below 4,100. That little bounce there too. You failed to even break back above, so you might go down a little bit more. Google, I wouldn't be surprised. I would have bought Google if it's not the same price. Google might even just be more AI shit. Yeah, Google's running up there. I didn't think about covered calls on sound. Maybe, actually. You could just lower your cost basis, like, tremendously. So I could sell $215. I could get $230 back, which would be like 50% of the amount. Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad strategy. And then even if it rallies up, you could probably roll it over. Why don't I get the 475? What do you mean? Google is running now. Meta is starting to move up there. Again, Meta's in its own little world. Look at any of the other earnings that were kind of in their own little world too. If those are doing good, I mean, there you go. No, the option trading at Exodus, not at all. Again, the other day you had one of the most, you had like a record amount of calls actually purchased. So people are still in the game. Goog and Google, the difference is voting shares. Meta's going up now too. I think the market is overpriced in macro terms. Well, that's kind of broad. If we're talking like pricing and averages and, fundamentally, like the price to earnings ratios are extreme. They're very, very high. And, that has its own little effects there in and of itself. Dude, Google, what the hell are they doing? Bro, Google's going crazy. And then Microsoft might start to work here. Be on the lookout for that. Yeah, Powell is going to be coming on in about 2.5 hours. Actually, 2 hours and 20 minutes, to be exact. No news on Google again. It might be the AI shit. We'll find out here. Microsoft, they are doing that meeting, or I think they had it yesterday. GE Mobile gas turbine to help supply energy in Ukraine. PHILO is paused due to volatility. Microcloud. Take-Two is on the high. They had bad earnings yesterday. They're green now, though. Again, Google's leading right now. Watch Google, Meta, and Microsoft. Those are the ones here at the lows that just started taking off. So now you're back above 4,100. You didn't hit yesterday's low, surprisingly. So you went barely below the first candle of the day, just 1 point below that, and then now you're just holding up there. Google, Meta are taking off. Maybe it's some TikTok shit. That could be the only thing I could think of right now. Again, Google is going straight vertical, 103.20 to 104.16, about, 7 to 8 minutes? Yeah, NQ's about to go green. Or maybe it just was briefly negative 0.02, SPY negative 0.23, and Dow 0.37. Dollar took a little bit of a drop. And then bonds are right at break even. Oh, no, they got a red candle. I'm surprised Tesla's not moving more on any of the hype. I think Allen Iverson is going crazy. BBBY still at the same price there, give or take, at the halt level. Google can pull. It's weird, though, but Amazon's down a lot. So if Amazon kind of comes back, that could ease it up. And don't forget Microsoft. Microsoft, Google, and then Meta. Now that Meta is an expensive stock, back to 190, it's able to kind of do its thing. Yeah, I think everyone is waiting for the Bard news. That's still the stupidest name ever. It's Bard, not Brad. You couldn't name it Brad. If they named it Brad, bro, they would get canceled. They're like, why'd you name the AI after, like, a movie character? Why'd you name the AI after Brad Pitt? Huh? Can't do that nowadays in 2023. They said Bard. They gave him a weird name. They say, your name's Bard now. It's really inclusive because he's Bard AI, not Brad. I would be uncomfortable with the Brad AI. I'm like, hey, Brad. Only Brad I like is Bradley Frizzle. Okay, I can't be calling the robot Brad. He gonna be like, what's up, man? Like, what does he sound like? Brad and Chad AI in 3. Dude, it's so weird. Got Chad GBT, Brad GPT, Brad AI, and Chad GBT. They're like, just switch it to chat. Just switch it to Bard. ATNM. I keep thinking Xanthem. Let's see, where's Humana and Cigna? Those came down after killing it yesterday. C's. Oh, AED, man. It's not the peach, but we love you. It's a peach, but it's not the peach. I feel you. Wonder if they're calling it Bard as a hint to its musical ability. Oh, man. Maybe. I'm so bearish, Josh. You're not the only one. Again, like we talked about yesterday, a lot of people were de-levering and even adding up on bearish plays. But at the same time, too, you've had a record amount of short covering that hasn't been seen since like 2015. So that one's pretty wild. Unfit Airbnb. Uber. Bro, Snapchat is up on the highs here. 2-hour drum roll. I don't know. I wonder if we're going to break out of here, though. I think you need the dollar and bonds to make a move. Mainly, the dollar needs to come down, or one of these names just really starts leading. Like the video. Amen, man. Show some love. Show some love. We already went over news trends. I gave you guys the 100. Would you guys like I got something for the Bitcoin bulls. This is what some people are talking about right now. How many likes we got? How many do people who like Bitcoin have any likes available? Do I got like 50 likes from the Bitcoin boys? Where my Bitcoin boys at? Where are all my vegans out there saving the world? Hit that thumbs up button, man. Let's go. If you party at Margaritaville, hit that thumbs up button. You know, if like 40 billion of fraud don't scare you, hit that thumbs up button. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Say what's up, man. I know we're my Sam Bankman boys. Well, I'm making, these are all Sam Bankman jokes. So if you take it personally, that means you identify as Sam Bankman. And I think you got bigger problems after that, my friend. You know what I'm saying? So just hit that thumbs up button. We love you, man. There, it worked. So a lot of people hit the like button right there. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I love you. So here it is, the Bitcoin Golden Cross. So this is what people are talking about right here. Bitcoin has now formed a golden cross. Last time it did that, ended 2021. After a little drop in pop, you went up there. That was the 70,000 one. I think this is where we bought in like August-ish. Again, right, it had a golden cross here, but then it dropped and then it popped. And then one right around here. It kind of looks like that. So I don't know. I don't know how you feeling. The golden cross. There's one time in 2020 it dropped, but the other 4 instances it went up. I don't know. I don't know if Mercury is in Gatorade. I don't know, man. Google again. Watch Meta. If Amazon comes up, that'll lift the SPY too. But Google's doing it again, man. Bro, Google's on fire. I think Google is the one. Bitcoin to the moon. Ooh. Oh, never mind. Switch gears. So Google's, bro, this line in the sand is unreal. You've rejected now 4,100 about 3 or 4 times in the last like 6 minutes. So again, you were bouncing off 4,100 and then like 4,102. I guess you got above 4,100, but it's just selling off every single time. What time? It's only been an hour. Volume is looking pretty low. If this 9 million for the first hour, there's kind of a Powell shock in play. Very interesting. Stop, drop, turn around from the top. Whoa, no, that's how market makers roll. First it's gonna pop, then it's gonna drop. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, AMC is now charging people for preferred seating. That's their big pricing update. You're about to hit a new low right now. I think it is. I think this counts as a new low. 4096. Actually, you were at 5. You were at 40965. But watch, if those get flushed. Big sell order just came in. I think they're walking it down. So get ready. 4093. New low of the day. 4093 is the test of tomorrow or of yesterday. And then if that breaks, I think that's a soft level. I think that leads into 4088. Even Tesla's down now, too. NQ still fighting, yeah. Path for AI, have not. I think one of them, though. I mean, it wouldn't hurt if you want to flip them, but just don't go crazy. I grabbed the Soundhound one. I saw a lot of people talking about that one earlier. Than I'm just looking at the relative floor compared to the rest of them. Yeah, I'm surprised Amazon doesn't have any AI news. If anything, Amazon will be a customer of AI rather than a creator. Maybe the problem is Amazon would spend way too much money trying to create something. They're known to spend a lot. And Meta's still holding. SPY is just right here at the low. Dollar's trying to tick back up here again. Again, Hollows resumed trading. They were halted earlier. And then Fabrinet falls on Outlook. FN. Hey, man, what was that other one this morning? Oh, AI, ChatGPT, or no, not ChatGPT. The other one's on the low. Biden officials hold briefing on State of the Union. Biden to lay out approach for tackling fentanyl trafficking. And he's urging a ban on targeted online advertising for kids. So watch Google and Meta. Google's going up on it. That's a little bit of a new one. Biden urged ban on targeted ads for children. That will be a part of his State of the Union address today. But targeted advertising on TV for kids is okay. I guess so. New action figures brought to you by Mattel and Tesla. What does that mean? Yeah, maybe toy makers. That's what I'm saying. Maybe. I could see that, but they're already kind of down here. No reaction to that. I don't think any of the other headlines, any of the State of the Union addresses, they haven't really caused any moves. Bro, Redfin dumping. Sorry, Redfin. Roblox. I don't know if Roblox, would that count as Roblox? Bro, Roblox is crazy. I'm playing with my nephew. I get how they make money now. This mother effer wanted, dude, he's trying to buy Roblox all day. He just started playing Roblox. So I don't know. It's not even, they don't even advertise it. It's just like, if you want like a little feature, you just like buy it. And then like, that's it. Kids are hella impatient. Okay, you're bouncing again. You literally hit a new low. Why do I keep putting Google, not Google? Bro, Google's still at the high. The last time Powell spoke at the Economic Club, I'm not too sure. Is Microsoft popping? Again, I think Microsoft, Google, and Meta, I think they're leading up everything right here. I don't know. Microsoft, I think people are just waiting for it. Same thing with Google. Microsoft had their little thing yesterday. But again, you're getting this little AI rush. Is Roblox all pay to win? Kind of. Like, you can still play a lot of things for free, but it seems like I played a lot of the kids' games with my nephew. A lot of it is like pay to win. That's where they get all the money on there. Apple's even starting to climb up here. Tesla. MRK's on the high. MRK just going green out of nowhere. Pfizer's getting smashed. Yeah, MRK's climbing on the high. Optima Health submits phase 1 clinical trial application. It's Canadian Opti. Bank of England, Cun Life, UK would limit digital pound holdings to 20K. Or Cunliffe says digital will probably needed. England releases Deputy Governor John Cunliffe's speech. What does that mean? Digital pounds holdings to 20K limit? Sounds very Chinese in terms of capital controls. Amazon's still going lower. Just watch. If Google gives this up, we'll flush more. If Google and Microsoft flipped, then there you go. I think it has something to do with like a will. I have no idea what that headline means. Nikes down 1.8? No way. Who is selling the Nikes, man? What kind of animal sells Nikes? What kind of... Come on, it's Nikes, man. Nikes, you know Coca-Cola? You know the Coca-Cola. They report, Habibi, next week. Oh, Microsoft AI again. AI, they go up to the sky. Oh, Spotify too. On the high. I don't have any play right now for Uber. I might go with Airbnb, but I'm kind of hoping Uber just sketches me out. This is actually the longest streak of Uber staying up without like selling off. So like anytime Uber pops up like a couple percent, it usually sells it all off and then runs up. So like this was their last earnings. They ran into it, they dropped, and then this was like a couple months ago. So I'm kind of hoping it drops before, then I could go for it. Apple about to break out. It's weird. What's bringing us down? I think it's energy slipping up a little bit. And then again, financials are like right in the middle. Rivian's on the low. Okay, I added 100 shares of Bank of America, 36.49. Now my average is 36.39. Like right here. I like the banks. SoFi kind of gets exposure to the banks, but they kind of have their own thing. I don't know. Does SoFi take advantage of interest on excess reserves? I think that's a great question to see if they're actually part of the Fed facilities and able to utilize it. I think that could say a lot. Yeah, ANET, that one keeps smashing me. That one's unfortunate, but I'm surprised with even like Amazon in the cloud and a lot of the other cloud ones selling off. A couple of cybersecurity stocks did good. They don't have a charter, then I don't think they can. But it just depends. You have to go check their file. I hate bank earnings. I hate going over the filings, but if you go, you should look into it. That's a real game changer for SoFi. Because if they're able to make money on that, I think that's better news than not. But like that's how they're going to benefit off higher rates. Not going to lie, I bought SoFi because I saw an ad at Oak Airport down 50%. Do you ever reject long-term alerts based off answers or accept them as long as they're a real answer? Oh, are you saying for the thing? No, as long as it's accurate, as long as it's like there. But if it's incomplete, then no. But like if you answer it like some people would just answer it without like like a real answer. Just if you don't respect it, we're not going to respect you. So, but most people do get added on it. And the thing is, you got to turn on your short codes for the alerts. And I mean, when you think about it, the last alert came out yesterday or like 2 months ago, depending on it. But SoFi's always had a good name. I know I'm switching back and forth on these topics. But SoFi's always been a big one. But I just haven't seen them there. The last two was HBI and covered calls. Yeah, there should have been a LT alert yesterday. But we had a lot of people sign up recently. I don't know if everybody got added. Medtronic and MRK, bro, both of these. So like medical devices and medical companies, not all of them, but a couple, they've been also running here on all of this. And then Google's still holding. Microsoft too. All right, you're coming back up. I believe this is above 4,100. Yeah, 4,102. Hello, they let it move, Habibi. What time? It's been an hour, 10 minutes. Okay. Well, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Like that video. Or Sam Bankman is going to find you while you're sleeping. What? That's a weird comment. Okay, follow me on Instagram. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We are just doing the Dancing Queen at 4,100, ladies and gentlemen. I will see you soon. I will see you soon, okay? All right, goodbye.
Buybacks and things like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, the buyback thing, billionaire tax, that's the sexy stuff that Wall Street's going to be watching. Non-starter?
DOA.
Is there any part that may gain traction in some capacity? Like, would companies start to rethink how they allocate capital? I have a hard time thinking that would be true, but anything there?
My view is no. They'll hear from a variety of sources, including this program, that the answer is, this isn't going to happen, and you shouldn't worry about it, and that'll be the case. Even with something like the Inflation Reduction Act, which was done purely on a partisan vote on the unique reconciliation process that only needed Democratic votes. That's not going to be available this year when one house is Republican. So, the net is anything contentious won't happen.
Is he putting those things on the table for the debt ceiling negotiation? Is he setting the table for the debt ceiling negotiation? You guys want us to cut spending. You guys want the government to be smaller. We want to be able to solve some of those funding issues by raising revenue from billionaires, etc. Is that going to be the way that the table is set for that negotiation?
That'll be part of it, Guy, but I think fundamentally the way that negotiation goes is the president and Democrats say, look, this isn't about money we're going to spend in the future. This is money that's already been spent. What they'd like to do politically is get the Republicans in the trap of talking about efficiencies in Social Security and Medicare as a reform to contrast Biden, who they'll characterize as the safe pair of hands, with these risky people that want to play around with entitlements. That's kind of the political game that's happening here. But debt ceiling will take quite a while, and my view is that centrists, both on the Democratic and Republican side,
debt ceiling, Apple ceiling, Apple's hitting a high. Again, dollar came down quite back to the opening levels. I guess technically this is where we opened, though. Oh man, a lot of dancing here. 80 minutes till Powell. Is it? About 2 hours. So wait, no, that's 120 minutes, sir. Axon falls the most since May. That was the one this morning. They disclosed the pre-planned sale equivalent to 5,000 shares according to filing. That's why they dropped. Damn, they dropped 8% on that, though. I don't know if they recovered. That was that stock here in the morning. Axon. Yeah, it's recovered. Still down 6.7. Zoom Info is running. So they're negative. I think they had earnings not too long ago. Let me check. ZI on the high. Yeah, they were part of the pre-market stocks. They got a bunch of price target cuts. Axon is police cameras. Oh, really? Oh, wow. I remember they were... No way. They're a $200 stock now? Dude, I remember them back in the day. Yeah, bro. No way. Damn, them police scanners hit. I think I traded them back in like 2014. They were not $180. Well, I feel old now. Amazon. No, that thing was cheap back in the day. Like the video twice on multiple devices. Can you show me the bubble chart for a SPY today? I feel like you know exactly what to tell me, sir. I feel like you got, like, honestly, I like it. Spectrum Brands, they're popping. SPB, oh, that whole, let me check news on SPB real quick. Yeah, it's very smooth. Spectrum Brands. Options imply 6% move post-earn. That's leading into earnings. Yo, SPB is popping. Check news on that one. I'm not seeing anything. Just the earnings run up. Yeah, nothing there. That's 2% though. Again, I think earnings might be today. So that one's still running. Spectrum, DOJ nears agreement over block deal seeking alpha article. That's what Danny's saying. Dude, it's already up 3 though. I know, man. Danny been in the game, baby. Danny been in the game. Ford trying to bounce. Yeah, so keep that in mind with earnings. I'm not playing. I put a stream alert out on that one. Just watch out for that. That's a big pop. That's like random, especially with things kind of not moving there. That one's saying a lot. Dollars coming down. I think that's why the yen is moving. Well, yeah, it does look like the yen is there. Yen is a trip. I still need to get my guy who liked the video, the bubbles. Yeah, yen is taking off. That'll ease up the dollar. Damn, so the yen is now, it's borderline recovered all of yesterday's move. So this will get you, the yen really needs to get above here and get past the non-farm levels. Spectrum still going crazy. Going for the gap. So Spectrum, all I see put activity. That one came up right when I bought it. And right when I looked up the SPY. So again, be very cautious with the bubbles like we talked about. Oh, they're doing it again, but they're doing it with the puts. February 17th, deep in the money puts, but for this week, I know that's today. So expiring on Friday, here are your bubbles. Oh, wow, very skewed. 410 calls are the biggest open interest. They don't have the highest notional. 415, 420, 405 puts, 407, 410 puts, 412 calls, 408s. Honestly, it seems like a lot more calls than anything. Yeah, you have a ton of calls. And then Spectrum's still moving up there. The Powell pump. I mean, it looks like, dude, a lot of those are out of the money calls coming into this. And then there's like smaller amounts on puts that are near the money right now. Steel selling off. I think they had the sanctions, or aren't they doing a tariff? It's like a 200% tariff or something on steel. So dollar's coming down. I think that's single-handedly based off of the yen. Bonds should move a little bit with that, though. If the yen could hold up, bonds might play along. Dude, Spectrum, 4%. That thing's still going. All right. You might start, what time is it? 7:50? Some people might start waking up here. Again, you're moving pretty decently. You're back up above 4,100 now. I think getting near 4,108. 4,108, 4,107. That's really where you want to be. Anything above there, that's the support level of all day yesterday. It was like 4,106. You're like 1-2 points away from that. Dollar is now lower on the day. Again, you could thank the Japanese yen. The bonds are moving up with it, but yen is definitely outpacing. Don't forget, see if any of those other pre-earnings run up. Yeah, Spectrum, DOJ near agreement over block deal. Uber staying pinned, Disney, Thessalonian, again, Google, Amazon. Amazon's dead, but slowly been working up. Apple was at the high. Microsoft is still there. Netflix kind of guttered, and then Meta's holding up kind of like Google. JPY controls the markets, controlling the bonds. I even think the bonds kind of doing that repricing, it could have been based off of the yen. So if you really see. The market always runs. Well, last Friday was weird, but besides last Friday, the other 6 weeks was, it just kind of goes with the momentum. I don't think they mind paying out. Again, the whole idea of max paying, you haven't really seen it prevalent up until last week. I feel like BBBY is a way to lose a lot of money. I think you could make money if you are good at musical chairs. But other than that, even yesterday, I was just telling people be careful on it. So just be careful. That's it. I would just get anything if you really wanted to gamble right now, go with anything with fucking AI in the name. Go with anything related to AI, and I think you'll be better off. But I don't know. I don't know if this whole buy companies going bankrupt. I don't know how long that's gonna last. Comair sues Boeing for alleged fraud over 737 aircraft. Musical chairs is the craziest way to explain it. That's exactly what it is. Think about it. Everyone was getting very, very hyped yesterday. Like, look at it. So look at all the volume too. So more volume came in after 380. So if you ended up holding here and did not flip out of it, you lost. Anybody who was, exactly, just greater fool theory. So it's just not and clearly the company, their interest is anytime the price is going to go up, they're going to try to use this to stay alive, which, again, like I said, most people saved them. Even then, even if you read what they said for the offering, do you realize they're taking that offering to pay debt they've already missed? So if anything, the real winner of Bed Bath & Beyond is JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley, whoever holds that loan, because that's it. They run the stock up, they dump the stock on retail, they take that money, and then they go and pay their past due loans. So, but just play it. I mean, if you want to, but just you better be good at musical chairs. Again, I think AI. I took an AI play today. I think over the next couple of weeks, again, just looking at Baidu, Microsoft, Google, all these AI names are just going to go back and forth, and it seems like people are really, really getting hyped on that. So I think you'll get like an EV, NFT, crypto type beat that you saw last year or 2 years ago. No, AI wouldn't buy and hold 10 years unless it's like a really, really big in legacy. But I think you could flip some of those names. I don't think they're, I think it's just going to be hype. That's it. And if you get the right one, you might be able to make a big gain on it, sell out of it. But even then, that is multiple chairs as well. Big red Meta. A little bit. Kind of looks like Google's selling off there. I went with SoundHound just because it, compared to like BBB AI and the other ones, it just had a lower floor. But it's just a fucking app that seems like Shazam, but then it has AI in the name. So I went 200 shares with like $600, $700. Actually, no, I think right below 800. Christian Romaniello. Isn't IBM the leader? Yeah, don't they have, what's his name? Jarvis? Or what's his name? Watson? SPY back down. Are you kidding me, bro? So these dollar moves, they don't even care. Again, the yen is just going vertical right now. That's actually crazy. It's even after that 2-day gap down, it's holding up pretty decent. So that's a good sign there, even for the bonds, but bonds not going up as much. Wait, Jarvis? I don't know. Jeeves? I think it was Watson. Is there any policy news on what? And then Hollow keeps getting halted. Yeah, IBM is Watson. Oh, no, I thought his name was Jarvis. No, yen is just simply that jobs or that the wage data. So like Japan wage data hasn't been going up. And that's why, so like, that's what they were saying. Like the Bank of Japan, they pretty much said they're not going to raise, like they can't raise rates if wages don't go up. They want to get that inflation there. So wages weren't going up in Japan. So after the first, and watch out, we're dumping a little bit here, but back to VWAP, so don't get too dramatic. So on all of these pops, when we thought Karuda was going to pivot, it was based on, they're saying, okay, we're finally getting inflation, and they said that they wanted to go and tighten up policy, right? But the problem is that the wage data was not moving up with it. So their fundamentals, it's like their jobs report, it was just like ours, it was showing the opposite. So they finally got a set of data that actually, gave evidence that they could be tightening. So here, let me show you it. This is the best way to explain it, is this chart I think will show you a little bit. This is the average monthly cash earnings year over year. So look at this. This thing just broke out of nowhere here, let me get you a better time with the dates. You can see all of it. But take a look. Last time, 2021, it was at 2%. And again, wages were going up. All right, but if you look at all of this, I mean, this is exactly where it's been for the last decade. So their inflation wasn't changing, but now this move right here, that finally broke it out to the point where they are like, okay, well, yeah, maybe we can tighten because you finally have wages going up. That was what was stopping a lot of things. So that's a good sign of inflation for them. That could mean they could tighten. So they can't tighten because it would stress the population until that happens. Pretty much. Exactly. They've been talking about tightening and doing all of that. But it's based off of, it was based off of this idea, though, that they needed real inflation before not, because they didn't want to ease up and not get inflation and then tighten and then reverse everything like Powell. I could tell how you're positioned based on your market coverage. Tell me something. Tell me something you don't see on the screen then. Do you think I like Facebook stock? Do you think I like oil? How do you, come on, what you got for me, man? All I've been talking about was Japan. Why, you woke up good today? 7:59, feeling good? 6J. I want to sell out of it, though. I don't really, after that little, I don't, if Ami Mama comes up or Ami Maya comes in, I don't like him. Carlyle is said in talks to buy Codaviti from Veritas Capital. He's Karuta. He's worse than Karuta. He would be, because he's like a age-old Bank of Japan dude, and he was part of the initial architects of this policy. He would be extremely dovish. That's why the yen just got wrecked off of that, especially after the U.S. jobs report. My only position in is long term. I said long term is everything else. That's all it is. All you need is the long term. And that's why I've noticed it's just, again, it's weird. People didn't make, one of my biggest long-term holdings in my big long-term is Meta. Not only we have it in the YouTube account, but it's like, I got made fun of for like smaller trades when like, I was like, yo, y'all should have been roasting me on Meta. But then now too, like even from the end of the year till now, like, yo, I made a lot on Meta, man. And it's there. But like my biggest bias is long-term, sadly, not sadly, because I have, I have shorts and I do believe that the yield curve is bad. But, if you look at really everything, through my real estate and stocks, man, I hate to break it to you, but I'm a perma-bull. You know that? I hate it. I really do. Because, like, I don't want to be associated with other perma-bulls, and I like to think I'm more reasonable sometimes. But, oh, man, I'm pretty young, and I fully believe in the bullishness of the United States of America. Shout out to the vets, baby. But, the market is known to ignore the yield curve, definitely. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I'll trim a little bit, but, with long terms on YouTube, long terms not on YouTube, realistic, I'm a perma-bull no matter what. So that's just the reality of it, unfortunately. America. Yeah, NVIDIA is popping. 2 big candles. I'm a vet. Thank you for your service, my friend. Shout out to vets. Let's ride the coattails of corporate America. I don't view it as that. That's are you trying to make me sound like a bitch. I think it's just more off of understanding where real value is in the world and economic activity and productivity and just how the financial system is rigged to make everybody rich and how the stock market is a transfer of wealth from the impatient to the patient. You stole that from Buffett. I like that. The other quote was Buffett. I like that one better. That's literally an inside joke between me and my friends, but I honor the vets. What, man? That's stolen valor right there. Get him. What the hell, bro? That's not, how is that? How you going to drop an inside joke on me on something I genuinely appreciate? And he's like, oh, just kidding, man. It's an inside joke. I might try that. I might try that sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I might try that at different times, man. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that next time I try to walk into Whole Foods and them Greenpeace people are like, oh, would you like to donate? I'm like, I'm already in Greenpeace. And they're like, really? And I'm like, nah, that's just an inside joke. So I got to go get my groceries now, sir. Peace out. Well, shout out to vets, though. I think that's what it opens up the opportunity to say shout out to the vets. So, amen. I had an encounter with Greenpeace yesterday walking into Whole Foods, so that one was fresh on my mind. They try to get me with reverse psychology. They didn't try to sell me anything. They're just like, hey, what's up? I said, I know what you're doing. You don't care how my day was. Stop it. I told him to like the video. I don't know if he listened. Did you listen? Support the oceans. Like the video. Stop eating sushi. Yeah, we have a lot of Greenpeace people in San Diego. I see them at like Fashion Valley Mall all the time. Covered calls on their long or only keeping longs on ice for margin value? No, we've sold a couple. I sold covered calls on Redfin this year because we got a really good price. And then I sold covered calls on Uber. So pretty much the idea with covered calls is that for the long term, I only sell them if like I'm really getting a premium. So like on average, like so far this year, the minimum covered call is 50% higher than what I paid for the stock. So that's the thing. With covered calls, I want to make at least like a couple $100 depending on the size of the position. Like I try to get like 5% of the underlying or maybe like 2%. But the key with the covered calls is making sure I get a way higher price of what I'm agreeing to. So I'm not trying to like hold, I'm not trying to hold them, to like take advantage of the margin because we don't really use margin in the long term. But my big thing is that I need to make sure that I'm getting a premium if I'm agreeing to sell anything on the long term for a covered call. So that's really it. Like Uber, we're in at like $32. I sold 47.5 or $50 calls. I want to make sure it's there. Redfin, we bought it at $3. I sold covered calls at $15. So I'd say the real big thing is just to make sure you're getting a big amount. SPY got a big green right there. Not a little cheek lay to the upside. When people hand you papers and they say to me, here, can you throw this away? It makes the experience much more pleasant. Oh, man. I'm like a germaphobe. I just freak out and I start spraying them with hand sanitizer. Like an aerosol hand sanitizer, which is pepper spray. What? Powell cannot be too hawkish into the State of the Union. Well, I mean, there's a lot of calls here today coming into it. Do you buy the covered calls back? If I need to roll over, but so far in the history of our long term, we've let them expire, and we've been able to get money off of them. Oh, sound came up a little bit. ChatGPT won't be free for long. I feel like it has to be. I mean, at this point, you're getting a lot of competition. And then that's it. ChatGPT had some of the fastest signups of any tech company. ChatGPT reached 1 million users before Uber, before Spotify, everybody, I think, Netflix. So it's like if they don't have a free version, it'll quickly be eaten up. Load up on calls. They were already there. Again, this morning there's a lot of out of the money plays that are getting ready for it. Boeing's on the low. Again, they just had a fraud investigation or a lawsuit, but they could be reacting to that now. They had a lawsuit here. It popped up, but now it's selling off. SPY is popping there. Those 3 candles now are taking you right back up. You hit 4105, 4106 last time. Again, that's really where you want to be here. And then Boeing's on the low. NVIDIA's on the low. The bank stocks are moving. And then so are the bonds now, too, finally. Good for you, bonds. Good for you. Tesla. Whoa, 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 whoa. Big pop here. November, money supply chain, biggest constraints of offshore growth. No. That was a big pop right there. You're breaking out now. Again, I think bonds are moving with it. And I think it's because the yen is rocketing and it's just calming down the dollar here. That was a huge candle. That was 4 points, 5 points in one candle now. You're about to fill the gap 411. You were literally 1.5 points away from that. NASDAQ's green, SPY's still red barely, and then Dow's the one that's lagging. Tesla's starting to pop off a little bit there. Apple's at the high. Amazon's still guttered. Microsoft chilled out, and then Google, they're coming back up here. Dude, another candle. Something just snapped. Oh, man. Yep, gap has now been filled, I believe. U.S. to remove sanctions on Russia Sberbank. Former Sberbank subsidiary systematically important to Kazakhstan. That could be it. And then Schumer. I don't know. I feel like it could be that Russian news right there. Literally, United States to remove sanctions on Russia-based Sberbank's former Kazakhstan subsidiary. Maybe people have something. I don't know. Maybe. I think that one's kind of a reach, but if anything, that's the only thing that happened right now. Or it just looks like something more positive Russia headline, if anything. But you do have some Russia news right there. Borderline de-escalation, but it's saying for Kazakhstan. So I don't know if they're unsanctioning the whole bank, but they're doing it. But that's Treasury news right there. That one's interesting. That one's interesting. It's de-escalation, but you got to reach for it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. It reads like Kazakhstan news, not as Russia. But just the fact it has Russia, sanction, and Sberbank or Suburbanks. Is it Suburbank? Suburbia? I'm going to glitch out if I say that too many times. Yeah, NVIDIA is hideous, man. That thing is crazy. I've played it so many times and just cut out and it would just keep running. Well, you filled the gap, so let's see. Filling the gap 20 minutes till Euro close. You literally hit the gap right on the top candle. You're still holding 2 points below it. There's a couple of sells there. Again, borderline, it could be that news. Otherwise, could have just kind of been naturally getting above that resistance there. And I'm mad. I wish I bought more. I wish we added NVIDIA. NVIDIA or Amazon would have been great, but especially NVIDIA. NVIDIA pays like what, like a 0.5% dividend? We're also going to get ECB today. No, Powell is going to be in like an hour and 30 minutes, roughly. And PHILO kept getting halted. Baba's on the low. The banks are holding up great now. Citi's back at the high, and Bank of America and JP Morgan. JP Morgan says credit rally risks are drastic during ECB reaction. Criteo halted for volatility after jumping 12. CRTO. Hollows on the... What's CRTO? 12% halt. No trades, but this thing is just running. Criteo. CRTO. They're exploring sale with Evercore to find buyer. So CRTO halted. They're exploring sale to find a buyer. That's confirmed. CRTO, buyout news. Advertising talks with potential acquirers has proved unsuccessful. It's making a new attempt to sell itself. People familiar with the matter said the company kicked off sale process last week. An investment bank, Evercore, is advising Criteo on the process. Oh, there you go. It's unhalted. It's up 11. So they've had buyouts before, but they were unsuccessful. Have we played this recently? I feel like I remember there was another company that they were trying to sell, then they haven't, and then they just came back up there. So that's unhalted right there. You get 2x in 116 days. I prefer that. Yeah, that and they were just at a really good price. Nvidia earlier, bro, that was crazy. I was just after hitting so many cheap plays, I was just getting real cheap, bro. I was getting real cheap end of the year. That's it, man. I was like, nah, I'll just wait. I'll get it at this. You know, the market was justifying it, but I turned into my dad at the end of the year, bro. On every Amazon was at like $80. I was like, give it to me at $60. I'll take it 60. And the video was at like $80 or so. I was like, give it to me at $20. $20. Come on. Tesla at 100. I said, I'll take it at 30, Habibi. 30. Good. Otherwise, you have other buyers. Sell it. I don't want. You have someone else buy it. Go ahead. Don't worry. You have another buyer. Take it. I did need that 20% lower after 70. It's good, though. I'm excited about it, though. I mean, I can't complain. You know, it's just at the end of the day, it was looking. I guess, no, they were at 111. I wanted NVIDIA at 80. Because, like, it's still up a lot. They were, like, at 2019 prices, but it's not as if, like, you know, even those lows was a drastic premium, which is like think about it. NVIDIA is now 4 times as much, 3 times as much as 2020 levels. So it doesn't really, I don't know, it doesn't hit the same. You're back up. Gap has now been filled. Everything else is moving. Criteo is up 9%. Google's at the high now, 104. Did Baidu? No, they chilled. Baba was on the low. Airbnb is calming down. Airbnb just has to fight Wall Street. And then the damn lobbying social media campaign by hotels that have convinced the younger generation that $30 water bottles are okay. But better watch out for them cleaning fees. That's it. Me and my girlfriend had a debate about Airbnb the other day. I was trying to explain this to her. And she was like, but I don't know. She's like, Airbnbs are expensive now. I'm like, no, they're not. You could stay in a room for $12. I'm telling you, y'all just got to look. But then I was also thinking about it, too. It's like, you have to think about it. Like, do you guys realize it has been about like 2 to 3 years now of people saying Airbnb is going to fail? And all it has done is double revenue practically every single year. So it's like, that's kind of the logic there, is that it's there. No, I think Airbnbs, if you like, you got to realize if you're trying to get like a whole house, in certain places, it's, you know, you have limited supply there. That's why they want more hosts. But like a lot of people underestimate, there's like a whole community of just straight nomads and people who just want to stay in a room. And that right there is like, that's crazy. Like, and those are where it's like really, really, really cheap. And then that's where like there's a community built around it. But I was just saying though, like it's legitimately been about 2 to 3 years now of people just straight roasting Airbnb and complaining about the fees and saying, you know, it's done, it's dead, but it's still there. But I'm not, you know, I didn't buy Airbnb at the lows, because that was my only underperformer on the year there with any of my pickups. So I was done arguing with these stupid analysts, and I just said, fuck it, take it down. I'm fine with that. So we'll see with the earnings, though. It's either they're going to catch up to Booking or Booking is going to catch up to them. Nomads are modern day homeless persons. It depends. It's just weird, bro. Because like there's a lot of people who have you know, they go crazy, dude. Like they just straight up like people travel a lot. Like you could go and travel and go anywhere. And people just stay in those rooms. Like my sister, she's not homeless, but she does that. She loves it. You know, as much as I would like to call her homeless for not taking care of her long term, it just, you know, she got a good career. It's weird to think though, but it's just like there's a big generation of people who travel, and they travel a lot, and they'd rather go several different places, And again, depending on your budget there, like, you know, like personally, I rarely stay at Airbnbs, even though I love them. But that's because, like, if I go anywhere on business, like, I'll go at hotels. I'll stay at some nice shit. And I have my travel hacks that I use to make it cheap. But at the end of the day, it's like, if I could get a cool house, I go Airbnb. But there's a big market that people miss out, that, like, you just get a room. Like, a lot of people just underestimate, and they like, being with, like, people who know the area and all of that. And yeah, I know the ads, I have my monetization off today, but I think they're doing what they did on my, what's it called? They did that on the main channel, because I did have to recently agree to new, like, terms for, like, the thing. I'm kind of mad. Every time I add to the long term, I think, what would Josh's dad do? Amen. Honestly, don't think that, because he never had a long term in his life. And even to this day, I think my dad would still say everything is too expensive. That's you got to be careful with that. The travel hacks. I can't give you my hotel hack, but the easiest travel hack I could give you is partner transfer points. So a lot of people don't, like, if you have Amex points or you have, like, Chase Sapphire points, I'll give you an easy one. Hilton. So you could transfer your Chase Sapphire and American Express points to Hilton's Premier program or whatever. So it's called partner transfer points. And legitimately, you could get quadruple, if not more, depending if they have a promotion. You could straight up get, you could get like a $500, $1,000 room for like $100 a night, $200 a night if you use the partner points. So that's all, like, that's the easiest one. That's how you could get those like $20,000 plane tickets in like the lounge. You know what I'm saying? You could get those really, really cheap. So vice versa, if you find somewhere you could transfer your Hilton points, it's there. But that's the easiest thing you could do. Just go look at any of your credit card, go for like partner transfer points, and then that's it, man. That's all you got to do. If I ever get a divorce and get lonely, I'd get an Airbnb out of my house just to hang with random weirdos that were down to rent a room from a stranger. Bet some good stories. Definitely. I feel you. Dude, some people, there's a lot of old people who do it. There's a lot of old Airbnb hosts, and they just like talking to people. It's the crazy part. Bonds are dropping. I think yen calmed down a little bit. So, again, you filled the gap, had a little bit of that run. I mean, you could still run up from here, but I think you went green there for a second, and then Google and everything else is still holding. NOV, whoa, NOV. Oh, that was the dude. That's what it was. I saw all the conference call headlines. I thought they were saying November. I'm not going to lie to you. That was probably one of my stupid moments there. I kept seeing headlines, and I thought it was an update on November, like oil or something, because it was like NOV. Wow. Yeah, it's definitely their conference call. Biden expected in Poland 1-year mark of Ukraine invasion. Iraq to launch gas bidding round soon. XLF. Yeah, I seen the overall index is up, but XLF is right there. Banks are doing decent. Yeah, they say industry wages in West Texas, North Dakota up 20 to 50%. That's pretty wild. They just said wages are up 20 to 50% in Texas. But yeah, this is conference call for NOV, or the CEO's giving some updates here. I know Baidu. We were talking Baidu yesterday. I'm so mad I didn't buy it. But it's hard. I think it's going to kind of run off the AI stuff. Coin, I don't know. There's a golden cross, though, I think. Is that what they said? A golden cross on Bitcoin? Not just for the oil industry. They're saying wages in their West Texas OFS segment is up 20 to 50%. Reward, Chase Sapphire and Amex. They go hard. Anything, honestly. Like, you just got to know which one, whatever you spend money on, and depending on your behavior. So, like, if you travel a lot or fly a lot, go get an airline card, and you could get like a bunch of different incentives. Did you hear what it was? I forgot which company it was. I think it was I want to say it was MasterCard or was it Discover? I think this, like, oh shit, which one was it? Oh, they literally said, I'm forgetting the company. This was yesterday. One of the credit card companies' reward programs, they're saying it's worth more money than the actual credit card company. So that's, dude, it's big money, because they make deals with advertisers and all these people, and like the amount of people they have like just doing it for rewards and the value of it. But like one of the net value of the reward programs on a credit card company is worth more than the whole credit card company, which is actually wild. So it's something that in the last 5 to 10 years it's kind of blown up there, but you would be surprised. You know, there's a lot of money and value in credit card rewards. Yeah, Google 104. So it's higher than where I sold it last time, and then Amazon's back to where I bought it. So, but Google is actually kind of working its way up here. Microsoft 2. NOV is dropping again. That's on the conference call. Or I think it was the airlines that was worth more than the airline rewards were worth more than the airline. Yeah, Chase Sapphire plus Alaska Airline Visa, best points, first class act. Alaskan, because a lot of flights are Alaskan. But look into it. That's the best way to save. That's like another dividend in and of itself. I've always said that if you spend a lot of money or you have high monthly expenses, anything, if you put it on a credit card and get 2% back on your year, that's 2% dividend on all your spend. Microsoft, Google, again, it's the same trend from earlier. You had that little pullback and you're bouncing up, so that's decent. And again, bonds are doing the exact same thing. Yeah, a little bit of a bid support. 4108. This is yesterday's support. Again, take a look. Google on the high. All the other currencies chilled out here too. What's the level to the upside? 4111. That's the close. Then 4125 is the high. And then 4133. Bro, Google. Googly woogly. And then NOV still getting clapped. Chubb is running up. Yeah, they're on the high. Oh, it's here. Never too late, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you better get your ass up right now. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Yeah, Google has Bard. We have Brad. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, nah. Let's go. Hey, man. Hey, man, we did it. We did it. Are you kidding me? I need to get up. I need to stand. Wow, and 3 minutes till Euro close. Wow. Wow, this is a great moment. Holy crap. And Powell. And you have Powell in an hour and like 10 minutes. Oh, my gosh. And you have Euro close in 3 minutes. Oh, my God. Wow, this Peach. Oh, this is an action-packed Peach right here. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, that's amazing. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Oh, United Steel on the low. On the low. Oh, man, that's amazing. Wow, amen. I feel refreshed. The Spy's loving it now, too. So is Google already. Oh, Casey Campbell's loving it. The Peach assistant, he said, you know what, screw it, I'm becoming a member. He said, I can't. He said, yeah, okay, baby, I got you. I know, huh? Was it the Peach? I'm sure everybody was too excited. I feel you, man. That was probably a lot of Peach social pressure. Shout out to the members, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Apple on the high as well, too. Peach Pop. But you can't stop. Apple again. If Amazon, dude, Google. That's a big move for Google, especially on a day right now where nothing's really moving in the same way. You only have 0.3. Again, Amazon's still in the gulag. Netflix is not moving. Meta's actually starting to tick up here now, too. And then Snap still above 12. Again, you hit a new high right there, came down. So, again, 4111, you're above the gap. 4124, 4123 is your next level. And then 4138. Oh, that's 4138. Damn, 4137. I don't know why I thought it was 4133. Oh, J4, you got, bro, the peach. Were you guys inspired? Welcome, Jay. Oh, William, welcome. Oh, my God, dude, look at what the peach has caused. That's it. They couldn't resist the peach right there. Everybody's spirits were so high. They said, screw it, Josh. I'm becoming a member. That's it. They said, enough of this. I'm not getting caught without my badge. They said, I'm over. They said, no, man, you see the stock market going up right now? They said, no, we're getting this. Oh, my gosh. Welcome, my friends. Welcome. Oh, even Brad. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Screw it. I know they're doing. That's it, man. This is a lot of social pressure right now. Welcome, John Chan. Bradley Frizzle has blessed you. Oh, Aziz is in the game now. Oh, my gosh. I feel guilty. I didn't know the peach was this pervasive. So you call it pervasive peach right there. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, a little bit, man. You're the best. Happy to join. I'm happy to have you, man. Thank you, my friend. We really appreciate it. It's good to see some badges out there. Because usually the real ones out there, they hold it down, man. That's it. Like Casey said, you got me. Finally, the tide has turned. You know, we love everybody. You could be a lurker as well. Nothing's ever required, so it's always an honor to see some love and appreciation out there. So thank you. The peach has risen, baby. Oh, Ramiro. Oh, my gosh. This is a lot of social. Okay, listen, Chad. If you're getting socially pressured right now into the membership badge, just be cautious because you have Jerome Powell today. So I don't want a high-pressure environment. You know what I'm saying? Amen, amen, baby. Amen. Let's go. What's up, Ramiro? Welcome to the crew. I would have called it the gang, but I don't want any gang violence in here. You know what I'm saying? Welcome, new members. Peach Nation, baby. Stand up. Look what you did, Bradley. Look what you do every day. Every day, baby. Wow. Wow. Amen. You might get clapped. The only way you'll get clapped with that membership badge is if you're joking around in the morning. That's usually about it. Or unless you really got some craziness on you. But otherwise, most people are good. Hey, man, welcome. Fofef is back, too. Would you look at that? Oh, man. Can the real Peach Nation please stand up? We're going to have a problem here. Y'all act like y'all never seen Bradley Frizzle before. Jaws on the floor like Bradley Frizzle with the peach through the door. Like, oh, wait, no way. He didn't just peach what I think he did he? And Dr. Peach said, nothing, you idiot. Dr. Peach dead. He locked up in my basement. Oh, wicked. Look at him. Sick of him. Walking around, grabbing his Peach, talking to Peach. Yeah, but he's so Peach, though. Probably got a couple of screws up in my head loose, but no worse than Bradley Frizzle with the peach, though. My peach is on your lip. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. David, David? You just came in here. Peach. Oh, pressure makes diamonds, baby. Let's go. Oh, yo, Gave up. I got news. Hudson Bay said to anchor Bed Bath & Beyond share sale. I don't know if that's positive or not. Wow, yo, Gav. Hook 'em up, baby. Hook 'em up. We got 5 more now. Some of y'all getting blessed. Hudson Bay, though. So it looks like they're popping off that. BBBY. Hudson Bay. SPY is hitting another high right now. 4113. That's a big pop there. Maybe it'll wake up some of the growth names right there. Fubo extends decline to 15% down. Whoa. Yeah, whoa, Fubo. What happened to Fubo right there? Again, Bed Bath & Beyond news on Hudson Bay. I don't see anything on Fubo. They had guidance yesterday. That's probably why it is, maybe. Or was it guidance or earnings? Damn, Fubo got clapped. And again, Bed Bath & Beyond news of the share sale. SPY is rocketing right now. Spirit Arrow to higher support, hiring rate. Again, Meta's now moving up. Everything's starting to go. Bro, 4116. So that's it now. You're getting into the midpoint or the opening of yesterday. But for real, in the last, like, what? That's Euro close candle too, huh? Oh, shit. Look at that. Euro close. You're ripping. Dude, that is just from Euro close, that's 6 points, but then 5 minutes prior, you've moved about 10 points in the last 10 minutes. So this is a pretty nice pace here, and it's being led by Microsoft and Google. Mainly Google, I would say. And then even Apple is there. Yeah, euro and pound on the upside. So again, I think this is bringing down the dollar, but the dollar's still holding that green. Even Nvidia now too. Amazon's still chilling, and AMD's still a little lower. Yeah, watch if BBBY starts it, but then also watch for the AI names. They're also still down there. We haven't, and then Fubo's down, and then I think like all the memes ain't really hitting today. You know, BBBY was a real catalyst yesterday, so you're gonna need that there. Lucid now finally. There you go. Lucid's the only one. So Lucid's still down. I don't see anything on Lucid, so I don't know where you guys are getting that rumor, but take a look. Some chads are saying there's a Lucid rumor going around. I'm double checking. I don't see anything. Yeah, Lucid, Connection, Circulation, Saudi, PIF, capital raise. So they're saying it's the Betterville rumor like last time, but they're saying the Saudi wealth fund is like raising money. So they're pretty much saying Saudi wealth fund raises money, therefore they have to buy Lucid. So I don't know. You make the determination. But even then, if they're raising $5 billion, they're still like, what, 20 billion off or something? Isn't Lucid still like 15 billion or something like that? Yeah, they're still 15 billion off. I don't know how much they own already. Enphase. Again, Enphase has earnings. Why the pump? I think euro close, dollar down, and then you've just been getting real big leaders out of big tech. And then this is like a broad rally today with like a couple of different things, but it's not like you're running off the same like extravagance yesterday with a lot of the meme stocks. But other than that, no real reason right now. But again, literally right at euro close, you had massive candles. Sadly, we're at the same price as yesterday. I mean, you're legitimately within the first opening minute candle now of yesterday's open. So it's a big move. You filled the gap from yesterday. The next level is 41.24, yesterday's high, and then 41.36 to fill the gap from 2 days ago. So as long as, honestly, I think if Google and all the rest lead, even Nvidia, yeah, then you'll be able to have some steam, and as long as the dollar stays down and doesn't pop back up. And then remember, you have Powell here in about an hour, actually, an hour and 3 minutes. Enphase. Oh, Enphase is at the same level of earnings? This rallies retail. I don't think so. I think this is kind of, I think it started with AI with the tech, but if that was the case, I mean, I would expect GME and the rest of those names to be up. Enphase just earnings. I'm actually kind of down with that one. All right, I went 50 shares of Enphase, 223.85. I'm going to sell those out by the end of the day, like no matter what. I'm going to run that for pre-earnings. If it comes down, you'll lose 150 if it goes back to 120 on 50 shares, 223.85. Damn, top tick Josh in effect. I did not play Airbnb, no. A VPLM lawsuit? I'm not going to hold it for earnings, though. I just think they're down. They've literally been getting clobbered the last couple of days, but they're still kind of holding. So, but usually if it hasn't died yet after the morning, it looks good. Banks are now leading the way up, but then it's like the same price they had earnings last time. So idea here is just sell out before earnings. Again, banks are moving. VPLN. I don't know much about that one. Where was it? JP Morgan, they're up 0.5%. Citi's now moving. There it is. Banks are really going now. So that's what I was saying. That's what we want to see here. What about Bill? Bank of America. NQ balancing. Everything. NQ SPY is at least green now. Even Dow's. Dude, NASDAQ's up 0.5%. That's what I'm saying. The effect here, it's Amazon kind of kept it chill, but like Google, Meta, Microsoft, and Apple are just single-handedly ripping. And then, again, it helps with the financials here now, too. But, again, look at all these, dude. All your big tech that have kind of, been subdued since earnings, they're holding up very, very well. Looks like Google chilled out there, and then even then, again, Facebook at 190 gets exciting. The BBBY news wasn't that bullish. I'd just be very careful with BBBY. Like, I mean, it's what I was saying yesterday. It's just going to be a game of musical chairs. Like, for real, if you have a speculative bone in your body right now, I would genuinely just throw it on AI. That's, again, I mean, I even got my licks on it, a little bit of it, but at the same time, I think, or even go for AMC or GME, but BBBY just seems like that's just going to be full-fledged. If that price goes up, they're going to try to dump as much as they can to avoid bankruptcy and get some money. You ever hear the household versus establishment? Yes. That's been a common thing we've been seeing. A lot of issues with the household and all that and the established one. But we're going to see a lot of people are calling to investigate. Even then, they're saying, although it's not manipulated and it's held to the highest standard of, scrutiny, a lot of people are calling for investigations into last week's jobs report simply because it was such an outlier. And lately, I mean, there's been a lot of big reports, differences. Even if you look at, the Philly Fed and what they said about it. Mm-hmm. There's a difference because one is like, it's how they report it and how they survey people. So you could blame it to like statistical error in that sense, but, it's just welcome to the day of the day and age of dated data and a lot of changes and, there's been a lot of updates to the methodologies of how we record it. And, don't underestimate a lot of economic data. Like, again, like a household employment survey, like they send you like a call or like a mail-in, you know what I'm saying? And how they do it is very, very different, and what they consider as a job versus not a job in different industries, all of that. BuzzFeed tumbles after Comcast reduces stake. Comcast, BuzzFeed's top holder, reported 15% stake. They reported a 19% stake earlier, so they lowered it. I still have U of A shares. No, I got rid of AAL, but UAL I'm still holding. I do want to get rid of them, though. I need to. Meta is going up again. Again, JP Morgan and banks are running. So get ready. Meta 190 now, so we're back in the game on those. JP. I think Uber and Airbnb need to come up now. You're holding this high, though. You might be able to go rip off that. Tesla is green now. Baidu announced that they're going to be releasing their ChatGPT bot in in March. So in a month, and everyone got hyped off of that. Baidu is pretty much an AI play for China now. Bro, JP Morgan is going insane now. I think it is about to hit that high. Yeah, 143, I believe, is it's not 52-week high. It's like a 100-day high. But if they get above 143.99, I mean, that's it. The door to 150 gets open on JP Morgan. We could be front-running Powell, but like we said earlier, like we went over it, shout out to the Chad who liked the video to request the bubbles, but, the bubbles were off the bat saying there's a shit ton of out-the-money calls right now. So that's what got a lot of people excited, I think. And then not to mention the dollar started dropping after the yen started to bounce, and so did the euro and the yen, or the pound. And then euro close was literally right here, I want to say. Or no, right? These candles. Euro close was a big one, but you had a little bit of a run-up into it. Lucid extends gain. Oh, no, that's old. I was like, what? Where is Lucid? I forgot about that. Didn't we just get that headline? SPY about to hit a new high. Again, we got a long way to go. You could get me shares for a half a penny if I'm an accredited investor. 6-month hold VPLM. It's at 0.05 now. Instant 10x if you hold through lawsuit and transfer. But why me? Like, why did you choose me? Like, I'm not Pikachu. But why do I get the 10x off? Hold on. I'm interested. I'd love to make money, but but why did I get singled out? Like, who else has this offer? Is this just for me, or is it? And then if it is just for me, why only me? I am an accredited investor, yeah. And we're almost at the top end, 41.20 of yesterday. That's the opening, and then again, 41.36. It's a good deal. Oh, a little bit. Look, you got a little bit of an order there. See if it eats it. X on the low still again, too. Again, United Steel's been selling off. Any accredited investor could get this. Guys on the board. But then if it's so then everybody buying at open market, that means the guys on the board are just walking around selling shares 10 times. I'm so confused. I don't know. You can send me an email, but I would be careful trading that if you're not an accredited investor then. Jana promotes Ostfield, the joint managing partner. Meta, comeback. Bro, Bond just had big volume. Is the yen moving? 143, again, 143.99. If JP Morgan goes above there, that gets really, really good for them. Bank of America is starting to run too. Isn't Microsoft the main way to buy ChatGPT? Partly. I mean, they own a stake in it, but yeah, that's a big part of it. Oh, Bond just little pop and drop there. And again, Meta's running. Not everything is going up here. Materials chilled out, utilities, healthcare. Again, XLF, financials are great. But there's a lot of 1%ers. Energy's up 1.5. Communications 1.1 because Meta and Google. And then tech is up 1.0. Worst on the day is consumer discretionary, retail, or real estate and utilities. Apple to hold AI summit for employees amid ChatGPT craze. Reiteration from earlier. Another one. Dude, I'm telling you, the AI hype is going everywhere. ECB to monitor remuneration regime. Adjust if needed. Well, that's not related to the bonds, is it? Maybe. I know a PM at Microsoft, they're pushing hard with OpenAI team. Bro, it just like ever since, it was like what? It took like a month or two after ChatGPT. But like I'm telling you, the hype around this is crazy. Jerome Powell, he's coming on in about 50 minutes now. It's getting closer, actually, less than an hour. Two-year jumps, 6 basis points after ECB cap shift. Maybe that's why our bonds are moving. Big level Bowen, back to 210s again. Right under. How equivalent are stocks in different currencies? For example, if I'm bullish on Coca-Cola and dollars, do I buy Coca-Cola, KO, or CO3? I think it just depends on your country and what you prefer to hold the assets in, and then just understanding the currency risk associated. But I primarily deal with U.S. equities. I don't really do foreign. So I don't know if you have access to both or not, but really it's just what currency do you want to hold it in. So if you're bullish on the dollar, hold Coca-Cola U.S. equity. Otherwise, if you have the euro, because that's the hedging risk. So like you can make money on Coca-Cola and euros, but then if you have to convert the money back to dollars, that could change. There'll be some slippage. Powell's biggest, we have no idea. I think that's something a lot of people don't realize, is that we don't know what Powell is going to say. So, like, you got to realize Powell could come on here today and just talk about the dinner that they're eating and be like, oh, yeah, man. And then he's going to be like, today I want to talk about sustainability and what we're doing to make sure we have an equitable economy. And then, boom, he spends the next 50 minutes just talking about what they've done with, like, different wages. And he'll be like, well, what I think about the environment. So, like, that's totally in the books. I definitely think that's part of it. And that would totally wipe some of this event risk off the table. But people are expecting him to address the recent jobs report. They're expecting him to kind of hammer home higher rates. But then also some people are expecting him to kind of adopt the same, loose attitude that he had a couple of days ago. So that's really what we're looking for. When it's all said and done, there's 2 words you should be listening for, and whether you're bullish or bearish, but how he describes these things are very important, and it's terminal rate. That's it. If he says anything alluding to a higher terminal rate or a lower terminal rate, that'll be the most important. The next thing will be financial conditions, and that's pretty much about it. And then combining it with, what we've heard from him the other day. So bonds are moving now. Again, SPY's green, Dow is red. Bonds have gone red now. Banks are breaking out again here. Let's see. Yeah, banks are killing it. Good work, banks. And then where's Enphase? They calmed down. I was going for the pre-earnings play. Yeah, he did kick the can to March, but now you have got one less data set. Last time Powell was speaking, he was bringing up the element that there was going to be 2 sets of data, 2 sets of jobs reports, 2 sets of CPI before he speaks. So now, technically speaking, there's 1 more non-farms ahead of Powell and then 2 CPIs ahead of Powell into everything else. Yes, I still have Okta. Oh, that reminded me of a plantain. Okta's getting smashed, though, still, but still in that one. I ate a plantain the other day. I love them. I know Okta reminds me of a plantain for some reason. I feel like a Okta is a vegetable. PM Biden will discuss his aim at smoking in the State of the Union. He going to be lighting up? Or he going to talk about cigarette? I'm confused. That'd be crazy if he was just like straight What if he come out puffing a Newport, bro? He's like, "Ha, well, hell, we ain't ban him. Fuck that. Bringing him back. Bring back the Newports." Come on. What do you guys said? I got things to talk about here. Everybody got a light. You got a light right now. Come on. Wow, come on. What kind of bag? Why we get rid of Newports, huh? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a Newport stimulus, and we're gonna do a stimulus for backwoods. Come on. And what? Simple as that. I mean it. Come on. I'm serious. It's not hyperbole. Where else can you get that minty flavor? Nowhere. Bring it back. Come on. That'd be crazy. I would trip out. I hope MO drops, though. Again, Biden has single-handedly brought in like 10, 15% discounts on Altria for like the last 2 years, I believe. I think every one of these red candles have all been legislation of some sort or some sort of fear of legislation. So I would love that right now, Biden. I got a lot of this cash in the long term. I hope he rips apart cigarettes, man. Do it for the kids. I hope he rips it apart. It'll drop 10% for a quarter, and then we'll just pick it up, and then it'll be right back up. That would be great. All right, a little bit of cheek glaze there at the top. Rip it apart promotes vaping. I think vaping is just already, I think the 15-year-olds have controlled that market, man. That's it. I don't think there's any way you could get out of it, to be honest with you. We don't know Microsoft's announcement. Again, I think it was yesterday, but I'm sure they're going to make more. And then again, Google is doing all hands on deck for the testing of Bard, their AI. Oh, and Microsoft has an event at 10? So then there you go. I could double check that. Ionis final price. They have an offer. Ionis in Europe. Airbus is giving delivery numbers. Yeah, we're going to be listening to Powell 100% when it comes in live. Border, dude, this is like a baby FOMC. I did not expect this to happen. Like, I knew people would have been, waiting for it, but I didn't think that it was going to be, there's a lot of anticipation for this. Again, even if you look at the VIX and the options and everything right now, there's a little bit of hype coming into this. So, Powell really, this is a very important event. I didn't really expect that because, we just heard from Powell, but like we said, this has the potential to be that reverse Jackson hole, and everybody is getting ready for this one. Yeah, it's FOMC Junior. Bro, JP and the banks again. If Amazon comes up, that could help lift the indexes. Yeah, Amazon's catching a little pop. What's today? Tuesday? Yeah, Microsoft is having something. There's a couple of different Microsoft events, but I think they are doing that. They're doing the AI thing today. S&P turns positive, 0.1. Silvergate leads crypto lower as risk on rally fades. JP Morgan analyst said that January's markets provided a reprieve. We think ongoing concerns still linger throughout the crypto ecosystem. Selling off a lot of things moved, though, right there. And a lot of, it was a broader move. It lifted up a lot of the industries. And then some came down. AI's on the low. Even bonds, too, I think, after that Germany thing in the ECB. So just wait till the dollar starts moving again. No, Amazon's PE ratio is in like the 40s or something, I think. It's not cheap, you know? AI cryptos? What's an AI crypto? Man. Can you charge your EV with it? It's the only thing I'm thinking about. And then it's like clean carbon energy credits. Amazon PE 67. Boeing. They might be rattling off the Airbus orders. Keywords you want to look for is terminal rate or questions about it. Obviously, financial conditions. And then you want to hear it's going to be his attitude and his attitude towards the jobs report. You know, that's something I would say about Powell in the weirdest way possible right now is that it's going to be about his attitude. So how Powell sounds is like, you know, people are going to read into that. And then definitely his use of hawkish or dovish words, that will be a big factor as well, too. But that's it. I didn't sign up for it. I didn't see the sign-up page, but I see it on my live event calendar. So I should be able to access it. I think we have some of it. Whoa, what the? Is that him?
Announcements very briefly. We have a signature dinner event on
he looks
Tuesday,
so
February
weird. Hold on. Look at
featuring
this.
Robin Hayes, Chief Executive Officer of JetBlue.
Oh, I have video. I have video right now.
A lot of people. Okay, well, if you have any questions, send them in to me, and we'll have a conversation with him. We have a signature dinner event on Wednesday, March the 22nd.
Bro, he's
featuring
not
Jane
on the
Fraser,
thing.
the Chief Executive Officer of Citi. And executive conversation luncheon on Wednesday, the March the 29th, featuring Tamika Tremalio, who's the Executive Director of the National Basketball Players Association, interviewed by Barbara Humpton.
Bro, do you see him right there?
Conversation luncheon on Thursday, April 20th.
That's him.
Featuring Steve Bolin.
Bro, this is him right here. Do you see his little head?
Interviewed by Larry
Doesn't
DeRito.
that look like a green screen?
So watch for your invitations. And
yeah, it's only coming out the left
Barbara
ear.
Humpton, the chair of the club's global
They'll
initiative
fix it,
and
don't
CEO
worry.
of Siemens USA, to give us an update.
Bro, that does not
on
look
our,
like him.
International program.
Yeah, you see his little head?
Okay. Barbara is.
This is so weird.
There
He
you
like
are.
stands out, but like. So I guess technically.
Thank you, David.
He's not supposed to
the
speak.
The Economic Club of Washington's global initiative offers our members, many of whom represent businesses with extensive global interests, the opportunity for increased international exposure through our various programs.
It's kind of good. If it comes only out the left ear, you can hear me a little better.
To engage directly with the club members to discuss matters of international importance.
Why is he like lower than the stage? It looks like he's getting baptized.
And serving as hosts for global executive conversations.
It looks like they're about to baptize Powell.
The global signature events have featured
you know,
world
you ever seen a baptism?
Including the prime ministers of
yeah,
Finland,
I don't know.
Israel, and Singapore, and the presidents of Colombia and Panama. In the last 10 months, we held 4 global executive conversations.
I swear this is a hologram.
His Excellency Marek Magierowski, Ambassador
What's Powell
of Poland.
looking at?
Her Excellency Emily Haber, Ambassador of Germany.
We've never got to see
His
Powell in the
Excellency
wild
Philippe
like this.
Etienne, Ambassador of France, and Her Excellency Dame Karen Pierce,
I think it's a red
Ambassador
tie.
of the United
I don't know.
Kingdom. The Economic Club's Diplomatic
It's like
Advisory
purple.
Council solidifies our outreach to
So
the
that's red
diplomatic
and green, I
community
believe.
while
Creates
raising
purple?
the
I'm
club's
not too sure.
international visibility and ability to attract speakers from foreign countries.
What was he looking
Ambassadors,
for?
many of whom you've already met here, and others are acquainted with the Economic Club and its programming, and they serve as members of our Diplomatic Advisory Council. And the council, we are pleased to see, is headed by Singapore's Ambassador Mirpuri.
He looks kind of pissed
Watch
today.
your inbox for invitations to upcoming global events.
Is it weird
now,
if I keep the
please
screen
enjoy
this
your
zoomed
lunch.
in on him?
David and Chairman Powell will begin the program soon.
Oh,
Thank
he's
you.
eating. Bro, look at, bro, they pass it around food. Bro, Powell is eating. I've barely seen Powell smile. Now you get to watch him eat. Some of you might be way too into that too. So that's this creepy part. So I'll keep this up here. I'll mute unless you guys like the background if it makes you feel like you're at an event. Boeing is ripping now. Wow, okay, we'll just keep it up there. So, again, the events, again, I could have the live feed up here. So we'll keep it up there until it's up, until Powell begins speaking. Again, Boeing's running. Watch the banks as well, too. He's partying. That's crazy, bro. Dude, imagine passing Powell like a plate of cranberries or whatever. I don't know what they're eating. I could only imagine. That'd be pretty dope. Hey, pal, yo, try this Chick-fil-A. No. This is rare. You guys we've never seen any. I'm telling you, you've only seen Powell in like very controlled settings. So to watch a guy walking around with a tray, right? I wonder if that guy knows who he is. He's like, nah, I heard this guy Jerome coming in. He definitely, I thought he would look different, but nah, he's like, I don't know, this guy just eating. Again, you're at 41.17. Remember, 41.18. That is the level from actually where you closed following Powell. So, ironically enough, the market right here, right now, SPX, is trading where we closed on the day we last heard from Powell. So, I wouldn't be surprised if this is kind of where we hold up coming into all of it. Powell tips him in bonds. He's like, here you go, man. Here's a 3% coupon. Don't spend it all in one place. It matures in 10 years, and then I'll reinvest it in another 10 years to keep the deficit and budget going so we can fund the United States monetary system. Hope you enjoy it. Okay, thank you. Can I get more water? Thanks. Thank you. Or maybe Powell doesn't tip him. He's like, I don't want to begin the beginning of a wage price spiral, because if I tip you and then we start to see wages go up, sir, that would be the beginning of a wage price spiral. And once we see the evidence, that means we are too late at that point. No, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, they cut off the audio. Dude, Powell's talking to this dude right now. That's the crazy. Look at the waiter, bro. The waiter has no idea. He's like, well, here you go. You think he knows? Like, bro, I'm telling you, my mom just found out who Jerome Powell was. My mom thought Jerome Powell sold furniture. She asked me one day on stream, she was like, why do you keep bringing up Jerome's on stream? She said, why do you guys focus so much on furniture on the stock market? My mom asked me that question genuinely. So, I don't know. They're told not to be lit. I would be mad weird. That's why I would be slipping him questions on like a napkin. The waiter is Illuminati. I don't think that was the Illuminati's game plan. I don't think they were like, yo, we need to, screw the celebrities. We need to start placing waiters in high-profile positions. I think technically in the old days that would be called a cupbearer, but then they would be heavily scrutinized. I don't know, man. We're getting way too off topic with Powell. Powell has us thinking about way too much right now. That's how you know it's Powell day. The emotions are running. Just wait. Give it like 5 minutes. The market's going to go up like a point, and then wait for like 5 chats to be like, who leaked this speech? Someone leaked it. So just get ready for that too. That's how you know you're dealing with Powell emotions. I did cut my Apple. I'm sorry too. Yeah, but I'm glad I did. I guess I would have lost more money on it. Y'all so weird being this obsessed with Powell. Well, Powell is actually the most popular Fed chair ever. So, and again, I mean, the guy literally brought up the market like 10% last week. So, I think that's the head of the White House Economic Club that is sitting next to him. I don't know much about him. I'm not in that club, unfortunately. Truist is said to eliminate 5% of their bankers. Disney. Oh, I forgot to check Uber. Yeah, Disney's coming up. Again, Uber and B&B. But watch him eat. I mean, there's some channels out there, like mukbang channels. They get millions of views. So, I mean, quite frankly, if this was a Jerome Powell mukbang, I would watch it. Not going to lie to you. I would love to know what they are eating. Could be quite interesting. You know, it doesn't even matter if it's Powell. If it is some good food, I would love to hear about some, you know, new local restaurants. Oh, that's David Rubenstein? Oh, he's pretty dope. It might be some good questions then. I just hope they don't focus on, like, anything, you know, irrelevant to, you know, what has gone on here. Like, again, if it turns into that 2-year benchmark. Oh, wait, no, I thought. Remember, we have a 3-year auction. I think it's after Powell speaks. So, again, I think Powell will be on here in 30 minutes. I already have the video up if you're interested in watching Powell eat. Other than that, he should be on there. And 30 minutes is when they're going to cut the mic on for that. What was it? Oh, are you ready for this? I got good news, bad news, Chad. Good news, bad news. So there's already pre-written comments. So Powell already has a pre-planned speech. Hold on, I need to get it. That came out a minute ago. So watch out. The market's going to react to it right now. So watch out here. The next move you get is going to be off. It's leaked. So he has a pre-written statement, and then he's going to get into it. Tuesday could offer clues. He's set to discuss economic outlook during a moderated discussion following the Labor Department's report on Friday. Waiter just leaked it. No, that's it. Set to deliver remarks about interest rate increases following the blowout jobs number. I'm trying to see. They're hiding the pre-written statement, though. Wall Street Journal. You have to wait till it gets there. Wall Street Journal's paywalling me. Yeah, he did just have COVID. Now he's out there partying. It's a party in the Federal Reserve. Got my hands up, raising the rates, and the market jitters fly away. Raising the rates like, yeah, inflation was transitory. Got my hands up, playing my FOMC, and the butterflies fly away. Clapping the puts like, yeah. Raising the rates like, yeah. That'd be a good one, man. I like that one. Schnabel, ECB, says monetary tightening is having little impact so far. Yeah, Qualcomm is going up. Schnabel. Why are they eating in the dark? Hold on. I hope this is like just what they did to the camera. But like y'all are like, why are you watching the meat? How come nobody asked why they're eating in the dark right now? I didn't really think about it. This is weird. Yeah, nah, like straight up though. Hold on. Nah, because like this has to be a camera effect. Otherwise, this is really weird. Oh, what's up, Deshaun? Is it It's Deshaun. I almost said Deshaun, but it's Deshaun, baby. Deshaun Prod. Is that produced by or is that your last name? I like it. Let's go, baby. Welcome. We're glad to have you. See, there you go. That was a membership badge not inspired by the peach, so I'm glad. There was a lot of membership pressure earlier today. You know, the only pressure I give you is to like the video. But that's it. Again, pre-written statements didn't move anything. So, honestly, it was around 11 or 12:10 here. The pre-written statement of what Powell was going to discuss was supposed to come out, and it didn't. And it didn't move the market. So, we're going to find out. Patrick Joseph. Let's go, baby. Thank you, my friend. Are you ready? Are you ready for Powell? We still got about 15 minutes or 35 minutes. Will he be bullish? We don't know. Again, the fact is, though, it seems clear that the jobs report is going to be discussed, and that's what people are looking for. Like I said, any questions referring to the terminal rate, you want to keep your eyes out for that. And then, you know, anything attitude-wise, that's it. Like, you know, we've seen it. You know, the thing about Jackson Hole in August is when Powell came out, he was very, very aggressive. Like, he just, like, sometimes, when I wake up and I just start clapping people and you could kind of tell I'm in a sassy mood. Like, that's kind of how we need to be analyzing Powell here today. Because, like, if certain questions he gives you sassy responses and uses very hawkish words, that's going to be negative. That will be hawkish. But then at the same time, like what you saw yesterday, bro, or last week, it was like Powell was on a Xanax. He was just like, I don't really mind the financial conditions. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if he has a positive attitude towards it, that will be good. So be on the lookout. He's going to say the same exact thing. He's going to say the job is not done. We don't want to make the mistake of under-tightening rather than over-tightening. He's going to bring up we still have a long way to go. He will reference, where he sees terminal rates at already. So, it's just how he says it will be another big part about this today. So we're going to find out. You think he woke up and chose violence? I don't know. That's why, but clearly the market is on edge for that. And I think the most ironic part about all this is like you're literally trading same price right below where we closed on Powell Day. So we're going to find out. But that could break out here, by the time he starts speaking. And then what's going to happen in most cases if we're not moving off the pre-written statements, the market will probably rally as he's talking, reading those pre-written statements, because then they're going to calm down. But then it's really going to be about the questions when Mr. Rubenstein starts asking him questions about, the economy and mainly the jobs report and everything else there. Yeah, so he is expected to talk about the implications of the jobs report. That seems to be the headline there from the pre-written statement. I'm surprised it's not hitting, though. Usually those start hitting almost instantly. They already had the real I mean, I'm sure they're talking about stuff right now. That's the irony of all of this. MDT is on the high. Again, Medtronic and Merck, they were doing pretty good here earlier today. Merck kind of chilled out. Shopify on the low. Interesting. Shopify kind of flushing here into a new low right now. Again, banks are still holding, but banks actually kind of cooling down now. Let's see our leaders. Google chilled out. Meta chilled out. Microsoftian is still up. Again, Microsoft has the event too. The pre-written statements on Wall Street Journal, if any of you have it, there was an article that just came out if you have it. But usually I get the Wall Street Journal through here, but it's not working for me. So here it is. If you go on the Wall Street Journal Twitter, it says planned comments on Jerome Powell could offer signs about coming path for interest rates, but nothing shows up. I'll retweet it for y'all. I haven't used Twitter in a while, actually. So there you go. But you have to find the secret Twitter. What? Shorting Elf Beauty. I mean, I don't think they've done as good, but low-key, these beauty companies have been on fire. I mean, shout out to Ulta. Yeah, Powell did move. I didn't notice that. Wow, some of y'all are paying way more attention. Powell has left the field of vision. Whoa, coming down. Labor Secretary Matt Walsh to exit Biden administration. That was 2 minutes ago. I don't know if that's related to it. Labor Walsh is leaving, according to People. He's been offered a job as executive director of the NHL Players Association, which represents professional hockey players in Canada and the U.S. He's the first member of Joe Biden's cabinet to step down. Does that make any sense? Marty Walsh, the guys that left our labor department dude. Wait, our labor secretary just left to work for the NHL? That makes no sense to me. Maybe it has to do with the jobs report. He's like, I'm getting out of here. Y'all got any jobs in hockey? All right, you're coming down here, so watch out. You kind of chilled out. I think this will probably be the ceiling here. Unless this quickly bounces up, this might be the ceiling until Powell starts talking, or maybe people are digesting that other stuff. Again, Uber is tomorrow. I have another I got another update on Uber if you guys want more earnings preview for Uber. What are the likes looking at? Oh, wow. You guys are, oh, wow. So, hey, listen, I see that there's a lot of you guys in here today. Do you know we do all of this for free 99, and we love you and appreciate you. So if you could do me a really big favor, I'm going to give you some useful stuff if you haven't gotten anything already today. But hit that like button and make sure you're subscribed, okay? And, you know, get that bell on there and show some love, man, okay? Because we want you all to get long terms and save 10% of every dollar you touch. Don't gamble your money trading. If you are, make sure you save 10% first. This message is brought to you by Stock Market Live, where you could get all of your live news fast and for free, and because we love you, okay? So do me a favor. Hit that like button. At the very least, hit that subscribe button. That's all we need. That's all we need out there. We do it off of general support. You know, there's a lot of y'all in here, okay? That's it. If you don't, you know, you could do Save the Spy Foundation, Save the Bear Foundation. All likes and subscriptions go to a good cause, okay? So I hope you do that. Spy's coming down here a little bit. So you're now getting back to Euro close level. Oh, Bueller. What's up, baby? Oh, another member. We love to see that, too. Look at y'all, y'all ran up the likes. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for helping out the channel. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. And free long-term alerts, too. I might as well use this opportunity to advertise the long-term, because last year we got Redfin for 160%, Meta for 100%, Netflix for 50%, O for 20, JP Morgan at 13, but it was 40 because we bought a little higher. But what I'm telling you is you could get all those texted to your phone for free. Free 99. Yeah, that's the first link, baby. But now Spy's coming down. Let me get into young Uber here. There's the earnings, so we went over it. But Uber is going to be the first of the gig economy companies to report fourth quarter results. They're expected to show growth in bookings across rideshare and delivery. Investors will be looking for signs of whether concerns about the economy are dissuading consumers from ordering more takeout or hailing a ride. Other key factors from the San Francisco-based company, Uber One's membership product and efforts to get growth outside of the restaurant industry. Those will be primarily in focus. Revenue estimate is going to be $8 billion. And again, Uber is reporting tomorrow. Let's see. Bloomberg, I already read you that one yesterday. We believe Uber's revenue growth will remain a function of volume expansion and supply, even in a slowing or recessionary environment where customers typically pull back on discretionary purchases, says analyst Mandeep Singh. Evercore, they said outperform on Uber with a price target of $75. And they say as one key input, we view evidence of ongoing recovery in driver supply as likely helping boost the company's rate on EBITDA margin for Q4, said Mark Mahoney. He wrote in a note to clients, they said, we remain cautious on the delivery segment being impacted by potentially softening consumer demand, though we have not seen clear evidence of this yet. Gordon Haskett, they have a price target of $47 with Uber's trips per monthly active platform customer down mid to high single digits relative to 2019 levels in recent quarters. Investors will be looking for incremental detail about how management plans to increase frequency, says analyst Robert Mullins, who wrote in a note for clients as of late. So there you go. And then, here they have 42 buy targets, 5 holds, 1 sell. The average price target is $45.02, 33% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 13%. And then GAAP EPS has missed estimates in 7 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 10% in the past year, while the SPX has been down 8.3%. Oh, that's beautiful. Did you hear that? So most of these, when I read you them, like most companies, they kill it. They kill it in terms like they usually beat 10 out of the last 12 quarters. In Uber's case, GAAP EPS has missed 7 of the last 12 quarters. So that means they've only, in the last, 3 years, they've only had 4 quarters that beat EPS estimates. So take that as you please, my friends. Take that as you please. And gold stocks fall to support. Can they rebound to extend rally? Holding above this floor keeps breakout intact and could spur a rally to January highs. Jerome Porter! Oh, welcome, my friend. Glad, dude, you got me so excited. I thought that said Jerome Powell. But Jerome Porter's close enough for me, man. Amen. Yeah, today, I think, I don't know. I think it's YouTube. But people have been getting ads today. I still have my monetization turned off, but that happens on the main channel. I think the era may be over, Chad, because YouTube, unfortunately, still has the ability to monetize my videos, even if I don't turn them on. So I hope you enjoy it while it lasted. We'll see, though. But that's what you get. Welcome to the new world. Amen, amen. Be alert. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. I think it kind of makes sense after earnings, though, for Google. Again, YouTube has been their slowing segment. Zoom pop. Oh, yo, you're right. Good call out. Look at the Twitch. Yo, Zoom is popping. ZM, big volume and a run. I don't see any. I see U.S. Equity Commission. No, I see some analyst stuff on it, but Zoom announces 15% cut in global workforce. Damn, people got that one early. That one could lead to a run there. All right, man. Top tick, Josh, full effect. 78. I went 50 shares. 50 shares since it can move a little harder, and it's already up there. 15% is a lot. 1,300 jobs will be cut. Well, that's pretty big news there. Again, everybody loves the job cuts. Average gain has been like 5%, so it's already up 2. Oh, did Top Tick Josh actually hit a little bit? Wow. For a little bit. Let's see how long that lasts. Again, remember, wasn't it FedEx that worked too? Again, I don't have any Uber yet, just in the long term. Yeah, that's big though. So again, already up $1 per share. It's another percent. Zoom. Again, 15% is big. Any of the companies that were growth related and cut over 10% of their workforce, they had some nice ones. Yo, shout out to Twitch, bro. Twitch got it early. Twitch called out the pop. We were able to confirm that news pretty quickly, and that's nice. Eric Wan announces job cuts in a blog post. So that's why. It came out in a blog post. That's why it ran, and then everybody's digesting that. Very, very good. And Powell in 10 minutes now. 80 calls. It's almost at 80. I got already $1 per share. I kept that one small this time, though. The news was a 15% job cuts at Zoom. 1,500 workers, or 1,300, will be cut in workforce reduction. Again, just all in the name of, what's it called? Any of these companies, when they do that, that's it. And it's Zoom. I mean, Zoom has ran up a lot, but, I mean, relative to some, I mean, it's still kind of guttered. They are getting to the earnings gap level of 83. If it's really going to do good, it'll go to 87. If they could get above 80s, 83 to 85 will probably be the next level. It's running there. Puts or calls on what? On Powell, it's hard to say. I mean, it just depends on how he discusses, this jobs report and what he brings up. Powell came back. Powell's seated again, so there you go. Again, that Zoom news, 15% reduction in workforce. Great work, great work. Y'all did good, Twitch. Y'all did good. Uber pop now, too? Why? Oh, shit. Uber, too? Yeah, Uber's moving right now on the high. I don't see anything just yet, but Uber just woke up there. Some job cuts. Has Uber announced any job cuts? Again, I don't know. But yeah, Uber just had a dollar, not a dollar candle, but like 30 cents, 40 cents, pretty big for them. Again, Zoom is going up even more. Damn it. I should have hit 100 shares on that one. I thought Top Tick Josh was going to come in and just get clapped. Uber's on CNBC. For what reason? You're like, yeah, we like to take Ubers. Okay. Think it'd be good for earnings. Okay. I hope you
if those to what ends up happening. And I actually think Uber has more continuity and vision into their future revenue and cash flow than most of the tech giants. There's like a constant of people traveling and going to work and ordering.
So just a pump on Uber. So again, they have earnings, but we'll take it. They're running up there. Yeah, Josh Brown. Oh, man. Yeah, bro, Zoom, killer. Bro, it's already up 6% now. So again, you're really hitting the average there. It could go up a little bit more. Yeah, Zoom is, again, 83 now. You get to 83, it'll have a little bit of resistance. If it bursts past there, 85 is the next level, and then 85 opens up the door to 90 on that one. Let me see if I could get you the job cut screenshot. I think it's this. Yeah. So here it is. Pretty much any company, the average cut has been 9% of workforce, and the companies have moved 5.6 on average. But when Coinbase, they cut 20% of workforce, the shares went up 13%. Wayfair, they cut 10% of workforce, shares went up 20%. Vimeo, 11, they went up 4. Stitch Fix cut 20% of workforce, they went 9. So Zoom is pretty high up there at 15%. 1,300 employees is a lot. CNBC pump there, Josh Brown and Uber. So good thing I just gave you your earnings preview on that one. That was great. Yeah, bro, Uber's going. Watch for 83, or Zoom is going. Watch for 83. Yeah, bonds are dumping, though, leading into Powell. So that's something to keep your mind on. And good work. Dude, Twitch got that before everyone on YouTube. We were able to confirm it quick, but I love it. I love it. Yeah, Zoom is up now 7% already. So 7% already from the job cuts, and it's taking it to resistance. Got almost like $4 a share, still holding a solid $3 a share. Russia moving S-300 missiles in Latvia. I don't see that yet, but again, we actually got some Russian headlines earlier. Again, Uber's on fire there. Nice catch on Zoom. Yeah, man, and it was just like right before I was telling you, I was like, hey, man, make sure you guys are subscribed and make sure you hit that bell and like the video, because I said we could do it pretty fast, you know. Chad could post it. We could confirm it. I don't even know if anybody, I don't know if CNBC has even talked about it yet. So, you know, that's one of the advantages of being here live and direct. Redfin's selling
How
off.
disrespectful.
They're still talking Uber?
When you said you were buying JetBlue in the 6s, I'm...
No, so GG, man. We love you and appreciate you. Free 99 brought to you by Jerome Powell. What? That clear. That was a good one, man. That was a great. I wish I went with 100 shares. I know Zoom could move a lot. That's why I went with 50, but I'm still holding it. I'm going to push this one a little bit. The Zoom news is on their blog post. I mean, you'll probably see that news reiterated a couple of times, but I was able to confirm it pretty quick. Oh, they gave you a CNBC notification. I mean, the news is over 5 minutes old now. There's 83 now. All right, 85 next. And then 85, you're either going to die at 89 or it's going to go past 90. Or it just comes back down from 83 right now. Dude, that's Zoom. I forgot how much Zoom moves. It hit CNBC 3 minutes ago. Did they give it a segment or did they just throw it up there? Oh, Zoom members of executive leadership will reduce their base salaries by 20% for coming fiscal year while also forfeiting stock bonus. CEO reducing his salary by 98% and foregoing full year 23 corporate bonus. So that's more news on that one. That's actually very good news. I think Zoom is trying to pump it. Yeah, that's fire. That's why I'm like, well, dude, that's crazy. 98% salary reduction of the CEO and forfeiting full year 2023 bonus. Hold that to 89. I'm kind of tempted to. Again, the average gain is like 8 to 9%, and you're already at 7.5%, but some of the other ones have gotten crazy. Yeah, I think Zoom, he already paid himself selling stock, but I think it's just to make sure their earnings don't get abysmally washed. That's actually really smart. By lowering your CEO by 98%, you get to save money on your margin instantly because he probably gets paid a ton, but then you don't have to pay yourself severance. You see what I'm saying? So by lowering salaries, you get to save instantly without having to do a charge-off for severance and firing people. So imagine when Google fired all of those people, they had to pay like $2 to $3 billion to fire people. But if you could just lower your highest paid employee and get other people to lower their salaries and just lower salary, you don't really have to pay charge-offs and any other cost outside of that. So 83, man, it's there. So you got to watch out for that. Uber's trying to come back up here right now too. SPY sold off a little bit. That bond move was ugly by the time we hit the top and everything came back down here. So watch 83 giving you a little bit of resistance. Yeah, nice little chess move by Zoom CEO. Did Powell disappear? No, there's Powell in the back. Zoom taking play. Dude, even Uber again. You're even getting a pop. Disney's now back up too. It could mean bad earnings for Zoom, but, I mean, let me see Zoom CEO's pay. Eric Yuan, How much are we looking at? Bro, the guy's worth $4.9 billion. Let me see his pay highlights. What's his name? Eric Wan. How come he doesn't show up? They did big. This is a big layoff, but again, him saving that money is a lot better. Again, he's worth about $4 billion, but I don't know his salary, but you just got to think about, saving 98% of that. If he gets paid more than $100 million, that's going to be an extra $100 million on their back end. Oh, he only makes $1 million? So then that won't be as good. But again, his stock bit, but then he's cutting his stock bonuses. But like some of you are accurately noting, he sold a lot during the top. What CEO gets paid $100 million? Apple. I mean, if Adam Aaron has a company that was borderline bankruptcy and got $50 million, you would think Zoom, one of the most popular companies at the pandemic, would be making more. But there's a lot of CEOs who make a shit ton of money. Every banking CEO makes like at least $50 million. I think the minimum is 30. Powell's salary is $250,000 a year. SPY popping a little bit. Airlines on the low. Yeah, I don't know if this is yearly, but I have a list. But I could start. Elon Musk, his awarded pay is $10 billion. Robert Scaringe, his awarded pay $2.3 billion. Tim Cook, awarded pay $853 million. Peter Rawlinson, $575. Oh, it's gone? Oh, is it? Yep, it is. Damn, Chad's going crazy.
Something different. David, thank you for that question, and thank you, thank you for inviting me here today. It's great to be here. So we don't get to play it that way, unfortunately. We have to, but I'll take it this way. So the message we were sending at the FOMC meeting last Wednesday was really that the disinflationary process, the process of getting inflation down,
this is still part of the pre-read.
It's begun in the goods sector, which is about a quarter of our economy. But it has a long way to go. These are the very early stages of disinflation. So the services sector, really, except for housing services, pardon me, is not really showing any disinflation yet. So our message really was this process is likely to take quite a bit of time. It's not going to be, we don't think, smooth. It's probably going to be bumpy. And so we think that we're going to need to do further rate increases, as we said, and we think that we'll need to hold policy at a restrictive level for a period of time. Then comes the labor market report for January. And it's very strong. It's certainly stronger than anyone I know expected. And so, but I would say, we didn't expect it to be this strong, but I would say it kind of shows you why we think that this will be a process that takes a significant period of time. The labor market's extraordinarily strong. And by the way, it's good. It's a good thing that inflation has started to come down without it. That has not happened at the cost of a strong labor market. So, and of course, since then, financial conditions have tightened significantly since then.
Yeah, the headlines are coming in already. It's the same thing you've already heard.
So, by the way, when the numbers coming out, the jobs numbers, 519,000 jobs, does anybody call you up in the government and give you a little heads up this is going to happen, or they never do that?
So on some data, sometimes we get data just the night before, and it's only me, and but not on all pieces of data. It's a very small amount of data, and we get it just the night before. For example, if we were going to get a big piece of data in the middle of an FOMC meeting, as often happens on the day of an FOMC meeting, it will help me to know it the night before.
Okay, so the markets, after your speech last week, the markets assumed that therefore there would probably be another 25 basis point increase in your next FOMC meeting.
Oh, wait, no, I thought he was going to ask about conditions.
Was that a bad assumption by the markets?
So what we said at the meeting was that we believe that we anticipate, is what we said, that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate. And the reason is we're trying to achieve a stance of policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. And we don't think we've achieved that yet. So we said that, and now you see the labor market report, and I think, again, financial conditions are more well aligned with that than they were before.
So the assumption when you made your speech was that probably
he didn't answer 25 or 50. He could have been hawkish there. He wasn't.
Decreasing rates by the end of this year, and the markets no longer assume that. You think the markets are wrong?
Well, so let me say, these are all of these numbers that we're throwing around here are conditional on incoming data and what happens. So we never say this is what we think will happen. We make a tentative forecast and then we let the data come in. For example, if the data were to continue to come in stronger than we expect, and we were to conclude that we needed to raise rates more than is priced into the markets or than we wrote down at our last group of forecasts in December, then we would certainly do that. We would certainly raise rates more.
Okay, so today, for people who aren't familiar with the FOMC, who is
that was hawkish, but it didn't sound hawkish.
So the U.S. Central Bank consists of a board of governors here in Washington. There are 7 governors. Those governors are nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate, and we serve terms that are not synced up with the election cycle. So we're independent. There are also 12 reserve banks around the country which have a degree of independence, and so each reserve bank is led by a president who works there full time. All 12 of them sit on the FOMC. So that's 19 people sit on the FOMC. So it's quite a large committee, of which 12
100 Amazon, 158.
The Reserve Bank presidents vote on a rotating basis, except New York, which votes every year.
So when you vote, do you vote
at
the beginning of an FOMC meeting and then just kind of have discussions afterwards, or do you wait to the very end and then you vote?
No, we vote at the end. I mean, the FOMC meeting process takes more than a full week. I'm talking to all of the participants, all 18 other ones. And staff has sent around memos, and there's something called the Teal Book, which is the staff's assessment of the, of the economy and international economy and monetary policy and all that. Then we have an extensive discussion on the morning of the first day about the economy. Everybody talks about that. On the second day, we talk about monetary policy, and then we vote on monetary policy at around noon on the second day.
So does the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board speak first and say, here's what I think? Or does he wait until the end and say, well, thanks for what you think, but let me tell you what I think? What do you do? First or last?
Different chairs have done it different ways. And so I've tended to do
what
my immediate predecessor
He doesn't sound as easy on the markets, but he's definitely he's not hammering home hawkish.
The economic
he said hawkish stuff, but he's not hammering it home.
What they think about the economy and in their district, for example, if they're a Reserve Bank president. And I listen to all that, and then I give my comments at the end, and I kind of sum up what people have said. And then I speak first on monetary policy.
Okay, so you've said your inflation rate target is 2%, but why 2% and not 3%? 3%, could be tolerable, really. I mean, for most of organized history, 3% is considered okay. Why do you want 2%?
So 2% is the global standard, and that is our objective. 2% as measured by the PCE index. And that's not something we're looking at changing. That isn't going to change.
That's not going to change.
Not going to change, no.
But okay, so you need to get to 2%, and your goal to get there is by what period of time would you like to get there?
Well, we say that we're using our tools to get there over time. If you look at our forecasts, we expect 2023 to be a year of significant declines in inflation, and it's actually our job to make sure that that's the case. But I would tell you that with inflation headline PCE inflation is running about 5%. This is on a 12-month basis.
Zoom is hitting another one. Uber too.
My guess is it will take
again. Enphase pre-earnings is hitting as well.
Not just this year, but next year to get down close to 2%.
Okay, so 2% is firm. You're not going to get off that.
Yes.
Okay. So the theory of raising interest rates is that it will decrease economic activity and increase unemployment. but you've been increasing interest rates for a while, and unemployment is now at a record low.
This is Goldilocks
What's wrong with the theory? Why is unemployment not going higher?
Well, the labor market is strong because the economy is strong. And as I mentioned, it's a good thing that we've been able to see the beginnings of disinflation without seeing the labor market weaken. It's just that there's a lot of demand for workers. In fact, if you look at the supply of workers versus demand for workers, demand for U.S. workers is now more than 5 million greater than the available supply. And the available supply consists of people who are either working or actively looking for a job. So this was not the case before the pandemic. The pandemic really had a significant, left a lasting mark so far on labor supply in the United States. The labor force participation rate came down, and there now is a shortage of workers, and it almost feels more structural than cyclical. So that's a significant issue.
Now, you've resisted, I think, saying what unemployment rate would be acceptable to you, I think. But is there an unemployment rate that you think would
I sold out of the
inflation
Zoom
such that you would tolerate unemployment at
like $6
4%,
a share.
5%, 6%?
I guess I think about it this way. We have two goals that Congress has assigned us: maximum employment and price stability. Price stability, as we've agreed, is 2% inflation. Maximum employment means if you want a job, you can get one. So right now, the labor market is at least at maximum employment. Many would say that it is out of balance with more demand than there is supply. So what we're trying to do is get inflation down. We're not targeting a different unemployment rate. We're trying to use our tools to get inflation to come down over time.
In hindsight, would you say that when COVID hit the economy and we injected $5 trillion of fiscal policy into the economy, and the Fed did quantitative easing and other related things, kept interest rates very low, would you say in hindsight that was a mistake, or was the right policy at the time?
So I think you have to go back to the decisions that were made in real time, and it was something nobody had ever seen. The global economy came to a virtual standstill. People were talking about depression. People were talking, and we didn't think, we had no idea when we would get vaccines that worked. So Congress took very strong measures, and we took very strong measures. And you see where the economy is. You've got a very, very strong labor market, but you have high inflation. As I mentioned, we're at the beginning of getting that down. If you look around the world, though, at other countries, they're also experiencing high inflation, including countries that didn't do as much as we did, either from a fiscal or monetary standpoint. So that tells you, though, that a big part of this inflation is actually related to the pandemic itself, the shutdown and then the reopening. That's a big part of it.
Now, the quantitative easing program has increased the balance sheet, I guess, of the Fed. And what is your balance sheet now?
I think it's $8.4 trillion.
Jeez.
You must sound like you know. Sounds $8.4 trillion.
That was yesterday's number.
Okay, all right, $8.4 trillion. What would you like it to get down to over the next year or two? Is there some lower number?
I love how the market rips on that.
We are in the process of shrinking the balance sheet actively, actually passively, I should say. So what happens is, as Treasury securities on our balance sheet mature up to a cap, a monthly cap, the balance sheet shrinks in that amount. Same thing with mortgage-backed securities as they are.
You're getting another pop. You're above the other day's level now.
The balance sheet is shrinking.
41,
in
41.
terms of the target level of it, we haven't put a specific dollar number on it. The idea is we're in a regime of ample reserves. Reserves are basically
41.55 is the next
banks.
level,
and when we get
and
close
then
to that
41
level, where
like
we feel
81.
Reserves are ample.
Again, he's not
kind of where we
his
were
attitude
before the
isn't.
pandemic.
It's not bearish
at
all.
Slow down, and we'll sort of test where we are. And
even
but
talking
it'll be
about
a couple
balance
of years,
sheet
we think,
reduction,
till we get to that level.
The Fed does not sell securities. They waits for them to mature, and then you just cash them in, right? You're not in the market selling securities that are not yet mature.
And then the bonds are going up, which
that
is
is
ironic.
correct. It's also correct, though, that we've said we would consider sales of mortgage-backed securities, but I will tell you that's not something that is on the list of active things being actively considered.
So there's some people that are worried about the federal debt limit, and that we might not be able to extend it on time. We have $31.4 trillion of debt. Are you a little worried about the debt limit not getting extended?
So the debt limit is really something for the fiscal authorities to deal with. The Fed, our only role in this is that we're the fiscal agent of the Treasury Department. We're not a policymaker on that. And I will just say this. This really can only end one way, and that is with Congress raising the debt ceiling in a timely fashion so that the U.S. can pay all of its bills when and as due. That's what has to happen. And if that doesn't happen, no one should think that the Fed has the ability to shield the financial markets or the economy
breaking out too
from
now.
the consequences of moving too slow.
So you don't have any program in place ready to go if, in fact, the debt limit isn't passed in time?
This is something that Congress has to deal with.
And the so-called $1 trillion gold coin solution is not one you're in favor of, I guess.
As I said, this ends in only one way, and that way is Congress voting to raise the debt ceiling so that the U.S. can pay all of our bills.
Okay. In terms of consultation, do you consult regularly with the Treasury Secretary or the head of the National Economic Council or the President of the United States? How do you kind of relate to the administration?
For a long, long time, 60 or 70 years, I think there's been a weekly breakfast or lunch with the Treasury Secretary and the Fed chair. And that's what I've had with Treasury Secretaries that I've had as Fed chair. I've also had regular, or call it irregular lunches with the head of the NEC. We also have regularly scheduled lunches with the Council of Economic Advisors. And that's really the institutional structure of our contacts with the administration.
So in the way the Fed works today, if you could reconstruct the operations of the Fed, would you change the legislation in any way? Would you think the Fed operates in a way that's as efficient as you can realistically operate?
We're not looking for any changes to the Federal Reserve Act. I mean, I think it does work. The structure that I discussed earlier, where you've got the 12 Reserve Bank presidents coming in, what that assures, really, it institutionalizes diversity of thought. So we get different people coming in who've got different backgrounds, different careers, and they think different ways, and I think that's enormously beneficial to our decision-making process.
So there has been discussion recently about the Fed, some Fed members, Fed board presidents, selling their securities and maybe not doing everything they were supposed to do in terms of disclosing it. What have you done to fix that process?
We put a new system and a new set of rules in place, which I think are
Disney came back
best in class for a public institution like the Fed. And the innovations were that if someone wants to sell something that they own or buy something, they have to clear that in advance with staff at the Board of Governors, and then you've got to wait 45 days for that to execute. Also, you can't own individual stocks, and you can only do these. You can only authorize these transactions or execute them during specific times. And we just, of course, all of these are disclosed. If your idea is to trade things, buy and sell them because you think this stock is cheap and that kind of thing, that's just not something that will work.
Then 41.55, that was the key level. Next level is like 40.80.
It's around $190,000.
41.78.
Okay, so you live on the $190,000. If you need to sell something, what do? You have to clear it for 45 days, or?
That's right. If we have family expenses that, if we have them, that exceed my salary, then we have to sell an asset.
You think that's a fair salary for the job, or?
I do. Yes.
You do. Okay. So today, how do you coordinate with central banks, let's say in England or Japan or China? Do you have regular conversations with them about what they're doing?
We do, and I meet 6 times a year.
Again, these are great questions, but it's bullish so far.
Heads of all the
Powell,
many central banks.
He's not dovish. We'll see if he changes anything, but it's reverse Jackson Hole now. It's definitely reverse Jackson Hole.
In addition, among the major central banks, I have regular dialogues going with most of them, and so what we're talking though about is really what's happening in the economy and how are you thinking about policy and that kind of thing. It's very important that we keep those discussions going, because particularly in a crisis, you're going to need to know each other, and you're going to be able to trust each other.
And do you think the U.S. economy is pretty much in control of its own inflation rate, or are there events outside the United States, like what China is doing or the Ukraine war, that are affecting inflation and make you nervous about where inflation might be going?
We have the tools, the Fed has the tools to achieve our 2% goal over time. But inflation in the United States is, of course, very closely related to things that happen here, including the balance between supply and demand. It's also affected by, for example, commodity prices that are really set on the global markets. Oil and many agricultural commodities are priced globally. So there are certainly, it's an integrated global economy and global markets, and we are part of that.
So you get data from all the various government agencies, but do you ever use anecdotal things, like you go to the supermarket and you say prices are high and you say this price is high, or how do you ever get anecdotal things, or people ever call you up or friends and say, by the way, you should do this or that? Do you ever get that kind of information, or do you only get it from the government reports?
I mostly get data, but I will say I do believe that anecdotal information is very useful.
Damn, yen is recovering.
One of the things the Reserve banks are great at is all 12 of them have big operations where they talk to businesses and nonprofits, universities, every sector of the country and the economy, and they bring that back to the FOMC meetings and they talk about what they're seeing. Because
so that's
often,
your first couple of reds there.
Staring at data is great, but you need to have a story, and I think hearing the stories that people tell, it does help me to sort of, assess what's going on out there.
So, as the chairman of the Federal Reserve is obviously an important job. How do you reduce the stress level you have? I mean, you can't be watching economic numbers all the time. So, what do you do to relieve the stress other than interviews like this?
The usual things. I read pretty light fiction, detective and spy fiction. I exercise as much as I can. As you know, I like to ride my bike. I play the guitar, play music.
Wait a second, is that safe, riding a bike? Dangerous? And
It's safe. It's safe if you stay on the bike. And
okay. You're good at that.
That's what I try to do.
You still play the guitar, or you're still...
I do, yeah.
Your hair is awfully short for playing the guitar. Don't you need longer hair? Was your
Yes.
hair longer when you were younger?
And grayer. It's too gray, too. So.
Okay. So let me ask you about the issue of what it's like to be chairman of the Fed. You can't go have regular friendship kind of dinners or meetings, can you? People treat you much differently, I assume, than they used to, right? When you go to a restaurant, are people listening to what you're saying or something like that?
They're asking him questions about his personal life.
I have always thought that my jokes were
bullish
funny,
for now.
But,
unless he hits a curveball in, but
yes, it's
the same attitude.
I've never been a public figure before like this, and it's very different. But it's a great honor to serve. But yeah, when you go in public places, you have to be very careful about.
And does the President of the United States ever call you with any advice, or you don't really? Did President Trump ever call you, or President Biden ever call you, or?
Well, I think it's a matter of public record that President Trump did used to call me from time to time.
Okay. What did he call you?
No, I haven't had that kind of. I haven't gotten any calls from President Biden.
Okay, so the biggest challenge you have now is being able to keep a straight face, not telling people what you're going to do in the future, and look at the data and then come up with the right solution, right? That's mostly it?
I think the biggest challenge we face at the Fed is completing the process of getting inflation down to 2%. And what I want to point out is that we're seeing disinflation in the goods sector.
Okay, this is a good question.
We expect to see it in the housing services sector. And these are the three parts of the core PCE inflation index that we look at. There's 56% of the economy, which is the rest of the services sector. It's the biggest part, obviously, and we're not seeing disinflation there yet. And that's going to take some time. And we need to be patient, and we think we're going to need to keep rates at a restrictive level for a period of time before that comes down.
So when you made your speech the other day, when you talked about the Fed discount rate, you used the word disinflation 11 times. Not that I'm counting, but 11 times. So you were saying that disinflation is beginning to appear. Would you use that word 11 times again today after the jobs report, or you would be less inclined to use that word so much?
I might use I might say I would certainly use the word disinflation, yes, which means declining inflation, and I would call it declining inflation too.
And today, what about the total debt of the United States, which produces some inflation, 31.4, leaving aside the debt limit? Are you worried about the total indebtedness of the United States producing inflation, or you don't think that's a big problem?
Yeah, it's not the level of debt. I would say the thing I'd say about the level of debt is really, it's not. First of all, it's not the Fed's job, but I would say that we're on an unsustainable fiscal path at the federal government level. That has been the case for some time, and it's something we will have to deal with. And it's better to deal with it sooner rather than later.
Now, many of your predecessors were economists. You were trained as a lawyer. They spoke in what I call Fed speak, which is to say incomprehensible kind of economic language, which was done intentionally, I think, sometimes they would say. So you tend to speak in English. Has that been a plus, you'd say, when you're dealing with members of Congress, they can understand what you're saying?
I like to think so. I've made it a real priority to to engage a lot with Congress.
Yeah,
In our system of
people were
government,
reacting to
unlike
that
the
last
parliamentary
question,
system,
but
our accountability is
he
to
didn't
the
drive it
legislature.
home.
It's to Senate
He
and the
kinda
House,
got away
and
from the
particularly
jobs
the two
report.
oversight committees, Senate Banking and House Financial Services. And I think it's very important that we respect that and explain what we're doing and listen to their concerns and share with them how we're thinking about things. And I think they appreciate that. But that is, we have this precious independence. We can't be removed from office. We serve these long terms. The other side of that has to be accountability. And the way for us to get accountability is to be as transparent as possible and try to reach, the people of the United States through their elected representatives. So this is a very high priority, and we're going to keep doing it.
So when you testify in front of Congress, how much time does it take to prepare for that? Is that a 1 hour
Some
preparation
bigger individual
session, or
drops
is it a
right now.
1 day session or a 1 week session?
These are supposed to be monetary policy hearings under the Humphrey-Hawkins Act, and they're actually on anything that's any political issue. So it's quite extensive. You have to prepare for everything that the Fed is involved in and many things that the Fed is not involved in. So it's a lot of preparation.
So when you get questions from some members, you have to bite your tongue and say, why are you asking a question like that, or you never have that problem?
That never happens.
Never happens, okay. Okay, all right, well, good. So today, as you look at the country's economy, what is the biggest worry you have about inflation? Is it just that the fiscal policy is not completely under control? We have exogenous events outside. What is your biggest worry about inflation today?
Well, it's kind of what I was saying earlier, which is we're just at the beginning of this process, right? Goods inflation. So we need that process to continue. The whole thing began, the whole inflation began with people not being able to buy services, instead buying goods, and then global supply chains collapsing. And so you couldn't get goods and prices of goods went up, and that's where it started. But that is now starting to get better as supply chains are improving and as people are rotating their purchases back to services. You move on, though, we're not seeing it yet in housing services, which is either rent or the ownership, the imputed costs of house ownership. But we expect to see that. So we need that to happen. That's another big part of the economy. It's got to come. It should come in the second half of this year. Then the biggest piece of it, and what I worry about the most, is when are we going to see disinflation or declining inflation in core services ex housing? So that's what I worry about. The last thing I worry about is just another exogenous event. It's a risky world out there, with the war in Ukraine and the reopening of China, and those are things that can affect our economy and the path of inflation.
Right. So the balloon was not your worry, though. You don't care about the balloon.
It's not within our ambit.
Okay. So today, the Federal Reserve gets data from all over the country, and are you convinced that you get the best data, you have the best data collection methods, or do you think it's not as modern as what Wall Street gets?
So most of the data that we get are just the same. We don't collect the data on unemployment or inflation or most things. So most of that's just government data, and a lot of that's, for example, very high quality. The labor market data is very high quality. What we get, which I think is better and different from what everybody else gets, is what I mentioned earlier, and that is the Reserve Banks putting together the beige book, the
teal book,
beige book.
Yeah, the beige book, putting together the beige book.
Well, that was weird. I've never
and
seen
also
him
coming in
slip
and sharing the anecdotes and what they're hearing, what's happening with each district is different. You have agricultural districts and energy districts, and so that I think our anecdotal, but also just the haul of information we get through that network is I don't think anybody else has that.
So do you consult regularly with some of your predecessors? I mean, obviously one is Secretary of the Treasury now, but Ben Bernanke, for example, or?
I do. I talk to former Chairman Bernanke. I talk to, Secretary Yellen. I still talk to Alan Greenspan now and again.
And when you're dealing with your colleagues on the Fed board, and you disagree with them, do you say, look, I'm the chairman of the Fed, I am the person who has to make the final decision, and this is what we should do, or you don't quite do it that way?
It's a process of reaching agreement. And
Microsoft's Nadella
I
says
hear what
AI
people
will
have
shape
to say.
every
I tell them what
software.
I think, and then I'm the one who has to bring a proposal in front of the full committee, not just the board, but in front of the full committee on monetary policy. And it works. We have to reach an agreement, and we get to a place. I think you can tell today we are blessed with a diversity of perspectives on the FOMC with 19 people. Of course we are. But you have one thing that unites all of us, and that is a very strong commitment to getting inflation down.
So in some parts of Washington, people say, if you give me this, I'll give you that. I'll trade this for that. You never do that at the Fed when you're coming up with a decision. I'll do what you want if you do what I want. That doesn't happen ever?
Not really, no.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Like you mean a better office or something like that?
Well, just, you know, I'll say what you want me to say if you say what I want you to say or something. That never happens, right?
No, it doesn't happen. I mean,
and when you want to talk to members of the board, of the Federal Reserve Board, do you go to their office or do they come to your office?
I like to do both. I mean, I really don't like to sit in my office all day and just have people come to see me. I like to go barge in on people, and you know, I think it's much better to get up and walk around and see people.
But the Fed has been pretty good at avoiding leaks of its decisions. How do you do that? Because most people in Washington are not so good at that. How do you avoid leaks?
We do have, you know, we've got very strict rules around confidentiality, particularly around the written materials that we have. You know, we publish these things internally for the FOMC meeting, the memos and the Teal book and all that. But the other thing to remember, though, is, you know, we're not trying to hide our decisions from the public. We actually, in modern monetary policy, we want the public to understand how we think, how we're thinking, and you know, if markets really understand how you're thinking and a new piece of data comes in, the markets will go, well, they're going to do this, and it sort of happens organically. And that happened all last year. As we were, you know, talking about raising rates, the market priced in rate increases long before we actually enacted them. So we want to be transparent. We're not looking to surprise markets with these decisions.
But from the time that you make your decision on the FOMC, whatever time it is during the day, and your press conference is at 2 o'clock or something like that?
2:30.
2:30.
Yeah.
So your decision is made by 2 o'clock or whenever it is, or something like that. So you got a half hour, but you have to avoid leaks during that half hour because that's very market-sensitive information. How do you make sure nobody is calling their spouse and saying, guess what we're going to do?
Well, people take this very seriously. None of that happens. You know, you're taking your professional life in your hands if you do something like that. I think people have a sense of self-preservation. So people are very careful about this information. There is a period of a couple of hours after the meeting and until we announce the decision, but we announced the decision at 2. The press conference is at 2:30. So I think, you know, it's a fairly small group of senior staff and policymakers that kind of know what happened and what we're going to say. And I just think everybody understands that you've just got to be really careful with that.
To go back to the jobs discussion, if next month you had another 519,000 jobs created, net jobs, would that be good or bad from your point of view? Have we a lot of people working, but maybe producing more inflation?
So we don't have the luxury of thinking about good or bad. It just is what it is. So, but I would say again, most analysts, most economists would say that to get inflation down from high levels that we've had, if you look at history, there is some softening in labor market conditions that goes along with that, and that is still, you know, very possible and indeed likely here. Some softening in labor market conditions. However, this cycle is different from other cycles because of where it came from, and it's just confounded all sorts of attempts to predict what it would do. So it is good that we have seen a very strong labor market, but at the same time we're seeing wages moderating. Wage increases are still very high, but wage increases have come down to a level that is closer to what would be sustainable, still well above what would be sustainable with 2% inflation. And same thing with inflation. Inflation is starting to come down and the labor market hasn't softened. We do expect that it will soften, but you know, it will do what it will do. Our job is to get inflation down to 2% and preserve maximum employment.
So when the FOMC meets, as it does regularly, eight times a year?
Yes.
8 times. You pretty much know how the decision is going to come out before you actually get together because you've been talking to each other? Or does the meeting of the FOMC change minds in ways that you might not have expected before the meeting started?
It depends on the meeting. You know, I talk to each of the 18 other participants at least once, and we go through everything. What's your analysis of the economy? How are you thinking about monetary policy? How are you thinking about the path forward and all of that? So in some meetings, I will say some of the time, you get into a discussion at the meeting which suggests that maybe you should communicate differently, and then we'll think about that. And we might actually take a break in the middle of the meeting and then go off with a smaller group and think about that and come back and make changes. Sometimes, though, everything plays out as expected.
And when you're having these FOMC meetings, I assume somebody sweeps the room to make sure there's no bugs and anything.
Yes, all that.
So no leaks.
No.
Okay. And today,
no leaks.
As you look forward, as we are going forward for the next remainder of this year, your basic view would be you'd be happy if the inflation rate were to get down by the end of the year to 2%, may be unrealistic, but your core inflation now, or overall inflation, you think is about 4.5%, something like that, or what would you say it is?
It's in that range. There are different measures.
Okay.
Yes, we expect significant progress on inflation this year, and again, it's our job to produce it. And I want to say again, we throw these numbers around, but the reality is we're going to react to the data. So if we continue to get, for example, strong labor market reports or higher inflation reports, it may well be the case that we have to do more and raise hikes more than is priced in.
So if I wanted to go get a mortgage on a house I was going to buy, for example, you would say I'm not going to be any better off waiting to next year than now.
That
because
was kind of a nod to higher terminal. I don't know.
Next year, so I might as well get the house now, mortgage.
So
that was interesting.
Surprisingly enough, I get a lot of requests for advice on those kind of things.
That was a right cheek play.
But I really can't.
It's like right at the support level.
I really can't respond.
So, okay, so on the whole, to summarize where you are, you're basically saying that the jobs data that came out was a little bit surprising, but in the end, you've taken it into account and you're pretty comfortable with the guidance you gave last time, and you're not prepared to give anything that's completely different guidance than you gave last week.
Well, I mean, this is a world in which we've had the labor market report, and I think that does, I think it underscores the message that I was sending at the press conference and in the meeting, that we have a significant road ahead to get inflation down to 2%, and I think there's been an expectation that it'll go away quickly and painlessly, and I don't think that's at all guaranteed. That's not the base case. The base case is for me is that it will take some time, and we'll have to do more rate increases, and then we'll have to look around and see whether we've done enough.
Okay, he's flipping the script a little bit.
2% is the rate we had for the last 25 years before inflation came along. But prior to that, for most of U.S. history, we were higher than 2%.
He brought back the pain.
We're now so used to 2% after 25
years of it.
He said
that's his base case now, not the Goldilocks shit.
So we went through this long period where
it started on that other candle really right there. I was like, that it sounded like
and we think
like a nod to higher rates, or even higher than what people are pricing in.
That's because people start to expect 2% inflation, and inflation.
But I don't know if that's enough to shoot you down.
Everyone expects that prices are going to go up, prices and wages are going to go up 2% per year, then plus productivity in the case of wages. Then it will. That's what will happen. Having price stability, real price stability for an extended period of time, is just enormously beneficial to the public, because you can then, on the back of that, you can build a very strong labor market, as we had. We had a labor market with really 3.5% unemployment in 2018 and 19. And we had inflation running, just barely getting to 2%. Wages moving up the most for people at the lower end of the spectrum. And so this was we all want to get back to that place, but the bedrock of the whole thing is to get inflation under control.
The unemployment rate hasn't come down as much as people are going up as much as people
thought. That last 4 minutes sounded like old Powell.
Because we don't have as many immigrants coming into the country, legal immigrants coming in, taking some of the jobs they otherwise would take. Do you think immigration is an issue in terms of giving us more labor workers, or do you think that's not a factor?
So just as a matter of arithmetic, it was a factor, because there was very little migration across borders during the pandemic. And that was part of what was happening, particularly in certain sectors like the agricultural sector and food service and things like that, where there just weren't the people. However, just very recently here, the immigration data have turned up again. And I think that may be part of why people are feeling somewhat less pressure in the labor market to find workers. This is an issue not for the Fed, though. Immigration is obviously a political issue. We do not seek to be a player on this. But it's just a fact, though, that right now the United States has fewer available workers than it has jobs plus job openings.
And when you increase interest rates, the traditional effect is to increase the value of the dollar versus other currencies. Do you have any concern about the value of the dollar going up too much, or that's not something you comment on?
So the responsibility for the exchange rate is really rests with the Treasury Department and the administration, not with us. Of course, that's another financial variable that goes into every economic model, but we don't look at it as something that we're working on.
All right, well, I think I haven't been able to get you to say anything you didn't want to say. I would say, Jay, I've known you a long time. I think you've done a great job in a difficult situation. I appreciate your service to the country at $180,000 a year, or whatever the salary is, something like that. So thanks very much for being here, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, David. Great to see you.
Thank you, David. Balanced it out. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if there's going to be anything else. So literally, that was about 90% dovish. He kept the same strategy, kept the whole same plan, and then that last 10% there, he brought back the "there's going to be pain." What was it? I think I have the quote. He was just saying, right there. He said, if strong labor data persists, peak rate may be higher. That's what set off everything right around here. So it was right again. He was leading into it. And then he was that question too. He avoided it the first time. I'm glad they were doing a lot of chit chat there, but Rubenstein came back to it. But borderline, that was the dagger right there, where he was just saying if peak rates. He reiterated it again, but the last 5 minutes of that sounded like old Powell. So honestly, I think Powell's still the wild card. I think it's going to make data a little bit more heightened, but. I don't know. I would check the Fed futures, but I think Powell is he played that game a little different than last time. It sounded mainly dovish, but then he ended it on a very, very hawkish tone. So realistically, the last quotes you're going to get from Powell are strong labor data persists, peak rate may be higher, significant road ahead. He said there will be pain. And then he says it's responsibility for exchange rate that rests with the Fed, and then that's it. So the last comments were hawkish. Everything else was there. A 1 hour chart probably looks bullish as shit, or I guess halfway. Even then, it wasn't too bad. I mean, again, that pop there, again, it seemed like his attitude, they were all lovey-dovey, asking all these easy questions. It seemed pretty chill at first, and it seemed like it was sounding like the last one, but then it kind of got tempered there a little bit. So I think Powell definitely he found a way to balance it out that time. But at least it wasn't fully there. Microsoft unveils OpenAI-powered Bing search. That's coming out now. But again, I think the market's just reacting to everything else right now. They're going to bring it down. I mean, it's definitely not. I guess here's an easier way to put it. It's definitely not, then it said his best case, he changed that one up. It's definitely not as bullish as last time. That's the easy, if you really want to try to stamp this down, this was definitely not as bullish as last Wednesday. That's, his tone was a little bit different, but again, he changed his base case and he ended it with the pain. He left. He did not answer 25 nor 50 again, so he still has that flexibility, but he's been doing that for months now. But he changed his base case, which, again, last time he said base case on Wednesday, he said it would be for inflation to come down and unemployment not to go up, whereas now he said if unemployment rate does continue to go at a 500,000 pace, he is going to raise rates again, or he's going to raise the terminal rate. Yeah, 4 days ago he was in Goldilocks land. Today he's still kind of bullish, though, and I think that's why, again, I think David Rubenstein got him to keep saying disinflation, because he was just trying to say inflation was going to come down. It wasn't a hard reality check. It wasn't like he was coming in like, yo, you got to go get a job and move out. Like, what are you doing? You're 37 years old. How come you still playing World of Warcraft and hanging out with Sam Bankman-Fried? Like, it wasn't that big of a reality check. It was more of it definitely was just tempered compared to what you saw on last Wednesday. It just wasn't the same Powell, but it was mostly the same Powell. But then I think he tweaked it where he needed to tweak it. That's what I think it kind of was. But very interesting. If you compare it to last one, it was hawkish, but that's what I'm saying. It's just I would say that one was still dovish, to be honest with you. I would say the whole conversation was dovish, but it was dramatically less dovish than what you had at the last Fed meeting on Wednesday. It's just a slight attitude adjustment, I think is a great way to put it. He didn't do, I mean, again, we're at the same spot. This was the first candle. Again, as he just kept hammering home, he just kept sounding very, very positive. And then, I don't even know why we went up. It was just, I think we went up as he just stopped getting hawkish. And then right as he started sounding hawkish, I hope you guys got it. I gave you a little, you could tell by my reaction, I said, oh, right there. But it's like it's starting to drop there now. So I don't think people are reacting towards what he is saying, because none of this is new, but they are just reacting to when he's doing something or not, in the sense of, as long as he's talking and it's not bad, we're going up. They're taking that as dovish, and then vice versa. Once he starts bringing up hawkish stuff, people kind of start to come down to reality. I mean, the bonds almost, again, they almost reversed all of that, and that was crazy. You've lost most of the gains there so far. But you're still up. Banks have came down a lot. That one I think is surprising. Banks are lower than Powell now, which I would say is the more shocking part of all that. The earnings ones are still holding up, though. So like Uber and Enphase, they're holding up a little better. And then Zoom is still holding up the price cut gains, which is nice. It'll pump tomorrow. Well, we don't have any data, but I think we'll see. Maybe you have Uber earnings tomorrow. Uber earnings can move things as far as consumer sentiment. Those Amazon shares, I'm going to ride them out for a little bit. I think, again, I like the price on it. At least I'm not getting trapped. I'm buying them about, $7 lower than where I sold Amazon. So, like I said, on a lot of the plays I was buying to the upside, I was getting trapped on them. So, I think at a lower price, they're down today. I think Amazon could go down another couple of bucks, but I like it with the balance there. And in general, it seemed like if we are going to get bullish, the underperformer would do good. Hope we dump one more time. It's not the fact that you gave up most of those gains, it's going to make it harder for the pump. But at the end of the day, you are still holding up. Again, Powell was a very interesting read on that one. Wait for Timmy to tweet. You said there's a Mike Burry tweet. And then again, where's Microsoftian? They have their OpenAI thing. That was interesting, man. That was, again, I would definitely say it was overall dovish, but it was definitely hawkish compared to last meeting. So I think that was a nice way to temper you. I think that's a nice way to keep us not too high, and it's going to make 430 a little bit more challenging now, unless there's other earnings or data. That's going to be the real key. It may be harder to get to 430 without data now. Like we were saying, 430 was the next spot if you were able to run up above here. So I think it's going to make the higher highs a little bit. It doesn't mean you can't go up, but it's going to make it a little bit more limited in terms of just total rally, everybody going crazy. Wow, this is cool. David Rubenstein, they have an update if you guys were listening there. Well, I hope you liked the video. I have an exclusive Powell picture for you. I just got this by one of our sources. You're coming down here a little bit. Watch out. AI names are on the low. Can y'all? I need to make sure y'all subscribe with the bell. We appreciate all of you, but can I get like 100 likes real quick? I have an exclusive picture of Powell. You're gonna want to see this, Chad. You're gonna want to see this one. This is David Rubenstein sent this one over here. Did y'all hit the like button? Oh, yeah, y'all ran it up. All right, here it is. Here's your exclusive picture. As Powell was talking about his guitar and how much he loved it, we have an exclusive photo of Jerome Powell playing the guitar. Yep, this is it. So this was Jerome Powell back in the day playing the guitar. Yep, I was sent this. One of our exclusive sources from David Rubenstein. His name is Mr. Whitman. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy, yeah. I can't believe this. That's dude, it's accurate. I mean, I'm telling you, they'll tell me, you can't tell me this isn't real. I don't know. And honestly, some of you take things too seriously. This is a joke. Ha 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 ha. So that's a good laugh for a very middle of the ground speech there. So again, you're right at VWAP now. Let's see what happens. Let me check the book map. You got a lot of sells coming in. You just ate up one of the buy-side orders. So we'll find out. That's cool. No, it was cool to hear. You got to hear about Powell's personal life. And then Rubenstein would slip in some questions. Damn it, I was going to take profits. I had the order up for end phase, and I didn't take it. But I figured earnings would have kind of helped it up there. Now you're dumping here, so watch out. You might go below Powell. Uh-oh. The Hawks might take over. The Hawks, well, how many minutes has it been, actually? $50 minutes so far. Yikes. You might find out tomorrow if this leads to the gap down, but this is weird. Because, again, it took about 45 minutes to dump on Jackson Hole, and low-key that same pattern is playing out now. The bonds are there. I think people might be focusing on those final statements. Let me see if I could get you more on that. Yeah, stocks pair gains after Powell's peak rate remarks. That's the headline. That if strong labor data persists, peak rate may be higher. I think people are flipping on this one now, Chattadonia. Hot dog. We're only down 0.1%. No, this is, you got to make, dude, you're getting close to 4,100 now. That force is getting pretty big. What's the volume looking like? It's only 39 million. That's actually the scary part. And again, you're going to have CPI tomorrow. If anything, I think it drops you. Worst case, we go to like 401. Then it goes crazy from there. Okay, wait for the first bounce off of this, but pretty much, it's just like, I'll tell you right now, if it flushes through 4,100 and does not have a bounce here and is not able, like if it just flushes straight to 40.88, it's dead. But if it bounce, that will be the same setup as Jackson Hole. Yeah, no, Bloomberg is pushing out the hawkish headline. They are. Literally, they're focusing on the same quote that we called out for you. It's, again, that peak rate remark about if the jobs report is stronger, it's just highlighting more of the data now. Jackson Hole was the last little speech following or before the Fed meeting that brought things down. SQQ at 35. It was just at 32. Yeah, CPI, but it's still only Tuesday. So why? If this bounce don't hold, I think it's done. Again, 40. You have to, if you get a straight flush to 4,800, I think it's over. We're gonna find out, but right there, 41.30. You sold off 30 points in 4 minutes. Might be doing it again. Let's see. Yeah, you're gonna get a couple of things. Yeah, bonds are even going lower too. The bonds is not playing with it. I want to see if you hit 40.88. Yeah, that candle's getting big there now. I don't know. Powell may have came through on those last 5 minutes there. Again, it is starting. I remember I showed you guys this. Yeah, you're dropping. Tesla's now selling off even more. If it goes to 40.88, let's see. I might even want to sell the ES. This is what I'm considering now. It's already one. I need it to flush levels and show no respect. No, I don't think Bloomberg manipulate. Again, I called out the quote right here. The quote itself, that was the last 5 minutes of that call finally sounded like old Powell, but the first half of it sounded like, Powell on Xanax. So it makes sense. Powell is just saying if that data keeps coming in hot, he just said we could do a higher terminal rate. That would be another part of repricing right there. So this is already a new low on the day right now. Where is it? This is what I wanted to show you. Last, let's go back to Jackson Hole. You see what I'm talking about. That was August 17th. Right? Or was it? Or August 26th. So right here was Jackson Hole. And this is what I'm saying. It's kind of you dropped in pop, but then once it starts just flushing through all the levels and turning into the decline, that's what changed everything. But it was on a similar time frame. This one was a little bit more spaced out. Yeah, it's not holding. Again, the Qs are up there too. All right, Lord protect me. I sold my ES at 4,100. I took about $3,500 profit on that now. And let's see. So now I'm only holding my NQ. I may have just bottom ticked it there, but we are going to see. I should have waited a little bit longer, but we're going to find out. But I do want to clear out some other stuff. And I think I'll keep the YCL. Again, 40. This is the level, because if it flushes from here, it's over. And then the yen already came back down. Yeah, I bottom ticked it. But I'm going to close out the yen future, 1,800 profit. Okay, we got that one out the way. So I closed out the yen too. I'm still going to hold YCL. It could bounce. You have one more big bounce left in here. But then it's how this could play out tomorrow will get interesting. But then I'm not going to add any other shorts, and I'm going to look to try to double down here with shares rather than anything else. I don't know, though. I think I'm taking risk by clearing that out there, but the way I'm looking at it here now is that I think that's just going to temper some things. No double down on the NQ. No, not yet. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's worth it just yet. I mean, I already left 10 points on the table there on the ES. Yeah, I think now I think it's going to lead into CPI, but it's early. That's the only part I have a problem with, is that we're still very, the volume is low and we're very early on this in the sense that it's still only Tuesday. Yes, we are on every day, baby. Live Monday through Friday. 30 minutes before open. Glad you're here, my friend. Glad you're here. SPY still below 4,100. Again, if that rejects there, that won't be pretty. We do have breathable merchandise. I thought you never asked, man. I thought you never asked. I think the banks should be able to win out through there, though. Banks gave up out of nowhere. This is the big level right here. If it's holding up, though, I honestly, it should have flushed a little harder, and it's not. So if that doesn't, I think you're going to be able to dance around a little bit. But this, again, I mean, that's already cleared, 160 points already? That's already the quick thing for Powell. Pretty much said exactly the same thing. He ended it hawkish, and he pretty much said that if there is a higher, worse data, just coming off of the other data we just got, he's borderline saying that they are going to raise, they will raise the terminal rate. So we're going to see, again, 4,100, you already bounced from it. A lot of activity there. Volume on the SPX is extremely low here. Again, yeah, bro, bonds have already given up a lot. And then he says further rate hikes needed amid strong labor market. They're kind of already twisting that headline. Now, the pain word he said before, it's just now coming down to, I think it's just relying on the data a lot more heavily. What else did we have? We still have Citi, the Amazon. What else could we grab in here? Damn, Microsoft gave up a lot of those gains. And Tesla back to 190. Yeah, little mini bounce. It's holding, but there's a lot of different orders. If it could break above here, it'll rip. And then I bottom tick the ES, but I feel kind of comfortable with it. Actually, technically, the ES is what now? I left 13 points on the table. All right, it's moving. I'm trying to think if there's anything I could get better value on. I'm still holding the banks. That's why. I've been trying to position more shares here overall. So we're going to see. And then I closed the yen. I still have YCL shares. So pretty much just long bond, short NASDAQ, which was one of my original ideas. The ES fill price was 4,100. Ay. Amazon. I'd want to get more Amazon. I'm even thinking Google or Microsoft, but I'm going to give it some more time. Okay. We're at today's open now. We did nothing after Powell. I do still have PayPal. I forgot about that one. I got some PayPal shares. I should have sold those when those went up there, and I still got Meta. Okay. Market clapped you. Nah, I'm good. Don't do worry, Habibis. Either way, now if we do go down, I could start to get more back in here dollar for dollar. I want to make sure I walk away with the ES with green on that one. And really, now I just got to survive 4 more days. I guess today's almost over. We have 2 more hours left. That's the only decent part. But then we have CPI. So, and I think CPI might be setting. I wanted to squeeze the ES until the CPI because then my plan was that simply it would the CPI I think is going to be bad no matter what. I think if it comes in too low or too high, everyone's going to kind of react a certain way. So, should be good. Should be good. The game's not over yet. Where is I didn't even see the Burry tweet. I thought he deleted. Now he's back. This time is different. What is that? What is the Fed LO1? Federal funds effective rate versus the SPY, but what is he using? So this is the Burry tweet. I don't know what my man is saying over here. Because this doesn't even look like the SPY. Why the fuck did Burry post the chart for September? Hold on. He's back on Twitter. This makes no sense. The stock market doesn't even look like that. Oh, that's 2001. Ah. I was like, what? And that's why I was like, none of this makes sense. I read it as 2022. Well, yeah, it was the same thing. January. We talked about that. You had a very good January open, and you sold off by March. So you might need a little more time. We're going to find out. Man, Jerome Powell. Again, it's so weird. I feel weird selling out of it, my ES, but it's just like, I think because Powell didn't seem that much more hawkish. It's not as if anything was like brand new, but it was, again, it's just like if you compare it, the last thing now you've heard from Powell is going to be hawkish. That's it. And then if you look at there, then it's wild to think about. Because it's just like it wasn't the most hawkish statement, but it was definitely not as hawkish as the last time. So I think it's just going to kind of chill out sentiment a little bit. And then now you have pretty much 3 more days. It's going to be 3 more days there till CPI. And now it's just Powell's not as a guaranteed bull as we thought, as I think the simple way to do it. Yeah, if you thought, well, pause wasn't necessarily there, but people were assuming Powell wasn't going to, in a weird way, the idea that Powell could still be an asshole still exists. That's the thing I'm kind of getting out of it. That, again, that last 5 minutes sounded like old Powell. The first 40 minutes of that speech, it didn't sound like anything else. You know what I'm saying? It sounded like Xanax Powell. But then the last 5 minutes of that speech sounded like OG Powell from the last week or so. The NQ is the short I've had forever, yeah. Same thing. The ES, I had that ES since December. I had that ES since I made 30,000 on the NQ. So you guys, I don't know. That's why I think, you know, people who really get caught up into the P&L and like if you haven't been following along. But remember, I made $30,000 on the NQ, on 2 NQs on the way down in December. And then I sold my NQ and then I purchased the ES from Powell. And I was down 13,000 on that ES. So that one flipped green. I just walked away with like $3,500. Could have had like 4,000 or 5,000 today. But I sold out of that one today. And now I'm holding. The NQ was actually not even forever. I had this since the jobs report. So we'll see. You're bottoming out. Dude, 4,100 on the future. So you're below 4,100 now. Look at, there's a lot of bid support here. It's doing it again. You're below 4,100. You're doing this game as last time. Like I told you, because if you flush 40.88 now, after this news and sentiment, I think it's going to really dump. But up until then, though, if it holds, I mean, I think the Bulls are still in the game, but now definitely there's a little bit more steam that's been taken out there. I believe in you. I mean, worst case scenario, I mean, this is going to go up 7,000. I'll lose 7 more grand on this if we get back near the other highs we've been to. And then I just won't have $7,000 to protect it. But now the benefit is that if we get any sort of dump, even if I want to close out of this play now, if I'm weighing, if I'm already walking away with profits on the ES now, that's it. We'll lose a little bit on shares, but nothing will compare to that. But then now I got to deal with the bonds, unfortunately. Okay, 40.90. You're already breaking it. Dude, 4,100 is holding, bro. It briefly went below to 40.98. Let's see what happens. Oh, the volume's surprisingly not as high, though. You're not watching the volume increase like it did on the way down over here. The bids are holding up for now. Just get ready, bro. It's either going to be flush or pop off of this. Ah! The daily looks gross. It's fighting, though. It's slow right now. Sounded somewhat hawk. Again, that's the problem I have, is that Powell wasn't that hawkish. But the difference is that it definitely wasn't as dovish as last time. So, people may be able to feed off of that and try to spin it. But when it's all said and done, though, you're definitely not getting the same steam you got out of Powell, where Powell, kind of had your back on that. So let's find out. Again, for it, now you're getting a little bit more sales, but you're getting a little bit of an order trap here. It's either going to be a fat candle up or down from this. And then, again, you're 10 points or 2 points away from 40.88, but holding above the level. Oh, they just cleared the buys on the upside. Or the sells, excuse me. The buys are still remaining. Yellen needs to stimulate green technology. What are you saying? Yo. Okay, he's getting a little bigger on the volume now. Clear is when the orders just disappear. Dude, 4,100. There's a lot of bids, but they're loosening. There's Tesla now. That's the first one to snap. But it's holding 40,100 still on the futures. 40.90. Again, they're battling. Bonds were even at the low. They bounced. Tesla flush and pop. I still like the banks. I need to get rid of end phase by the end of the day. That one was unfortunate. Big bounce. You need to get back up to VWAP to neuter the down move. Microsoft new Bing available today for limited preview. So the Microsoft AI stuff is in effect now. You could go on Bing to access ChatGPT, apparently. That's coming in now. Meta's still... A lot of names are still up 1%. That's the paradox about this. NASDAQ is barely down. SPY is only down 0.3 right now, too. That was a lot of volume there. What's the total volume on the day? Only 46 million. Honestly, that end of the day, bro, is going to go crazy. The bulls are dead. I don't know. Again, I have respect on both sides still. I'm just hoping that the bonds could kind of recover here, and then hopefully it'll balance out a little bit better. But I think the bulls can still swing it. That's why I'm saying but it just makes sense to me in the sense of it's kind of feeling like a reverse Jackson hole, or it's feeling like original Jackson hole now, but we're going to find out. So I'm kind of in the middle, to be honest, but I don't think, I think we could find a way to balance it out. The bears are arrogant here. What is bearish? The only bearish thing I see is that it wasn't fully the same Powell. That's it. But it's kind of a reach. That's the only problem. But the only difference would be that Powell wasn't. You're coming off the jobs report. You have the bad jobs report, and now Powell's attitude towards it, just ending it on that. Your final note of Powell, it's not what you had on Wednesday. That's it. Powell after Wednesday was the extreme dove. Like, that's it. Now this one, you can't say the same thing about Powell. It's not as if Powell kind of gave you the same support as Wednesday. And then, now, realistically, whether it's bullish or bearish, this is why I think I'm like 1-2 days later, realistically, I think anybody could wait a couple more days here if you don't want to move anything, simply because, I mean, you have CPI on Tuesday now. So, yeah, it's kind of, he went back to neutral versus kind of tilting dovish the last time. You do have Fed Vice Chair at 2 p.m. We'll see, but I wonder how those comments now will factor into the whole equation. Coca-Cola's on the low. They have earnings. Watch if the Dow names are dropping even more, though. I think that's getting a little more interesting. Okay, I bought 100 more shares of Amazon, 98.76. So again, if I cut out the ES, I'm going to try to balance some other things out there. You do still have potential earnings. Where was it? 98.76. Am I bullish or bearish? I'm leaning more bearish now, but I'm still I still think the bulls can run it for a little bit. No, Amazon's not for these. Are going to be for a flip. And yeah, we're right at open though. NASDAQ, even SPY's barely down here. Rip both. I mean, in a weird way, this kind of just reminds me of non-farms. But it just all depends on the type of dribble down, or if you actually do get a bounce here. Again, it's not breaking out. If this can't set a higher high, that won't be pretty. But it's holding 40.88 a lot better than I expected. So that would have been the problem there. Again, once you break 40.88 or 4100 on the futures, that's there. After non-farms, it was negative reaction, instant rip up, and then kind of there. I'm just talking now. No, it looks the same exact way as intraday. Intraday non-farms looks exactly the same here. You just didn't. This one was more straight down rather than drop and pop. And then, so if you don't recover here from the end of the day, that was like what? Around the same time, 1327, 127 till the end of the day. So if this dribbles down, it'll look like the second half of non-farms. Oh, you have State of the Union today, too. Yeah, I think this is just going to temper the market until inflation, but if people do want to get excited, they will be able to run it up ahead of time. I think it slowed the bulls down a little bit, but I still think the bulls are in control for at least another 7 days. That's the only problem I have with this one. Still 7 more days, my friend. 7 more days. Yeah, UNG is going up today in very rare fashion. Next, heading on AEMA. Do you feel the emotions, though? Every 5-10 minutes, everybody's like, oh, yeah, dead, up, oh, dude. But, like, that's that's kind of what we needed. I think Powell is doing his job now again in a weird way. At least Powell, he gave the upside, but now he kind of just, just not being a fucking giggly mother effer. That was great, but I just think you're still you're dealing with minute by minute right now, and everybody's still kind of arguing back and forth. Oh, that one, if that turns around from here, this will be your first, string together. This one was 3 little moves right there. 1, 2, I guess you have one more left. You got to get back up to the 4108. Again, that was the level all day yesterday. VWAP kind of climbed on that, too. So, again, some volume coming in. Powell didn't he put a yellow light on today, or the fact that he didn't do a green light, that's where you got to ask yourself what that means. Watch transports. IYT has been rallying, huh? I guess they've kind of chilled out a little bit here, but it kind of looks like the SPY. So, again, little mini down. You're holding. Got to get above 409.75. I guess the best way to describe Powell would have been it's like if somebody told you they were going to invest in your company and they were super excited, and then you see them a week later and then they still talk about it, but then they're not they're not yeah, I'm going to give you the check. I have the check ready to go. And they're like, well, maybe depending on the data, I might not give you the check, but I'm still really excited. And I think I still think we could invest. I don't know. It's kind of so it's not as if he switched to saying, no, don't do this. Financial conditions are too tight. But he definitely didn't get to the realm of flipping gears on there. Uh-oh, you're getting a W. The W is forming. So watch VWAP, though. You're kind of neutering the downside move now. You just broke through 3 different levels there, or 3 different order sets. Back to 4109. They trapped the puts. I think everybody might get trapped, though, because, again, calls were 100 points higher almost at one point from just 10 minutes ago. Let's see if the bonds move, but back to 4108. Ooh. But VWAP went lower after ticking up on it. This is getting very interesting. I think we're going to have to wait till tomorrow. But we still do have 2 hours, so this will probably be its own little shit show. But now it's starting to look different than Jackson Hole. A little bit of patience would have helped on that one. Let's see. Whoa. Yeah, then you should have broke it around here, but then 127. Yeah, so it's definitely looking a little different there if this holds up. It's been 15 minutes on that bounce. Yeah, Fed speaker at 2. My average on Amazon now is 99.67. Market bar. This is a little more excited. It's a little bit slow. Again, volume is only at 40 million right now. 49 million, so it's a little bit better. It's a trap. I feel kind of like a schmuck off of that move, but it was still if we get back above 413, then you could feel like a schmuck. Or at least that's how I'm going to feel. There's Amazon again. Watch the leaders like Microsoft and Google. No, not a greedy short till it comes down. This would be greedy long. It would actually be a great long if you really wanted to go for it. Yeah, Google's coming back up a little bit. Microsoft not as much. I can rock with that move. That makes it look a little less ominous, which is good, but it's still not out of the clear yet. I mean, you'll see in a point or two at VWAP. Let's see. Is this the trend line? No, you're well above it. Very, very well above it. Good things happen above 200 a day. They say nothing good happened below the 200 a day. So that's good for NASDAQ for now. Still holding on. What day is this? $4,113. That's a lot better than earlier. This is right when the speech started. So now you're actually at the Powell speech. Yeah, the bonds, that's the only thing that's not pretty about it. And then we're going to see what happens with the currencies. Like the yen is staying pinned. The euro and all the other currencies are bouncing. I actually haven't even looked at the dollar during all of this. I'm sure he has something. No, dollar's right at the speech level too. It's a little bit lower, so that could get you up there. And all the other currencies has bounced. The yen is staying pinned. Where's the other ones? Some of them are still very green. Your E-Trade doesn't give you 47.5. Should I do the 45s? Maybe go higher. And the fact that Uber went up today. I mean, obviously, none of this is a recommendation, but you could sell higher covered calls after that gain there. You're getting momentum. I think you might, unless a big volume just came in 2 minutes ago. Yeah, you're running now. They're going to bounce it up. Again, schmuck level will be 413-ish or like 412. No, 413. The yen says nay. I haven't looked at the Fed futures. Is it 2? Yes. It was like 5 minutes ago. I haven't seen the Fed bar comments yet. You missed Powell. It was a little bit different, but that was about it. This is for February. Oh, shit. Microsoft intends to bring AI features to rival browsers. It's only ZQH23. They haven't even moved. Again, Fed futures kind of correlating with the market over the last couple of days, but they haven't really made a big move. So that was a huge pop at the level. You're now at the first candle where we ran from on Powell. But you're still not. I mean, again, I think everything's still kind of in the middle now. Technically speaking, you were at the highs of yesterday. And then now these candles are just massive. That was a lot of volume, though, that came in on that. That was probably, 3,000-4,000 contracts to the upside. You're getting a couple sells in here, but look at the bids are coming back in now. You might be able to go again off of that. If that holds up, it'll look very squeezy. Yeah, volume substantially lower than yesterday. But we still have 2 hours now, so we're going to have a lot of time in between this. Boyle is going up here, too. A couple of those tech names that were leading are coming back. And then even, again, Uber and Enphase for earnings. Those are looking just as solid now. So a couple of other names are starting to move now. And I think energy, too. Again, energy is the leader. Tech is number 2. Only thing down are consumer discretionary and staples. There's a couple of others there. Let's see, Bank of America. The banks even came back on that. All right, they're talking a little, pal. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to go get me some carbo, too, you know. It's very, very good. What is that, 1402? Damn, they're really talking about it. Okay, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'll be right back.
This process is likely to take quite a bit of time. It's not going to be, we don't think, smooth. It's probably going to be bumpy. And so we think that we're going to need to do further rate increases, as we said, and we think that we'll need to hold policy at a restrictive level for a period of time.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking today with Carlyle co-founder and Bloomberg television host David Rubenstein. David now, of course, joining us exclusively from Washington alongside our very own Tom Keene of Bloomberg Surveillance. Just fresh off a very momentous interview. Tom, I'm going to let you take this one away.
Very good. David Rubenstein, congratulations on driving the nation's conversation forward here on our central bank. I want to do Civics 101 first, Mr. Rubenstein, and say, why are we all listening to this conversation? You've been doing this for years, back to your service with the Carter administration. Greenspan used to be all potent, and that's over. Why are we riveted by your conversation today with the chairman of the Federal Reserve?
I think it's because of one thing that's really happened recently. When the Fed made its position known last week, the FOMC decision to raise rates by 25 basis points, it was thought that that would be pretty much standard policy for quite some time. When the decision was made, or the news came out about the jobs decisions, which is to say 517,000 new jobs are created in the last quarter, it made people think, wait a second, maybe inflation is going to be higher than the Fed thought. So the real question today was, had you known about that increase, would you have had a higher discount rate, and is it more likely now that you'll keep your discount rates higher or never not decrease them at all? And so I think the market kind of took the comments made by Jay Powell to mean that he's fairly strong on believing that the discount rate needs to remain high, and if anything, the markets do not see a cut in the discount rate by the end of the year, which some people had thought might be the case.
David, the Nobel laureate Paul Krugman, writing in the New York Times, made clear there's a difference between 2 bouts of pre-Korean War disinflation and the disinflation that you and I lived in the 70s. Which way, with all of your contacts, with your knowledge of economics, and with your conversation with the chairman, are we facing a sharp disinflation, or is this more pernicious as pre-Volcker?
I think that this inflation is something that we can understand, and we know what caused it, which is, I think, the enormous amount of increase in spending because of COVID. We've injected $5 trillion into the economy without any corresponding tax increases, and we went to quantitative easing. This is, I think, less pernicious than what we saw in the 70s, because that was a phenomenon that was much more global.
Bro, this is the guy who interviewed him. Oh, come on. Y'all don't play David Rubenstein like that. What's up? What's gonna happen, huh? No, that's David Rubenstein. That's the guy who interviewed Powell. Not bad. So we're a little bit higher here from before. You're right below the first candles that set off everything. Again, it was around like 315 or 1315. That's like, what, 115? A little bit prior that Powell's only hawkish comments hit. U.S. Steel CCO. U.S. must invest in industry to achieve net zero. Everything, even the banks there. Banks are still below Powell. Couple of tech names. Any earnings name is still above Powell, so that one's kind of decent. So, like, Uber is still approaching the high right now. Airbnb is above the Powell. I guess they're kind of there. Uber's the one doing a little better. Where's that Zoom, too? Zoom even climbed back up. Nat gas has been moving. Bonds are low. Currencies have recovered a little bit. The yen is staying pinned. And we're just kind of right in the middle of the first candle, man. It's kind of slowing down like we saw earlier in the day. But you've definitely monster bounce there. I left 40 ES points there on the table. Again, I cut my ES. I cut my yen. I'm still holding my Nasdaqian. And then my bonds need to work for me. And then we grabbed a couple of other shares here that we are still holding. Activision. Everyone is well. We were just Powell. Powell is always a trip, man. Powell is already a trip. Rubenstein, I mean, he's just talking about Powell, I guess. I play while I'm sipping some
Throughout most of our history, 3% is considered a pretty good inflation rate and normal. But he's made it clear 2% is the number they want, and they're prepared to take whatever action is necessary to get to 2%. So I did not succeed in getting him to say, well, 3% is okay, 2.5% is okay. He said 2%, and he made it clear that's what he wants.
Hey, David, our Chris Ansley led our coverage of your conversation with Jerome Powell. I thought the notes were beautiful. I'm stealing here from the great team that we have. David Rubenstein walked the chairman through the real estate math that we saw, moving from yields higher, a 700,000 unit down to a 400,000 unit. Now, I guess I'm not talking to Steve Schwartzman with Blackstone's dive into American real estate, but you're up to speed on this. Is our housing market on the precipice of a true crisis?
The volume is increasing.
I don't think it's on a precipice of a crisis. I do think whenever you have a high inflation, high interest rates, you generally see a decline in housing markets. That's generally the course of history. I think right now there is some concern in some housing.
I don't think Rubenstein. Just say he's going over everything Powell said. That's it. You're approaching schmuck level. One more point, I'm going to feel like a schmuck. But we are going to have to ride this one out. I'm still in the sound one. That one's down. At least the Amazon kind of moving there. I upped on that one. And then if we do rally, I'm hoping Meta. And then if I ride those out a little bit longer, and then the banks too. I did add a couple longs here, so just gonna still that NQ is gonna be vicious as he fights back. No, I didn't buy the dip. I sold the dip, believe it or not. I sold into it. It was looking very Jackson Hole-esque. I think my bias may have got the best of me if I wait, but we will find out tomorrow, huh? And again, you have Powell. What's it called? You have Uber tomorrow, not Powell. 41.39. It looks automatic now. Again, a lot of buys are coming in. Bigger contracts on the future. 41.35. Again, I think 41.44. I think that's where we're going to have to take it. Let's see. 41.36 is the February close. And then 41.55. I mean, you have a soft level here at 46. It ate through that last time. It's a very wild swing, though, on both sides. I'm trying to think. I want more of something else, but the only underperformer is Amazon. Microsoft's doing good. Again, Microsoft is now same level as the market. Everything is moving hand in hand. BBBY really died. Did you do anything with it? Where I remember you were in love with it 24 hours ago. It happens. I'm surprised though. None of the other hype names kind of popped up today. Even that Lucid rumor brought it down. The only AI stocks were like Baidu, Microsoft, and the other ones. Yeah, Amazon is gonna. I mean, their earnings were still bad. They underperformed. I just like it for how much cheaper it was compared to where I sold. And then I was expecting it'll probably come down another like $5 at max. I see it hard if the market really does get in rally mode. I feel like Amazon might go a little bit harder on all that. So you sold, ran away with profits. There you go. Good work. That's good. So you weren't too in love with it. Amen. Amen. Yeah, Boeing's been leading. Dude, Boeing 2%. Lockheed gave up the gains. They're going back up here, 412. Bezos trying to buy Watch. I think we've heard that before in the past. I think, remember Bezos, he bid on one. So a little mini order trap. The volume leading into this is huge. If this rockets through, you are going to squeeze. So if it runs through all those orders and gets back up here, I think the algos are going to take this up easy, and then everyone's going to pile back in. Yeah, the bonds are not having it at all. That's where I think it gets weird here now. Because, again, it's another, and with the yen up today too. So the yen and the bonds have diverged. Bonds are selling off here, and then now the Nasdaq's up 1% almost. So well, either by the end of the day, bonds are going to have to rip, or SPY might come down, or maybe the Nasdaq will. We're going to see. Dollars chilled out, but the dollars now, I guess, when it dropped, it's almost at the same level. Zoom pop again. That was a nice flip earlier. 83. Again, I think I sold right below 85. The bond should rip. Otherwise, those divergences we've been going over, I mean, they're hideous. I mean, as of now, the question is, are you going to watch the market rip with higher yields? And that's why I'm cool with a market rip, but I'm assuming the yields would have to be lower. Michael Jackson estate nearing music catalog sale. Biden will promote economic progress that most Americans say they are not feeling. They say, I don't feel you, bro. I don't feel you. The bonds are falling. Why would the SPY be ripping? I mean, sometimes there's divergences. Again, there's people and market participants who feel a certain way. And again, at one point in time, that used to always happen. But like we've been bringing up here, I think there was another one today in terms of what it is. Did they already change the headline? They changed the Bloomberg headline to "Tech drives stock gains as traders weigh Powell." So, like, here's a great example. This is one of them. I'll show you the other. That was the Japan stuff earlier, but we covered this one here today. So the blue line is the NASDAQ price to earnings, and the white line is the real yields. So even the last couple days, real yields have dropped again. But any other time, like the yields at one point, like 2018, 2019, 2020, yields were higher than tech. And then tech caught up to the value. 2020 all the way into like 2021. Really, tech started dropping before the real yields, and then now we have been below it. So usually real yields are higher than the NASDAQ PE. But that's one of the gaps there, and then the one we talked about yesterday. Where's the other one? And then this is the one all throughout the year. Just this is bonds. Again, there's been times, like sometimes there's going to be gaps in between these, and it's not always immediate. So like there's sometimes where bond yields went up, and then the stocks would kind of come down, and then the yields would come down, and then the market would rip again. So just ever since like 2021, though, the NASDAQ has somewhat kept in line with there. But, looking at it on a micro scale day by day, it's not always going to reflect like that. That little dip got reversed right there. Again, lots of bids here. Not as much sells. I see more buys than sells right here at this level. So we'll see. That was at 41.35. And then bonds are going lower on that. Apple's moving. Microsoft, I think you're going to break out of there. Again, while the bonds are going lower, check dollar. Dollar staying pinned, though, so until that moves, too, you're going to avoid any of that death loop. So market completes round trip on Powell. Powell had the opportunity to push back against last week's soft messaging, yet he passed, which was seen as dovish, but then he made hawkish comments about a possible higher peak rate. Traders didn't like that in contrast, and so earlier market reactions have now been reversed. Stocks and bonds are both in the red, and the dollar has paired losses, but the market completed a round trip. Interest rate expectations pretty much held where they were before Powell started talking. That's close to where the Fed wants them to be. Fed futures show traders see terminal above 5, even as a May hike is not fully priced in. Mm, 41.35. Again, a little higher. You're not breaking them past it, but you're chipping into all of these sell orders, and the bids are getting stronger. But, I mean, if it wants to squeeze, it looks like it would be here. I think you got enough fuel from down low. But like I'm saying, the bulls, you still got to respect it there. But we're going to see how much we run until the next couple of days, or if any of the earnings have anything to say about it. Yeah, the final catalyst will be CPI. What is moving? I think energy is kind of ticking up here a little bit better. Some names are definitely moving better than others. PayPalian. Yeah, the yen is holding right. It barely moved, and it's in between the non-farm levels. So I still have my YCL where it's like right below it. It went above it on Powell, which I was fascinated by. But now it's there in the middle. So we'll see. Again, bonds are the ones that made the U-turn, and they did not bounce back up. And then all the other currencies are moving there. Getty on the low. Getty Images, they're 10%. The Dow is underperforming today, but it came up a lot. Again, everything did, even from the bottom. The Dow at one point was down like 0.5, 0.7, I think. I like Baidu. It's just up a lot. That's it. I wish we grabbed it yesterday. That one would have been fire. Cruise is on the high. Serious Logic. Enphase still holding. That's the earnings. Again, I think Uber as well, too. Uber's literally at the high. Oh, we have it. I'm not going to lie. I was doing hip workouts during Powell. I'm not going to lie to you. It's 11:30. If you guys would like to get up, do some push-ups, relax the eyeballs. I don't think it'll hurt you. You know, do some squats there. What do you do? I'm doing like, I don't know what to call it. I call it humping the air. It's kind of weird. U.S. to sell Poland $10 billion in HIMARS ammunition, officials say. But like, do some of those leg workouts. You like put your feet down. You lay up, and then you just squeeze upwards, bro. Hip thrust, kind of, yeah. It's like, but like laying down hip thrust. Bro, it works, man. It works very, very good. And then you do them with like a crab leg, and then you do one with like one leg too, man. Oh, it's great. It's actually great. Again, Poland news, TBT on the low. Again, bonds keep dropping. Yeah, glute bridges. That's what it's called. That is the official name. Glute bridges. Glute bridges indeed. Fire. Nope, you're holding the 41.30, man. Again, you're chipping into the sells. The sells are there. You got rid of some of the buys. At least that's what Bookmap is showing. But this is, where is this? Is this yesterday's close? No, you're still right below the non-farms level. That's actually where that candle just hit in the last 5 minutes. Quickly, get to the beach. What are you going to do? Get to the beach, hurry. That pre-Powell peach was pretty fire, man. I don't know if y'all remember that. Your girlfriend has... I can't do them in the gym. I just look way too sexual. So I gotta do those at home. You know, but it's good. It's not bad. I like doing that. They're really good workouts. They're good for you. And then you got to do the what's it called? What are they called? Like peeing on the fire extinguisher. These all have very weird names, man. But you should try them. It's really good for you, though. I'm about to do some more. Y'all have me talking about these too much. Is it weird if I talk? See, I'm even weird. I don't know if I could talk to you while I do this on the floor. I don't want to make it awkward, man. Oh, you guys get some push-ups here. Oh, wait. I think my mic. Can y'all hear me down here? I'm laying down now. Yeah, I'm about to do my hip thrust. I have to get ready now. So I can barely see the market. It looks like it's kind of coming down, but dancing. So do your push-ups, man. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. You know, it's good for you. It's really good for you. Whew. You know, you sit down all day. You got to stand up or loosen your hips, man. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. Okay. Look at that. Just like that, bro. 20. Just like that, bro. Yeah, my bad. Don't worry. I'm standing up now. I think we're good to go. I got to do some of the other ones. Josh calls. Bro, holding. So, again, if you get past here, this is Friday's non-farm close. So, I think that's why it's kind of slowing down here. Because if it gets above here, it'll rip. If not, you'll probably go back down to VWAP. And then everyone's going to panic again. And then we're going to play this game a couple of times. Show the cam for 100 likes. You understand how awkward that is after I explained how these workouts work? I mean, I think you're looking for a different stream, dog. I think you're looking for a different stream. This guy thought it was TLT hammering. Yes, you sit down all day. You need the glute bridges. Still holding. Now all the other tech stocks are moving with it. I think if you get like a Microsoft, Google Pop, or oil, there it is. Then now get ready to squeeze. You have now entered schmuck zone. So now my name is Josh. I've been trading stocks for a couple years now. A lot of years, actually. And I feel like a schmuck. So thank you. I'm glad to be here. Schmuck zone that's it. Big volume there. Like we said, you're getting past Friday. Friday non-farms level. I wonder how this is going to end up into tomorrow. But now, even with the bonds are snitching, but they've been failing us. I'm very, very disappointed in my young bond land. Unless the bonds are 2 weeks ahead. Whoa. Yeah, we might be here. Very, very interesting. So we'll see how that one plays out. That's it. It's already recovered there. They just ran everybody, or at least me. I am into the schmuck zone. I believe the bonds too for a little bit, but again, you're fighting a very strong bull right now, man. You are fighting a very strong bull. So watch 41.46, then 41.50, 41.55. I'm clapped. I know, man. Me too. They got me. That move cost like an extra, what? $2,000, $5,000 total round trip. ZN's at least going to bounce from there. I think if it gets a little higher, it has to. Extreme Schmuck Zone. No, I'm going to wait for that one. I don't need to go too crazy on it. I mean, it's the whole general idea here is that, like, I've been kind of reducing. I'm glad with what I picked up here. I'm glad I got the bonds at a low price. I mean, even then, I'm glad I was able to pick up Amazon a little cheaper. But overall, I don't want to double down until, like, maybe CPI. But even then, if I could avoid doubling down, I will. Just because, like, this was the whole reason why I even sold the ES now. Because if I could limit that and we get any more downside now while walking away with the ES with profit, I could make sure that I'm actually, like, I'm running up some profit on that one now or getting my money back by being able to not have everything, limited on that. So, but doubling down, I don't want to go just yet. If I could, like I said, if I could avoid it, I will, but I think it really has to get, like, crazy for me to want to double down on that. Yeah, Zoom has its own individual news. Google's at the high, baby. Mr. Nice Watch. Welcome, my friend. Welcome back. 43.25? What? How did we get there, sir? Oh, but it looks so much. But usually the fact you already recovered all that. 6 is on the high. What's this? 6 Flags? Yo, I feel like that could be a buyout. Check 6 Flags. I'm not seeing anything on there. But didn't 6 Flags get a buyout not too long ago? Do you guys remember that news? Yeah, 6 Flags is moving up. That was January 31st. After constructive talks with activists. So again, about 6 days ago, they added somebody on the board. They had earnings today. I don't know. And then crowd on the high. Again, market just doing these pops, holding at the level. So technically, this is the top of the schmuck zone. Everything after that, you just start getting double schmucked. Is that the right verb or adjective? I don't know. Uber, it seems like everybody and their mother is bullish for earnings. I should ask my mom what she thinks. Again, CNBC pumped it earlier today. Most people, that's probably the only negative part, is most people are expecting they're going to do good. But right now it seems like Uber is going to be decent. I sold covered calls, that's it, but I don't have any puts on it. 6 got an upgrade. I think it's related to some buyout news, but I'm not playing that one yet. That wasn't as a clear cut like the Zoom news earlier. Bro, Google's running it. Let's see, Meta, come on, your turn, Habibi. Yeah, Uber again with another high. No Airbnb move today. Airbnb's barely in the green. I think Zoom has it. I'm on Uber covered calls and I'm close to the money, boxing it in. Let's go. Again, a lot. Bro, have you seen the price targets on Uber. So Uber has a lot, man. There's some people, there's some analysts who are still, they're giving Uber a $75 price target. I think this move is an overreaction. Powell said nothing. I think it was just it's a mix of both. But I said it even then. It's like you kind of had to reach for it, but there was a change in Powell, but it wasn't as drastic as a change. But then again, it could have kind of snowballed into it, but it's not as if the Bulls don't have control yet or still. But at the same time, it was just a different Powell from Wednesday. And I think that's the only way to put it, is that it just was not the same Powell that you had on Wednesday. And I think that opened up the door to some things. However, it doesn't necessarily mean it opens up the door to death and destruction. So I think that's the simple way to put it. Well, I know technically more people had calls coming into this. And I think even in the middle of all of it. But that's all. He didn't say nothing to the reaction from last. He didn't say, well, he had an opportunity to, and he didn't, but it wasn't as accommodative as last time, but it was still an accommodative tone. I think that's the best way to put it. And then he made sure his final words on that questionnaire or on the questions, his final words just came up, and they ended it on right on the money with something hawkish. But like I'm saying, it was different tone than what we saw. Oh, I don't have anything on CMG. I ordered Chipotle this time, and then Benny, you said you took 23 Ubers in 2 months. I used Uber a couple times this month too. Damn, bro, Chipotle almost what? Bro, Chipotle's up a lot. Chipotle looked like Ronald McDonald. Yeah, Power Hour is in 20 minutes. You're either gonna lead into a squeeze, or we come back down and start doing the dancing queen at VWAP. AKA you're right at the levels where we started, or we get back into the highs, and then you start getting back into chipping away at the non-farms. So technically we're at non-farms level right now. This will take you into Powell level on Wednesday's speech. Every dip is being purchased again. They're doing it again. It's playing out just like this little move right here, right when you would start to tilt down. So if you keep setting new highs, I mean, bulls are firmly in control, especially after that bottom rip. And there you go. Is the dollar dropping? Dollar is slowly edging down. Am I dovish or hawkish? My portfolio is now tilted bearish or hawkish, but I would like to say I'm neutral. I understand how it could go up, but then I also understand how we have went up a tremendous amount in a short time, and then really preparing. I think the variable is going to be obviously CPI next week on Tuesday, and then we're going to see there. But, I mean, if there's things that make me bullish, things that make me hawkish, I mean, that's why, we have a long term for the bullishness. We got trades for the hawkishness, but some of the I don't think the earnings were the hottest, but they definitely weren't as bad as people were fearing a couple months ago. Yeah, bonds are not playing along one bit, but they still don't underestimate that if we keep ripping and the bonds catch a little rally, it'll be like a fake playing along, if that makes sense. So you just got to watch out for that. So they don't necessarily have to make a big move, but, I mean, you've seen it a couple times, even on the non-farms. Like, it's just not too many days that, you know, even the last couple of days, they've been apart. But usually one of them's going to make a move. But right now, that's a pretty big gap between the two intraday. So, like, even earlier today, you know, the bonds, SPY came up. They matched up here. But we'll see. There's a nice little jaws forming. Yeah, don't buy puts and then don't buy calls either. Well, that's what I say. Just wait till everyone buys calls and wants to squeeze, and then vice versa. And in the 100, I think everything is way off. I think you're above every single technical you would want to see. So your 100 day is back to the beginning of the year. And then your 200 day is at like 393. So you're above every single technical level. I think to the point some of those are going to start raising. I think on the NASDAQ, the 200 day is starting to edge up a little bit. Buying TLT, not yet. I want to, but I want to see how this figures out. The gap is just too big. That's why I'm even still holding the bonds here, because I'm hoping that even if you do get a massive rally, the bonds will play along. But if it doesn't, I mean, it's gonna set the stage for something massive. I've never seen a Six Flags commercial. How come? I think the market gets that rates will be higher for longer. I think people are assuming the market or companies will have better performance during higher rates. That's the real explanation for it, if you really want to look at it. Because usually these dead growth names or the dead stocks, the zombies or anything else. Oh yeah, I have seen the old man dancing. But the whole idea should be along the lines that, you know, if you are going to rally with higher rates, the idea should be that these companies will perform. Now, if you go and look at your earnings performance relative to what you're paying on some of these companies, that doesn't really show that. But I think the idea here is 3 months from now, 4, 5, 6 months from now, that if rates are higher, that's the only way it's possible, is that if these companies actually perform. My boss stuck up on me. You tell him you're doing research. You have to tell him that this is relevant to our company and performance, and you have to listen to Jerome Powell so you could better advise him on interest rate policy so that he doesn't fire you when they need to do layoffs, because that is the trend. You know, you got to tell him that. You're going to get 13 Fs too. I'm already getting a couple coming in. I believe in Uber. Uber, I mean, we've had it in the long term. I mean, it's nice to be positive on Uber by a decent amount, but I think their earnings is going to be crazy. That's it. The earnings for Uber, there's a lot on there. Everybody is, again, it seems like people are expecting growth. Again, it got pumped on CNBC earlier. Josh Brown was saying they're the best tech company, even though they burn the money. He said they always got money coming in. They're linked to travel. So people getting pretty hyped on it. We will see. I want to see if Airbnb runs up with any of it. Oil names are coming up. BP, 52-week high. Oxy. Yeah, Oxy came up a decent amount. Mobileye running. Again, they're related to Intel. I'm not going to play Uber calls. I kind of want to go for shares, but I really thought Uber was going to flush. So, like, what I'd be waiting for is if Uber, like, you know, like the end of the day before earnings where it, like, makes that, like, big sell-off and everybody thinks the earnings leaked. If we get one of those and I could buy it and flip it, I'd be down. But I really thought it was going to chill out one of these days. You have a trade idea, buy 31 more shares of Uber, get 100, then sell 2024 calls. Your average would drop to $33 a share. And then you sell the $40 call, take advantage of the premium. Well, what's the premium? So calculate it. I mean, one, you're going to spend the money to buy the shares, but let's take a gander. January 24 calls, and then again, if you don't really want to hold that trade, January 24, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be in it for a while. You'd get $455 for that now. It depends. Depends if you're with it or not. But it's kind of a tight gap. Like, because again, 40, I think what would it be like if you sold 50 calls? You would get 190. Maybe the 47.5s, but it's like the goal with the covered call, just try to get more on the upside than not. But the best idea is if you're getting paid premium and it's at a higher price than what you paid, that's where you get really, really good returns there. It's a win-win no matter what. And then if it does drop, then you'll be good to go. Does Costco report yet? What's going on in the market? It's just going, you know. That's what it is. Play around with the numbers. The best case for that play is if it goes down, you get the premium. But then remember, if it goes down, you will be technically required to hold the play unless you cover it. And then, but like I'm saying, even Uber, bro, the price targets on this are unreal. So, one, it's already jumped up from $24 to $34 in what, 2 months now? A month and a half. But, you know, a lot of people back then, I mean, it has a lot of growth. Last time they were at this price and had a good earnings, they wound up, 4 days after the earnings, they were at $50. It's still fighting. So, again, you got a big sell, but now big bids there even after dumping. Again, bro, the orders on all of this. 41.47, you break above here. Next level is 41.55. And I believe that's the Fibonacci, dude. Google breaking out, dude. A little bit of Google Fibonacci, dude. Oh, yeah, dude. That's it. You need a little big tech take you up, dude. Oh, totally will. Even Apple. Wait for Microsoft, too. What's the other one? Amazonians moving. Amazon is just lagging all of the tech. So, like, if you put up the NASDAQ and then overlay it with Amazon, it's lagging, like, tremendously. That's why I like it there. So I'm like, okay. But then again, they had the worst earnings, I would say, out of any of the big tech, their guidance, all of that. All right, 41.55. The door is open here if this could hold, and you have support from Google and the other big boys running. Again, bonds still ain't playing along. Microsoft's about to go next. NVIDIA towards the high. Yeah, you have 4 tonight after the bell as well. PayPalian. Didn't Apple? We did. I mean, the last one. Apple was it was pretty bad, but it wasn't as. I think Amazon was a little worse. They missed on more metrics, guided bad on margins for cloud, and then their net income expectation for next quarter is crazy. Enphase. I'm selling out of this one before the bell. I was hoping it gets kind of the Uber run up. I think Uber will have good earnings. I think it'll be good depending on what type of lens you have towards it. So I think it'll be good, but the real question is, you know, is it good in the sense that it wasn't as bad as expected? You know, where does it? I think some areas will be good, and depending on which areas do good versus not, I think that will influence people to kind of make their opinion on it. But I feel like I've never seen this many people bullish on Uber in a long time. Is anybody bearish on Uber? Maybe that's a better question. Because I feel like Uber's an easy company to hate. But even most of the analysts, they've kind of been sanguine about it. You're fighting up again. Eat it. 4160 has now been eaten. Oh. What's the volume at now? Oh, more volume than yesterday. You're back to 60 million. EQNR. I've not looked into them. I mean, I liked the oil there a couple days ago. I had to hold through the Oxy, but some of that buyback news and even like BP earnings today helped lift them up. Uber puts are cheap. I'm bearish on Lyft. I use Lyft because of Chase Reserve. I'm bearish. I'm froggish. I'm neither. So bear. I think you're bearish on. Is there anything you're bullish on, Loopy? What was the last stock you bought? Needham is bearish on Uber. All right, the Uber damn expensive. I mean, it's trading below. I'm just trying to see because, again, I feel like it's so easy to just hate on Uber, but nobody is really, like, hating on it. Amazon. No way. You bought Amazon? You liar. You bought Amazon? Well, I'm proud of you, bro. I'm very proud of you. You're bearish on your ex-wife. Okay, that definitely wasn't what we asked, but, you know, if you need to talk about it, I'm here for you, man. It's okay. You know, we'll get through this together. Don't worry. It's clearly that's weighing on your mind. That's cool, man. That's... bearish on Disney. Disney is just going to come down to the growth and spending, growth of Plus and all that. Uber bearish, all the tech, less people using the service, less techies using the products. Uber Eats. Man, you know how many people I know who eat Uber Eats and they definitely do not work in tech? But then I use DoorDash because of Chase Sapphire. I feel like a poser. Because, like, I own Uber in the long term, and I like Uber, but I use DoorDash because Chase Sapphire gives you free DoorDash. Oh, it's chill. You've never Ubered or Lyft? Wow, really? You've never? What do you do when you like go to the airport? Or like, what do you do if you leave a bar? I don't. That's crazy. I've seen too many videos of delivery guys fingering through food. In one video, the guy scooped out a little bit of each part into his own container. that's fine with me, man. That's cool if you want some. No, nowadays they put like stickers on it. Drink and drive. I hope you run into a tree. You know that? I hope you avoid every innocent bystander and just run into a tree. And I hope you don't die. I hope you live so that you could learn from your mistakes and become a better person. And then use Uber. Amen? Amen. Yeah, the innocent, that's it. But usually that's not how it plays out. No, why? It's okay. That'd be good. You get to learn a good lesson from it. So you're like, did you just tell him to run into a tree? What, they want to joke about drinking and driving? I'm going to bring up reality. Yeah. No, but like, what do you do when you go to the airport? You're popping, though. That's it. I'm a schmuck. Oh, they cleared the orders. 1,500 contracts. That's it. Oh, my. What just happened? This has to be something just came out. I just saw news come across. Consumer credit rises 11.6 billion. Estimate was 25 billion. Wait, why are we running off of that? Bad news, good news? Oh, wait. November consumer credit revised to 33 billion, up from 27.9 billion. That's consumer credit right there. That's weird. So literally, consumer credit was revised in November higher by like 5 billion, but then this consumer credit came in half as much. Dude, what? Oh, man. No, this one, I think we just got to wait a little. Bro, look at this. This was consumer credit. That was your bull. Again, that was bad news, good news, but I don't know if that one makes sense. No, that one's not good. The revision is good because it went up to 33 billion as opposed to, but look at this right now. That's your lowest consumer credit since February 2021. So this is a consumer credit level from like pre-pandemic, low key. But market ate that one up. That release, I think, just got people excited. We'll see how long it lasts. I don't think that's the pivot dream. I think people like the strong consumer, but that one's not. That looks like a very sharp drop. Is that from December? No way. Unless people pay down debt. That could be a good one if more people paid down debt, but that's actually, I mean, that's good if you're, again, less debt was added, but it's more along the lines of, that's for holiday season, though. Again, expectation was 25 million. The fall, you might run off of that, but I would think it would come down. I think that would be kind of more hard landing data, but I guess they like it for now. How do we bounce? You already bounced. I'm surprised that caused the squeeze one, but hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. Well, we're already in power hour, actually. I think that was the power hour candle. So power hour candle literally coincided with consumer credit, and that led to a fat jump. Yeah, bonds and dollars. Well, dollar's kind of chilling out. The dollar's kind of just playing along, but it's definitely not as low. I mean, last time, so when you were up here at like just barely under this level, the dollar was a lot lower. So like last time, dollar 12.47. Technically, the dollar's saying we should be here, and then bonds are saying you should be right here. Unless bonds recover half, then you could justify VWAP. That was a pretty funny reaction to consumer credit. That was hard landing. That's the most hard landing chart you've seen. But then consumer credit is prone to do this. So I got bad news for you. Are you ready? Some of you may like to hear this. Some of you won't. You know, and I hope you know I love feeding everybody. You guys know that even if I'm a schmuck. I hope you know I love feeding the Bears and I love feeding the Bulls, okay? I'm just here to give you info. So don't get mad at me. Some of you will like this, some of you won't. But believe it or not, the last time that you had what's it called? Last time consumer credit was this bad was right here. Was in end of July. So that led you kind of pinned, but then you were able to rally from there. That was the last time there was a sharp decline in consumer credit. The other time was in March 2022. What day was that? That was March 31st. So then the other time there was a sharp decline was right here. So take it as you please. Take it as you please. You have one bullish reaction, one bearish reaction in the last 12 months. Off of because that's a huge drop in consumer credit. The only other times that parallels was beginning of 2018, which was around May, and then the other one was in 2020 when everybody was at home. And they were not let out of their cages. The dollar popped a little bit on that. Oracle introduces cloud banking services. Huh. That sounds kind of bullish, but I don't know. I don't know if it's like super big run. Again, job cuts are the easiest plays in this market. Hence that Zoom play today. With AI. I think the consumer credit was very bad news. And then I think people are going to look at the revised number as positive because it was at 27. So it was kind of already low, but that was a surprising number. I mean, you're 50% below expectations. Actually, no, that's 30%. You're 70% lower than what it should have been. But then again, I think we still gotta fight a little bit. Maybe that'll reflect at a later time, or maybe after tomorrow, and then as we get into the CPI. Greedy short, you could, but honestly, to short right now, you gotta just be willing to vibe with it, man. I don't know. I don't want to tell anybody to short it because I just think there's still a lot of fuel they want to burn. I'm already getting burned. They're like lighting me on fire. They're like, how come he's not burning? I'm like, I am, but I don't care because I'm patient. They're like, and I'm like, no. So it just depends how you look at it. What time is it? 12:07? The NQ keeps him warm at night. It kind of does. Honestly, man, I'm just on some weird shit, bro. I be thinking about bonds, and then I'm thinking, like, is the world running out of food at night? And then I'm like, wow, this is what they meant like 30, 40 years ago. You also said don't short right before the big drop on Friday. I took shorts on there. I just said on everything. I said everybody needs to stop adding fuel. The Loopy, I'm surprised you remember. You talk so much shit. Loopy is like the biggest hater out there who's like, I still haven't banned yet because I get humor out of half of his comments. Because like everybody, you need that one guy, you know what I'm saying? You need the guy in your squad who doesn't have the long term. So it's just so weird. But I'm like, man, this guy, you're worse. I feel like Loopy is like my father or my mother, but like low key, my parents are a lot cooler than that. But like, yeah, you're like a toxic girlfriend. Yeah, he's like always telling me. I'm like, can you just be happy for me once? Can you just give me credit for one thing I did? No, Loopy, we don't talk about the 50% gainers I hit. We don't talk about making 30 grand in 2 days before any NQ goes down. No, nothing. I can't get a break out here, bro. I can't get a break. That's it. It's always the next thing, Loopy. It's always the next thing. I can't get a break from him, man. He's probably the worst. Are we dating? That'd be weird if we're dating right now. I don't want to make this weird, but it's definitely, man, I need some time alone, Loopy, okay? I need some time alone, man. I don't know why, but it's good. I have fun with it. I don't think I think I can make fun of Loopy and he doesn't get mad because he makes fun of me. So I think that's where we find our balance. It's where Def gives props for the wins. That's what you, in your head, you do, okay? But that's not what comes out, okay? Maybe if you just showed me a little bit more appreciation, we would have been fine. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I feel like. I feel like everything I do goes unappreciated with you, Loopy. All of it just gets unappreciated, and then you tell everybody to not get the long term, and I have to explain it in front of my friends, and now it's just weird, okay? It's just getting weird now for all of us, okay? I don't think this is going to work in the long term for us. No, we're dating. We're fine. It's fine. It's okay. We do this every week. It's okay. It's not that. Me and Loopy do this all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. If he would have been banned if he didn't invent Satan 500. That was the best one. I hope he likes the video. I bet he doesn't like the video until I do something he likes, which is never. Okay? Josh's love language is words of affirmation. No, I wouldn't say so. My love language is shut the fuck up. I mean it respectfully. And what I mean by that is my love language is, why you always talking? Why you always talking? That's it. You don't have to tell me I'm doing good, but why you always talking? That's how I feel with some people, because I have Yosh deep down inside of me. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I got things I can flex about, and I got things like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was a cocky little bastard at one point in my life. So I'm definitely like, that's why I'm like, hold on. I get it. You want to judge me, but hold up, I got a mirror. You want to look into the mirror deep down? Huh? So so I don't know. I think I like it when people hug me. I think I love language. It would be hugging. I'm a big hugger. You know what I'm saying? But I would never, like, you don't need to tell me good job. Like, I grew up with Arab parents. You think they ever told me good job? My mom told me I was going to hell most of my life. So, it's good, but that's it. But I always get pissed off at people when I'm like, what the fuck are you saying? That's it. The devil is a lie. The devil is a lie. So that's it. Yeah, that's more of my love language, I would say. Is this the venting hour? Well, look at you. I know. Now I'm reading the Bible. I don't know if it worked or not. That's all. But definitely, the Bible definitely says I pop off way too much. So that's why I got to keep reading it, because I pop off on mother efforts sometimes. Just try to, but maybe that's like the inner Jonah in me. And I'm trying to be like, yo, what the you talking about, man? That's it. Loopy the snake in the garden. I don't care, man. I'm gonna fucking Monsanto his ass. You spray him with fertilizer. Make him, feel like pepper spray. That's all with love. It's a love fertilizer brought to you by Monsanto. Y'all don't know what Monsanto is anymore. Never mind. And they rebranded like the Boeing, and you forgot all about it. It's okay. I'm old. Yeah, Jonah was salty. Jonah Jonah was ready to clap him, bro. That's what I call it. Y'all call it Yosh. I call it Jonah. Josh's love language is the Bible, kind of, because half the Bible is like, you're dying, I'm gonna kill you, you're gonna get murdered, I'll wipe the earth, but I love you, and you're special, and you're amazing. So maybe that's what somebody, I think Lending Tips told me that once, because I freaked out on him about a deal, and then 5 minutes later I was just like, well, thank you for everything, I really appreciate what you did. And then he was like, have you been reading the Bible a lot more today, because you're sounding really Old Testament to New Testament real quick, man. So I'm like, maybe. Jiggy in here, baby. What's up, man? I hope you're doing good. Yeah, Bayer owns Monsanto now, huh? 100%. That was Monsanto was like the first real tinfoil. That's why I'm kind of disappointed by some of the new tinfoilists nowadays. Like, y'all still buying gold. Shout out to Peter Schiff. But y'all stop Monsanto was like top level tin. Yeah, that was yesterday's Pfizer. 100%. 100%, bro. That's it. And now guess what? Fucking 10 years later, you don't hear anything about Monsanto. Y'all, for everyone, that's it. No more Roundup. No, that's it. Everyone just, that's it, man. You stop. It was like the GMOs. What? I ain't heard of GMO in a minute. You know. All right. Well, you're holding up from consumer credit pop and drop. I need to go to the potty now again. I hope you've enjoyed today so far. I will be right back. You got to give me a second. Okay, so follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. BRB. Amen. Amen.
The stopping purchase could also see term premium rise, which could also influence the longer end of the curve.
Roger, I just want to point out that a few minutes ago we got consumer credit, a very bullish signal today, in fact, because it was down. So people aren't using their credit cards quite as much, $11.5 billion, and the survey was for more than twice that. But Roger, how convinced are you about where you should be trading right now, what kinds of trades you should be putting on, and how much you should be hedging?
Well, we think the value here from a bond market perspective is starting to position in yield curve steepness. The yield curve is heavily inverted. And when we approach a couple of hikes before the end of the cycle, you tend to see the yield curve start to steepen. So we think that the opportunity from a trading perspective start to position for that medium-term steepening of the curve as you start to get to the point where the Fed is starting to consider a pause. And the Chairman Powell at last week's press conference alluded to the fact that I think in the minutes we will start to see some discussion around what conditions the Fed would need to see to start to initiate a pause. When you start to get that sort of time horizon, the yield curve starts to steepen out from 5s through to 30s. So we think that's the opportunity here to start to positioning in medium-term yield curve steepness.
Roger, it looks like we're starting to see a diversion between the Federal Reserve, the ECB, and the BOE in terms of hawkish versus perhaps what's being interpreted as a little bit dovish. How long do you think that diversion is really going to last?
I think I interpreted the ECB last week as still quite hawkish. They reiterated that a 50 bip hike is coming. They still said they had more work to do. It is also true that Madame Lagarde did sound more data dependent in her language. But you look at underlying inflation pressures in Europe, we still see rising wage pressures. We still see the need for the ECB to be pushing rates towards a terminal rate of something like 3.5. So I think, actually from an ECB and a Fed perspective, I think they still have work to do, both of them, to raise rates further this year.
They need to add background tracks. That would be dope. When was the last State of the Union? Does anybody know the date of the prior State of the Union? Let's see. Oh, maybe I should put State of the Union 2022. March 1st? I think it was March 1st, 2022. Markets went up and then dropped. Ask ChatGPT. Maybe he'd be like, oh, I can't get political. Sorry. Go look it up. Honestly, I love ChatGPT, but he pissed me off sometime. Stupid ass. He answered me like a politician. I'm like, who taught him this? He'll be like, well, if you want to know how to make $20 million on stocks, I know everything, but you should contact a financial advisor. I'm like, no, man, just tell me. What do you mean? I'll be like, yo, can you do this? He's like, well, I don't have comprehensive real estate data, though the trends may point to this. Man, just come on. Just tell me. I've never asked ChatGPT about Jesus, honestly. I think that's the sad part. Y'all should have just read the damn book. Y'all were like, nah, let me ask the AI about Jesus questions. Yeah, it is. I've yet to test Jesus in AI. I have not put the 2 and 2 together yet. Okay, you're working your way back up there. That consumer sentiment rally. We got 40 minutes, so there's a big order here. It's going to eat through it and run up if it does. That'll take you right back to 41.55. We'll test the 41.60. And then I guess that's where we dropped last time. I think that'll open up the door to what, like 41.70? And then before you know it, you're right back at the highs. Amazon popping. That's nice, I hope. Zoom info on the high. Yeah, Amazon's working up a little better. End phase. I need to sell out of end phase. End phase. Are we gonna? Did we live stream this? I don't think I live streamed the State of the Union last time. Remember last State of the Union? It was like that. He looked like Hitler with the red in the background, and everybody freaked out. And then they changed the color to pink. And they're like, "Nah, we meant to do neon lighting. We thought it came out different on the RGB color scale." So I don't know. I don't think I streamed it. It was definitely more ominous when inflation was higher. Now he's going to make it like green, bro, and purple. Purple gets you to spend money. You know that? So psychologically, the color purple will make you spend more money. So maybe. But then consumer credit is down 50% of the expectations. So I don't know. Why do I say NVIDIA the way I do? Because it's really fun. You should try it one day. And then try AbiVi. You're going back up here you're right below it. Again, there's a huge bid waiting for it, but I think he wants to eat it, and you have enough time here. Oh, man, I could only imagine the 10-minute rigged. Zoom is coming back up here, too. Bro, did everything just launch here? Yeah, even Disney again. I think Tesla's kind of pinned. Microsoft, Google, they're all going great. People not paying their credit cards gets me pumped. Easing incoming. Oh, okay. That's not what that data means, but I feel you. I could understand where you got to that conclusion. It just means people added less to their credit than last month. That's all. So consumer credit total and then how much they were expected to spend. And that's from December. So that's actually the crazy part is that is actually pretty delayed. Boeing, I feel like a lot of today, I feel like I'm getting robbed. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever been mugged? So that's kind of how I feel with Boeing. Borderline. All right, you're popping now. Google. AI names are on the low except all of them. All right, bro, it's going to eat it. I'm scared of these orders, bro, because I know that means like, oh, it won't get past it. But all I've seen today is anytime these orders are just like, have you ever played like a Hot Wheels game? These are like one of them Hot Wheels launchers. So you got to be careful for that's how I got a nephew, so that's why I know that much about Hot Wheels. Unless this is like the double top of the double bottom, but technically that would be the top. So it's like a mini top. I don't know. Baidu's working its way up here. The final chicle. Brought to you by the stock market hates you. Does that mean everyone maxed their spending? Well, there's several ways to interpret it. So this is the Federal Reserve Consumer Credit. Let me see if I could get you a basis of how they formulate it. I want to see if they updated the Fed one today. Because I'm pretty sure this is just additions to it. But then it's pretty much your other definition is that it shows you consumer credit purchases obtained with credit cards, lines of credit. It's also known as consumer debt. Consumer credit is divided into two classifications, revolving and installment. The most common form of credit is a credit card. So I'm pretty sure this is just new additions, how many purchases or how much of purchases is funded, not total outstanding credit. So it's just telling you how many people bought it. Overstock in partnership with Citi Retail Services to launch co-branded MasterCard. MasterCard's popping already. They're already on the high. I think that's why I think consumer credit stopped the banks from running too much. Yeah, Overstock credit card. Overstock's popping off of that. I didn't think that would be that big of a deal. Google's still at the high. Did it actually stop at the level? It's slowing down. It didn't get close. It's going to come back and eat it, man. Don't fall for it. That's the scary part. If we running, should we expect bonds to catch up? Yes, but also if the bonds continuously, in a weird way now, the bonds were disagreeing with the Fed, and then in the last 2 days now, it's like they're disagreeing with the market. So, but that's the point is the jaws are opening up, and we don't know yet. That's the scary part about this. So I've showed you this, I think, early on. I think it was during March, actually. You know, at one point, the bonds dropped. You know, IEF went from like 108 to 106, and the SPY went from 438 to 461. And then it finally came back down here. But it took, that took about a month. So, lately, the jaws haven't been open for quite some time. And last time there was a divergence, the bonds actually caught up. And then right here, leading into December, they came back down again. So, I mean, this is the jaws, They're open up there. So we'll find out, but it's kind of hard to say. SPY's still working its way up. Google's insane. I'm glad Amazon got to come up here a little bit. Well, let's see. Oh, even end phase is on the high. So that's the getting ready for earnings. 30 minutes, 33 minutes. All right, he's going to test him. Yep, this is it. This is it. Big volume. It's already ate a couple of them. Oh, no. I feel like such a smuck. Overstock earnings in 2 weeks. Again, you got big earnings out of consumer names like Uber tomorrow. We have a long way till 10-minute rig. Look at this, bro. That's a lot of, maybe like 1,000 contracts. You already got 600 contracts. It's either going to dump from here or it's going to run through, but all we've seen today is everything else is there. Overstock, they closed T0? I did not know that. I effed up. I mean, yes and no. I'm not really I'm not the type to beat myself up over it. I'm kind of a hippie. So I feel like, I'm more Fati. I think I'll figure out my way and I'll find my path in life. Who knows? I might just live in a van and travel the U.S. off of that one decision. But, either way, I feel at peace, man. The mods just banned you. They timed you. They said, shut the fuck up, you little mother. They said, why are you always talking? And you ain't even see. I didn't say that. I said I embraced it with peace this time around. Amen. Do you smoke weed? No, I just get smoked on shorts. Currently, there's example one right there. Puffing on that loud NASDAQ. Some people have loud pack. I have loud NASDAQ. So there, that one. I wasn't too big of a pop right there though. That could have been a lot more aggressive, but in a weird way. Is kind of a little bit more stable. They really did hustle that right there. No, don't go greedy short until it comes down. This is greedy long right now. If you want the greedy long, you take this shit at the top, play the breakout, go for the 30-point smash up above here, I think. It's like, what, 41.62 would be your next level. But realistically, I think it's like 41.70. Or where's the other one? Overstock going leg too. This is very greedy long. 41.78 to 41.80. And then that's it. It kind of looks like the old, the other FOMC in December, but this is way too big now. That's it. The fact that it bounced up from here is insane. Oh, yeah, Chipotle's after. All the earnings are running up. Enphase, Chipotle, all of them are going. I mean, everything in the market is. Some a little bit more than others. Again, Microsoft, Google, Apple, that's doing a lot. Greedy short is shorting on red. Greedy long is buying on green. Yes. That's where it is. Where it's going for the breakouts or the breakdowns is what I think. And you at least wait till you get a little bit more confirmation. $30 more minutes. All right. I'm closing the end phase. All right, 213 on end phase. That was a decent pre-run up. We'll take it. That's like $4 a share. The bonds are beat down because of what Powell said, but then the market, again, with higher rates, and Powell kind of left the door open for 50, but it's not like it's anything new. And then the market, though, loved it. Damn, Redfin gave up all of those last couple weeks of gains. Amazon's running now, Google. So you're getting a little bit of a cheek lay, but a couple of the tech names are doing really, really well. 101. If you had any Uber, would you buy them now? I would wait till earnings at this point. It sucks. I mean, maybe this could be where you buy calls to, use the advantage of paying a small down payment if you want to buy the shares. But quite frankly, Uber is a hard stock to move. So, Uber doesn't move usually until, it moves. Most of the time you didn't really do much, and it was dramatically cheaper. This is, $3 is 10%. Keep that in mind. So, it's like $3.40 at this point. So, that's a 10% move right there on Uber, right? And then that's another 10% right there on Uber. So, you could kind of do your thing. Do your thing, Tony. What? Lucid, I mean, just be careful with it. I like the AI plays. Those are the only hype plays I like right now. I think everything else is going to scam you, but nothing could scam you more than Powell reaction. So approach with caution. Do as you please. Does MGM have earnings? Again, I cut the end phase. They have earnings after hour, and then Chipotle. Tan. You could go with Tan, definitely, if you wanted to play end phase. Again, or just wait and play after hours. I mean, you might miss out on a little bit, but there might be a little bit of pop and lock there. Oh, the banks came back here a little bit, not as much, but those guys are moving. Energy's on the high again. The fake news are looking for the news where they went back and changed. What are you talking about? Consumer credit? Are you talking about the revision to the last number? Otherwise, I'm not too sure what you're speaking of, my friend. And that's the first time I saw. Did you like the video? If you asked the question 5 times, I hope you liked it once. So just go to the consumer credit and then go to the past revision. It's super simple. Like if you go, I think it's released, it's Federal Reserve is the source. But, I mean, here's all of it. Again, like I said, here's the big drop, but revised 33 billion. The prior number was 27 billion, but they revised it to 33 after they make the adjustments. 10-minute rig should be, wow, we're barely above the consumer credit level. Bonds are trying to move up. Maybe they close the gap a little bit here. 10-minute rigged is final 10 minutes. It's like where like the final market on closes and orders all come in and everybody kind of does their thing, balance out for the rest of the day. You get a nice little volume surge. Tesla been running, but he definitely do not do as good as the other ones. So we will see. I mean, little drop there, but a lot of fuel both ways. I think you might get a lot of things. I have no expectation. That's it. A reverse looking like Jackson Hole. If we keep going up, this will be reverse Jackson Hole. And then, again, consumer earnings tomorrow could have some effect. But really, I think it's just going to be dollar bonds here. Maybe the bonds kind of ignore a little bit more, or the market ignores the bonds. And then Fed. We didn't even get those Fed speakers earlier. PRVB. What it's the move? It's supposed to be February, but February 13th, so we still got a little bit of time. It's actually looking nice. PRVB, do they have options or no? They're expensive. Yeah, you could sell shares after hours, too. Hood long-term is a W. I would rather go with JP Morgan, again, or wait till some of the banks come down. I mean, Hood is probably going to be around, and they still got to deal with some of the risk there with the Sam Bankman shares. I don't know if it's going to help or hurt them. But, you know, if you really want a good financial institution, just get one of the big dogs. Yeah, Boeing is hitting a high. Just had that up there. Boeing's crazy. Apple price cuts on phones in China. I don't see that yet. Zoom info. NOC now. The defensives are making their end of the day move. NOC and LMT did that, but LMT's not working in there. Yeah, I still like the financials. We made a bunch of bank plays today. I'm still going to be riding all those. Again, I think the consumer credit stopped them from that second half there. Because, again, you need high rates and strong consumer. And even Meta is still lower than where it was Powell, even though we are at the top of Powell. Like 700 yuan cut. $100. They said that was the news the other day, right? Didn't they say at JD.com you were able to do it? This time's different. Tech loves high rates. Not usually, but, you know, if you could survive a couple months, then maybe it will be. But that's really, right now, there's 3 days of maybe 4 days of higher rates and tech liking it. The other times, though, I mean, technically speaking, as we were rallying, the rates were going lower. They just didn't go as low as tech went up. Tomorrow is just earnings and then Fed speakers, I believe. But other than that, there's really nothing tomorrow. Again, this week is dry in terms of data. You're going to get Fed Williams in the morning, Fed Bar. You'll get wholesale inventories, EIA numbers, then Fed Waller. Then you're going to get bond auctions, the WSAD. Oh, tomorrow's a 10-year auction, actually. So 10-year auction will be very, very pivotal because that is probably what the market is waiting on here. I think we're really going to see what's up once the 10-year comes in. Maybe that's probably your reason right now with the lag. And then you are going to get China data tomorrow night. But at nighttime, or like so after we close pretty much. But really just 3-4 Fed speakers, and then that's it. There's no Fed Flintstone. That's a good one, though. Oh, even PayPal went up. There's Meta now. So looks like we're about to melt. 20 minutes left. You're rocking good. The 10-year, I think, is going to be like 11 or 12. $4.15 on the way. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. 4161. That's it. You're about to hit a new high right now. Google, everything else is running with it. They hate me. Yeah, Amazon will go green. That one was at least a nice pickup. I'm glad we got some size on it. But that's it. I'm naked now, bro. That's it. I took a 5,000 loss on the NQ with nothing to stop it, man. Nothing to stop it. I feel naked right now. This is how it feels. Got a couple of shares that hopefully I guess if the meta comes back too, those could do their things. But I'm definitely falling behind on that one. Glad that PayPal has earnings on Thursday. ANET, I didn't cover that one. I mean, the bonds give me hope. That's it. That's the only thing. The long term caught it good, man. That's what's bittersweet about this. So we'll see, but you know, little by the bonds is what keeps you looking, you know, feeling bearish because you're like, well, shit, one of them's gonna catch up, man. End phase. I already flipped the end phase. I don't know. Again, you got a nice pre-earnings move on end phase. I don't know if you guys are still riding that. Will the State of the Union and buyback tax bring the market down? I doubt it. I would view the State of the Union as a non-event unless he really comes in with something very extreme. But I definitely think it's a non-event. Meta. There you go. I cut the yen too. But yen, I was tweaked out. I was saying earlier on the watch list, I wanted to get rid of the yen. I did like the data, but I think if bonds keep selling off, one of them is going to have to do their thing. Yeah, that hurt me $6,000 on that one today. Just because everything else added up. An auction came back. All right. Again, I have these shorts I need to cover. Yeah. Gonna need more shares. Nice end phase trade. Oh, thanks, Loopy. See, now I don't even think you mean it because we just fought. See, now it's just, it doesn't even seem, and then you put a horn emoji and you've never used the horn emoji. But I do remember when you used the clown emoji on me. So now, like, it just doesn't even feel genuine. You see, man, we just, man. That was 100% side eye. See, man, my friends are telling me that we're not good for each other. So, hate to break it to you. That's what they keep telling me. Now it's just weird. Now I just... Alphabet. Dude, Google is... Does anybody call it Alphabet? Ulta, I mean, high expectations, but very, very good stock. That's about it. That's what you got to deal with. Come on, Meta. Thanks for the Amazon. I'm glad. That one was... Amazon was good. It actually was a very nice hit. I wish I just bought 1,000 shares instead of 200. Which low-key, I kind of wouldn't be opposed. But now, again, around 99 is the price. That's just where it was a little bit above where we were at. Yeah, Disney rocketed up. If I held that, that would have been good. SPY is now hitting a new high on the day. Wow. They got me on the play action, bro. I blitzed. On the play action, bro. I didn't know they got it like that, man. Jerome Brady. That was just Jerome bullish. That was bullish Brady. The bull market. I'm back. Low-key got me laughing. I hope so. I hope so. I'm crying inside, but not really. But I am, but I'm not. But I don't know. Maybe this is just what you go through. I feel like I'm going through stock market puberty as the stock market gets squeezed. Uber on the high. Wow. Bro, Uber's about to hit 35. That's insane. Uber. Yeah, 8% on that one. But damn. Again, oh, look at that squeeze. There it is. You just, again, 4170 is the next level. Oh, with bid support. What time is it? It's 12:47. Oh, man. Yeah, that wasn't Jerome Powell. That was Jerome Bettis. The boss. Dude, that's a lot of bid support. So let's see how this plays out here now. The Uber cover call is not down too much, actually. So, like, my Uber cover call right now is down you're down $30 on it. Believe it, it could be a lot worse. Again, after a 4% move, that's really, really not bad. The bus finished very, very strong. Mm-hmm. Most hated rally part 2. Well, that'd be good because then that means there's only one more leg left. And that will be to 430. Kind of feels like right here, but then we need a gap. My other theory is that if either bonds catch up tomorrow after the auction or I don't know. Do you guys see what I see here? I feel like the bonds are like 10 days behind or 10 days ahead. So like this looks like the bonds right here. So this candle right here today is the bonds right here. Maybe we go a little bit higher, sell off, and then you get one more big gap back towards the highs. But then again, though, I still think we could go a little higher, and then it starts to come down. But if not, that's really, take that theory with a grain of salt, just because you have to deal with the CPI next week. We're right. I think we're right. We're right below the line I have drawn for months now on the bonds. Amazon just flipped green. So he's all, dude, Google is unstoppable today. Where's Microsoft? With inflation, I think either way, though. Inflation, it's going to be an interesting one. We have a couple more days now, but that's it, dude. It's clearly the bulls are still in control. Uber is on the cusp. Again, there's Amazon. Boeing again on the high. A lot of things now, even some travel, even some Marriott. I don't know if Airbnb's up there now, too. Airbnb stayed below 120, though, last couple of days. He has not been able to rally the same. Mm-mm. 10-minute rigged coming in right now. Right now, 10 minutes on the clock. Oh, wow. Okay, there's still sell orders, but the buys are coming in. That's big volume. Jeez, man, what are we at right now? You might just rock. Again, 4180 if it gets really good. Now today, low volume is turned into slightly more volume than the couple of days throughout last week, but this is ticking average volume up a ton. Yep, popping. 10-minute rig, bullish. Everything is bullish now. Let's see what they have in store. Bonds at least stop moving down, but they're not moving back up here. Yeah, high ticker's going insane. Everything. Apple's kind of lagging a little bit, but they're near. Apple and Meta are the ones that still haven't popped back to their highs. 1.8 billion to the buy side. Oh, my goodness. Uber 35. I sold Uber 47s as my covered calls. Airbnb, I think it still needs to go up more. Again, a lot of money on the buy side right now. Again, there's a lot of different orders, but it's pumping through. Even SPY volume is high. That's it. Good news, slight bad news. Looking to be overreaction. I got shooken out, and then now you were getting, I think, even a borderline squeeze up from that. This looks a lot different. Again, a lot different than last Jackson hole. It's even a lot different than any of the other Fed meetings because most of the time, once you break past the high, that's confirming that there. Google is already squeezing. I hope Amazon could catch up with it. Where's the Qs at? Yeah, SQQ back down to 33 now. 41.16. Oh, my goodness. There's an order trap here, so let's see if it's, again, 1.8 on the buy side. 3 more minutes till the final 5. Well, at least the long term's making the most of this. Still proud of you. High ticker still going crazy. Again, there's like the orders are slowing down here, but it's still pretty much in squeeze mode. Tesla's now on the high. Yeah, well, 41.88 is the next level. Again, you're almost there on the futures, but 41.71, this is what? You're right below the June 2nd high. So let's pull this thing back right here. You're getting back up to this little box that we were in earlier. What was June 9th? Was that again, this is actually, it's kind of looking like this box mixed with the most hated rally. So again, that's why this is such a very important price right here. This is, I think, this candle right here. You see this big one from June. And that goes across to August 8th. And then you are up above this level on August 25th. Nope, it's eating there. Wow. Again, to almost 2,000. Dude, look at all the contracts coming in. You're making another run for it. End of the day, final 5 in a minute and a half. The AI squeeze all across Google. Qs are getting murdered now. It's very big volume. Again, today was a very low volume day. Then all of a sudden, that right there flipped. EXAI on the high. Amazon is now green. They're still lagging a little bit. Even Tesla, though. Tesla's hitting the high. They were outperforming. I'm waiting for Meta to start climbing up there. That'll be the next one. The banks are starting to go now, too. Everything. That's it. I don't look at the low ticker is absolutely frozen unless it's a Q name. Even the bonds are moving. Only thing red right now is consumer staples by a quarter. So in that last 30 minutes, industrials went green. Discretionary flipped 1%. Utilities went up. Real estate went up. And now Staples are the only thing down right there. Oh, Sonny, Sam, too. Welcome. I didn't see you guys there. Oh, man. How long have you been waiting there? I hope you're having a good day. Dude, I can't even see what's on the high ticker because it's moving too fast. So 20 seconds. Let's see. Final 5. Final 5 in play. Dude, they're running out of sell orders to place here, it looks like. You're about to go to 4,200 again on the futures. Again, 4,180. Final 5. Okay, they finally give you a red candle. Spotify. A lot of individual names still, though. Even Philip Morris and the rest of the bunch. Again, watch some of those bank stocks. See how they get bid there. Why is Philip Morris going up? Philip Morris and Altria are popping towards the end. Microsoft extends rally to regain $2 trillion in value. Wow. Yeah, Microsoft's back above here. Oh, my gosh. Microsoft, $2 trillion in value once again. Again, final 5 was bigger. 10-minute rig was still pretty large, but that final 5, it brought it down with half as many contracts. So let's see there. But that kind of cooled it off. 5 more minutes, Chattadonia. Scary day coming tomorrow. If you don't wake up to it, it'll probably be bullish for a little bit, and then scary day shows up. But it depends. You have Fed speakers to start off the morning. But, again, man, the bulls are solidifying their stance here. I'm tilted bearish now because of my reaction here to Powell a little bit later. But for the most part, though, out of respect and just seeing what is this in front there, I mean, people want to buy this shit. So I don't think you can slow it down too much. I think that 10-year auction will say a lot, too. And then you're going to get more earnings after the bell. We'll even see Chipotle and a couple of others. But final 5 there was good. Consumer credit was bad, but then it's not like you're getting good news, bad news reaction because if people would have bought the bonds. So I just think it was news, and I think people are looking way past it, and they like the revision instead because it showed holiday season revision was better, but the other stuff looked more like a hard landing to me. Flush to VWAP. Okay, bro, just take the 2 red candles, okay, man? Why we got to be so... believe me, I would love a flush to... I don't know, man. I'll just take the 2 red candles. You know, you got to do what you got to do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 63 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day unless you got schmucked out by the Powell schmuck top drop. You know, ask Josh about it. But we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit 1 row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Time to bring it home. Oh, you still got a lot more. It'll be middle of the week tomorrow. Today was the turnaround Tuesday with a Powell on top. But you got to bring it in, man. You got to wrap it up right now, Chad. What you going to do? It is game time and 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Chattadonia. Time to bring it home. You got to wrap it up. Finalize the plays. You still got earnings after the bell. You got Chipotle, Enphase. I think you got a couple more in the morning, too. You're reacting to all of the AI and the PAL and everything in between. If you're on options, you got to finalize or play. If you got shares, you got flexibility. We're going to stick around a little bit for those earnings. But, Chad, you got to bring it home right now. You must bring it home. You have 10 seconds remaining. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, I was too slow. Ding 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 ding. Or no, let's go. Wow. Wow, we did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you made it 7 hours in the books. You know what I need? Let's go, I need that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. All the people who contributed, all my positive people, all my peoples in the game, all the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers, the positive, the negative. I need a GG. You made it to the bell, baby. Oh, wait, we're ready for some of the earnings, baby. Let's go. Good game. Good game. I see you, Chad. Way to stay in the game. Oh, we got a couple more days and then another event. But Powell came through. Good game. Way to play your heart out. Oh, way to hold it down. Let's go, Chad. Good game. Let's go. Let's go. You learned something. You in the game. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. I see you too, baby. Good morning. Good evening. Good night. Good game. Let's go. Oh, no GG? Why do you mean no GG? Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, put him through the fire. What comes out? Gold, baby. Good game. Let's go. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Let's go, Chad. Wow. Let's go. Where? Let me see. Do I have any? I don't think any earnings. I think Luminar, they guided down by 0.6 billion, 600 billion. Vertex came in. I'm not seeing big movements. All I care about is Enphase and Chipotle. I think those are the only things that can move things right now. So maybe we should wait. Bro, why is Uber going up like that? I don't know how I feel about this, Chad. I don't know how I feel about is that Chipotle? I don't see anything on Enphase. So let's see. Thank you for the Zoom call out. God bless you, man. I hope you learned something from it. That was a nice hit, man. That was $6 a share in a couple minutes, so God bless. I don't see Chipotle out yet. I don't see Enphase out yet. Skyworks, biggest one day. Red Rock, net revenue misses estimates. Jack Henry. Who the hell is Jack Henry? I've never heard of Jack Henry. It sound like Adam Aaron. They cut full year EPS forecast. They miss estimates. Are the bonds still dumping? Dude, this is a weird one. Even then, the market, that close wasn't as strong. The close reminds me of Pow Pow, but that's kind of a little bit more bullish than closing into extreme green. Let's see. No, does anybody know what's going to come out? Well, Chad, listen. Before you get going, man, you know, as we're waiting for the earnings, can I just tell you guys thank you for being here? And I appreciate all of you. Again, y'all showed up in mass today. Y'all were ready to play. I think we're going to have a lot to deal with, but for real, if you gave me a second of your time today, I really hope you learned something out of it. I hope you got news faster than anywhere. I hope it was beneficial and informative for you, and I hope you were able to smile along the way, ladies and gentlemen. But for real, God bless you all. Thank you for being here, man. Shout out to the members. We had some members. I don't know if you got pressured into it. I don't know if you decided to just join, but hey, thank you. We appreciate you. Shout out to all of the members, all the people on the stream alerts, even Loopy. We love you, Loopy. We love you, baby. God bless you. So for real, though, shout out to everybody supporting the stream in various ways. If you liked the video, if you shared the video, you got you some stream alerts, you got you a beautiful badge, man, whatever it is, bro. We really do appreciate it. So God bless you and thank you once again. We would not be here without the love and support of all the loving people, even a couple of haters along the way. We love it. It's fine, man. And again, first link, though, actually, I'll tell you about it. Free long-term alerts. Some of you just discovered this. So if you don't know, again, there's people who support on the stream alerts. Again, stream alerts, you could buy. I don't even know where the hell is the stream alerts. Right there, yeah, you could buy the stream alerts, but guess what? That's for the people who really hold it down. It's all free 99 anyways, but you could get free long-term alerts. So I'm just reminding y'all because some people are just discovering this. So I don't want you to miss out on any of the long-terms. I know we'll hit some trades, we'll lose some trades, but the long-term is killing it. Stop playing with me, baby. Stop playing with me. Oh, you're new to the stock game? We got to get you on the long-term, bro. We got to get you on the long-term. That's it, bro. That's it. That's it. We got to get you on the long-term. We got to get you on the long-term, bro. That's it. That's all we got to do. So check it out, bro. Check it out. Long-term is free, but check out all those links. Second link, nightly watch list and main channel, okay? Don't miss out on it every day. We got to recap. If you ever miss out on what plays I did, anything like that, any breaking news, there's Enphase. That second link, okay. Enphase, what do we got? Oh, that would have been nice. Another $10? What? Oh, shit. Enphase. Margin, they raised margin estimate. EPS beat by a quarter. Revenue beat by 20 million. And they they guided up. That was just a solid hit. Ooh, it's kind of up a lot, but they've been killed. Yeah, Enphase did good, bro. Enphase did good. Let's see. I don't want to get too greedy on it. I'm going to go with 25, though. Oh, let's see. I don't want top tick Josh. Can I get a red candle? That was a good report, bro. Nope. I think they're gonna make it go up. Okay, I got 25 shares. I kept it smaller at 246.98. I top ticked it again. But I'm gonna start with 25 and then go there. Again, that was a good one, and they have a lot of upside. Don't worry there. Did I already give up my gains on that? Damn, I'm already down one. Earnings is savage. So I'm going to buy another set if it drops again. But that was really good. Fortinet is out too. That's another good set of earnings. What was it, 246? Yeah, 246.98. Yeah, that's Enphase. The same one we traded all day. So I'm starting with 25. If it has one of those little shoot downs, I'm going to buy it. But they guided up on everything. They beat on everything. They guided up on margin. I mean, all around, that's a pretty solid setup there for everything. So my logic, top ticket with 25 shares. If it has earnings flush back down here, I'll buy another 25. And then that is it. Yeah, they have disappointed before. They have a lot of upside. That's why I'm down with it. So it's like, again, I think on the last earnings, they shot up a little bit, and then they dropped back down another $10. But, like, even in the last couple of months, you know, this is one of the names actually since January. It has not been able to go up there. So that's what I like about it. We're back up on that now. So there you go. Hopefully that runs. If not, we got some save for the top tick. Palo Alto, I think because Fortinet did good. Fortinet's running. Again, no Chipotle yet. Unless you want to eat Chipotle, that's up to you, sir. Yeah, Fortinet's up 12%. You see Enphase microconverters. Again, forecast, they just beat across the board. Drink Chipotle? What? When does Chipotle come out? Lumen adjusted EBITDA misses forecast. Again, Bed Bath & Beyond completes public equity offering. Damn, they already sold $1 billion that fast. Tesla might be able to run off of it, but, I mean, don't fall in love with it. Chipotle, new AI stock. And if you held the shares we bought early, even on, you'd be up like 1,000 or 1,500. That's why I went small. I was like, we just had it, but I'm happy with the little gains and then going small. And then I know Enphase is a fan favorite. Uber's tomorrow after the bell. Chipotle does sound pretty decent. I don't know. Did VFC, they have earnings? Chipotle just ran up a lot. VFC, they reported they see full year guidance $205 to $215. They previously saw $2 to $220. They see full year revenue 3%, EPS 112 versus 99 cents, And then revenue 3.5 versus 3.48. I'm mad. I wish I bought VFC instead of Haynes, man. Yeah, VFC actually had good earnings. Oh, wow. They actually went back to the Haynes level. Oh, we could have bought it right there at 26. Yeah, VFC beat. Their guidance was a little bit lower. Uber is going to be after the bell tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. QGen double beat. QGen. Yeah, Quagen 1%. And then Fortinet, and I don't know. I think Palo Alto could just be a reaction to Fortinet. Let's see. VFC, if that goes back to Haynes level, I might be down to buy that. As long as they don't cut it. Tricky market. Uber pre-market? No. Really? You're lying to me. But are you happy for me? Oh, Chipotle. Did Chipotle just come out? Hold on. Chipotle's moving, but I don't know if that's the report. Oh, that could be. Chipotle. Operating margin missed. Revenue 2.2. Estimate was 2.3. EPS 8.29. Estimate was 8.91. Fourth quarter net revenue $223 million. Fourth quarter EPS was $8 versus $4.69 a year ago. Digital sales up 37%. And we don't have guidance yet. And then comparable sales miss. So they're already down 6% off of that. Let's see. So, yeah, that was 6% at the low. They're still, again, no guidance. They're good on year over year, but they came slightly in below. And then, again, you don't have that guidance number. Oh, shit. Uber is pre-market. Yeah. Well, good luck on that one. Yeah, you're going to wake up to Uber in the morning. That's good, though. That means you're not going to have to wait as much. Uber is confirmed pre-market. VFC cut dividend. Are you sure? Bro, what is up with all of these companies cutting? Dude, I don't like this trend. Futures are reacting a little bit to Chipotle. Again, they were just down 6%, so holding 3.5. Work that negativity on the gym. Amen, man. Amen. It's good for you. It's good for you. Well, there it is. Uber is at the boarding. VFC cut dividend. I hate everybody on the dividend names. That's why you got to stick with the blue chips. But, Chad, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that I love you, and I'm glad that you are here. And we made it through a wild day. Could have done a little better, but, you know, we still had some pretty cool flips along the way. And I'm sure we're going to find out really what everything means in a couple of days. We have more earnings in the morning, but I hope I see you on the watch list. But I got to get going here today. I do have to get going early. I'm sorry. Usually I would spend more time. I'm glad we got to go through a couple of the earnings here. But just know I love you, okay? So check out all the links. Second link for that watch list. Third link for those member badges. Awesome to see a lot of new members here, man. I hope you guys get the long-term, save the 10%. Oh, yeah, and get ready. It's only February, but check out all the other links, the merch, man. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We love you. You're a blessing. Fill out that prayer request wall, too, okay? I'm going to pray for you, man. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. That's it. That's how we do it here, baby. It's all love, man. So I hope you're ready for some more. But, Chad, for real, God bless you all and thank you. I do have to get going. But, you know, before I leave, just don't forget why we're here. And why we keep going. And why we got the positivity no matter what, baby. And why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. I love you, Chad. Let's go. Woo! I hope you're ready. Middle of the week. Let's get it. Thank you, JP. Thank you all for showing up. Let's get it. I'm going to see you on the watch list, and I will see you later today. But peace out. I'm going to end it with a horn. Give him a horn. Let's go. You better be on the watch list. Let's go, Chad. Amen. Amen. Damn it. Damn, Chipotle. It's already a balance. Oh, okay. No, that was a fake one. VFC's running. All right, Chad. I love you. Have a wonderful day. And peace out. I got to go. Yeah, I got to get going. I got to leave right. I'm gonna move right. Okay. We'll see you later. What are you talking about? This guy wants to leave. Who is this guy? I'm terrific. Please. What about a balloon? Okay, I gotta go. VFC cut dividend. Oh, CMG approves buyback. 200 million. Where did they even get 200? Okay, I gotta go. Okay, peace out, guys.